doubted the possibility of defense and believed that only the threat of punitive attacks could hold Germany back. Ultimately, Britain had to rely on defense, which it did with unexpected success thanks to radar. The raids against Britain, and those mounted in return against Germany with even greater ferocity, resulted in terrible civilian pain, but had limited political effects. Their main effect was on the ability to prosecute the war by disrupting production and fuel supplies. The surveys undertaken after the war demonstrated the modest impact of strategic bombing compared with the pre-war claims. But this did not really matter because the atom bomb pushed the dread to a new level. As Richard Overy put it, with air power, the theory had run ahead of the technology. After 1945, the two reached a fresh alignment. Deterrence answered the stark exam question posed by the arrival of nuclear weapons. What role can there be for a capability that has no tactical role in stopping armies or navies, but can destroy whole cities? Answers in terms of warfighting, though explored by the Eisenhower administration, appeared distasteful. Answers in terms of deterrence promised the prevention of future war. It sounded robust without being reckless. It anticipated aggression and guarded against surprise, but could still be presented as essentially reactive. The difficulty was whether deterrence could be expected to hold if it was self-evidently based on a bluff. Credibility appeared to depend on a readiness to convey recklessness, illustrated by another of John Foster Dulles' comments about the need to be ready to go to the brink during a crisis. Thus, the residual possibility of use left a formidable imprint, precisely because it would be so catastrophic. This reinforced the view that the main benefit of force lay in what was held in reserve. The military capacity of the West must never be used to its full extent, though for the sake of deterrence, the possibility must exist. As decades passed, and the Cold War still did not turn hot, deterrence appeared to be working. At times of crisis there was a welcome caution and prudence all around. War was avoided because politicians were all too aware of the consequences of failure and the dangers of preparing to crush enemies with overwhelming force. The dread of total war influenced all considerations of the use of force, and not just those directly involving nuclear weapons. It was never possible to be sure where the first military step, however tentative, might lead. The impossibility of a fight to the finish affected all relations between the American and Soviet blocs. There developed a predominance of the latent over the manifest, of the oblique over the direct, of the limited over the general. If, as it seemed, there was no way of getting out of the nuclear age, then deterrence made the best of a bad job. While it was often difficult to explain exactly how deterrence had worked its magic, and historians can point to some terrifying moments when catastrophe was round the corner, yet a Third World War did not happen. The fact that the superpowers were alarmed by the prospect of such a war surely had something to do with its failure to materialize. The importance of deterrence meant that considerable efforts were devoted to exploring the concept and examining its policy implications. Deterrence succeeded if nothing happened, which led to a problem when working out cause and effect. Inaction might reflect a lack of intention or an intention once present that had lapsed. Deterrence of an intended action could be due to a range of factors, including some unrelated to the deterrer's threats and some related in ways the deterrer did not necessarily intend. According to the most straightforward definition, that deterrence depended on convincing the target that prospective costs would outweigh prospective gains. It could be achieved by limiting gains as much as imposing costs. Preventing gain by means of a credible ability to stop aggression in its tracks became known as deterrence by denial, while imposing costs became deterrence by punishment. Denial was essentially another word for an effective defense, which, if recognized in advance, would provide a convincing argument against aggression. Thus, the main conceptual challenges concerned punishment, especially the most brutal punishment of all: nuclear retaliation. As deterrence became wedded to a foreign policy of containment, interpreted as preventing any Soviet advances, both major war and minor provocations had to be deterred, not just those directed against the United States, but also those directed against allies and even the enemy's enemies. Herman Kahn, an early popularizer of some of the more abstruse theories of deterrence, distinguished three types. Type 1 involved superpower nuclear exchanges. Type 2, limited conventional or tactical nuclear attacks involving allies. And Type 3 addressed most other types of challenges. At each stage, the requirements in terms of political will became more demanding, especially once both sides had acquired nuclear arsenals. It was one thing to threaten nuclear retaliation to deter nuclear attack, quite another to threaten nuclear use to deter a non-nuclear event. Because it was always unlikely that the United States would be directly attacked by a major power with anything other than nuclear weapons, the most likely non-nuclear event to be deterred would be an attack on an ally. This requirement came to be known as extended deterrence. Because of the development of Soviet capabilities, U.S. methods of deterrence became less confident, moving from disproportionate to proportionate retaliation, from setting definite obstacles to aggression to warnings that should aggression occur, the consequences could be beyond calculation, from assured and unconstrained threats of overwhelming force to a shared risk of mutual destruction. Shelling. The theorist who did more than any other to explore the conundrums of deterrence and nuclear strategy was Thomas Schelling. He was one of a number of figures in and around Rand during the 1950s, including Bernard Brodie, Albert Wohlstetter, and Herman Kahn, who, despite their differences, contributed to a developing framework for thinking about these weapons that acknowledged their horrific novelty, yet tried to describe their strategic possibilities. At the time, Kahn, ebullient and provocative, and one possible model for Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, was the best known. His book on thermonuclear war forged a link with Clausewitz, at least in its title, although his biographer doubted whether he had ever even done more than skimmed Clausewitz. He never showed a smidgen of interest in any strategic theorist. Wohlstetter described his prose as dictated through a public address system. He was nuclear strategy's first celebrity, with his physical mass and somewhat geeky cast, confirming myths that the ultimate war would be the product of the imaginings of mad geniuses. A mass of statistics on the likely character of nuclear war would be qualified by breezy and hardly comforting statements, such as, barring bad luck and bad management, and led to policy options that were evaluated in terms of possible losses of units of humanity, measured in the millions. Kahn's fellow nuclear strategists objected as much to his showmanship and the bad name he gave their new profession, as to his claims about emerging victorious from the apocalypse. An enthusiastic advocate of civil defense, Kahn was convinced that control was possible in all types of conflict, even nuclear war. Schelling was a more substantial theorist, developing ways of thinking about conflict that illuminated nuclear issues while remaining relevant to broader strategic questions. After the mid-1960s, when he felt he had said much of what he wanted to say about nuclear matters, he turned his attention to other issues, ranging from crime to cigarette smoking, but still applied the same essential approach. His achievement was underlined by the award of a Nobel Prize in Economics in 2005 for having enhanced our understanding of conflict and cooperation through game theory analysis. Yet Schelling's relationship to game theory was equivocal. He did not describe himself as a game theorist, but rather a social scientist who used game theory on occasion. He hit upon his big idea before he came across game theory as a means through which it could be expressed. He preferred to reason through analogy in ways that purists found maddening. Schelling's reputation depended on his gifts as a brilliant expositor who wrote with elegance and lucidity, traits for which this particular field of endeavor were not well known. Schelling did not claim to have achieved the science that had long been sought in strategy, or that formal logic could in principle lead to a mathematical solution. He shared the view, growing among the operational research community, that advanced mathematics and abstract models were making their work less accessible to potential users, and he always opposed the suggestion that strategy was, or should be, a branch of mathematics. He confessed to have learned more from reading ancient Greek history and by looking at salesmanship than studying game theory. The greatest achievement of game theory, as far as he was concerned, was the payoff matrix. It was extraordinarily useful to be able to put together in a matrix a simple situation involving as few as two people and two choices. His equivocation on game theory was not unique. Other nuclear strategists who worked at RAND during the 1950s tended to talk of following the spirit of game theory, rather than its rules. In a 1949 article, Brodie referred to game theory in a footnote as a source of mathematical systematization, adding that, for various reasons, he did not share the author's conviction that their theory could be directly and profitably applied to problems of military strategy. Later, while finding its refinements of little use, he acknowledged the value of the constant reminder that in war we shall be dealing with an opponent who will react to our moves and to whom we must react. Few of the books on nuclear strategy made much, if any, mention of game theory. This absence was notable in a book by one of the founders of game theory, Oscar Morgenstern. Bruce Briggs suggests that the close association between nuclear strategy and game theory was a consequence of the reception of Kahn's On Thermonuclear War. Although Kahn had used neither game theory nor mathematics, he was accused of being the most extreme example of a game theory-wielding militarist, a moniker implying great technical capacity, but no moral sensibility. Schelling was also included in this category. Schelling observed at the time, "I don't see that game theory is any more involved than Latin grammar or geophysics, but its quaint name makes mysterious and patronizing references to it an effective ploy." Schelling had little background in military issues. Trained as an economist, he worked on the implementation of the post-war Marshall Plan for economic reconstruction in Europe. This led to his general interest in negotiations of all types, particularly the process of finding points that could support an agreed solution, possibly through tacit as much as explicit bargaining. After publishing an article demonstrating the possibility of arriving at common solutions without direct communication, he read Luce and Rafa's Games and Decisions and saw the potential of game theory. His interest in how nations, people, or organizations go about committing themselves to threats and promises in bargaining positions led him into contact with Rand in 1956, and he spent a productive year there from 1958 to 1959. Schelling was able to test his developing theories in the company of other key thinkers from a variety of disciplines, all trying to make sense of the nuclear age. Although he was offered jobs in the Kennedy administration, he preferred to keep his independence. He did work as a consultant, however. Many of the ideas and concepts Schelling developed along with his colleagues at RAND became familiar and entered the strategic vernacular, but it is important to note just how novel and radical they were. Critics complained, with some justice, that the methodology allowed talk about dreadful possibilities in dispassionate terms and contemplated moves that should never be countenanced by a civilized people. Their models did not offer a way of transcending the Cold War conflict and failed to accommodate the ideological and geopolitical issues. These were important limitations, but they should not hide the achievement of developing a way to think about conflict that could also accommodate cooperation. Schelling started with the special features of a game of strategy, compared with those of chance or skill. Each player's best choice depends on the action he expects the others to take, which he knows depends in turn on the other's expectation of his own. Strategy was all about interdependence, the conditioning of one's own behavior on the behavior of others. This could cover any social relationship in which there was a mixture of conflict and cooperation. All partnerships were to some degree precarious, just as all antagonisms were to some degree incomplete. The combination of conflict and cooperation was at the heart of the theory. It became irrelevant when there was an absence of either. Schelling noted that the theory degenerates at one extreme if there is not scope for mutual accommodation, no common interest at all, even in avoiding mutual disaster. It degenerates at the other extreme if there is no conflict at all and no problem in identifying and reaching common goals. On this basis, the role of force could be rethought. Traditionally, it had been used by countries to take and hold what they wanted. Forcibly, a country can repel and expel, penetrate and occupy, seize, exterminate, disarm and disable, confine, deny access, and directly frustrate intrusion or attack. It can, that is, if it has enough strength. Enough depends on how much an opponent has. In setting up an alternative to brute force, Schelling made one of his most startling assertions. In addition to weakening an enemy militarily, it can cause an enemy plain suffering. Contrary to prevailing views and established international law for that matter, that stressed the importance of avoiding unnecessary suffering. Schelling claimed that the ability to hurt was among the most impressive attributes of military force. Its value lay not in actually doing so, which would constitute a gross failure of strategy, but in what opponents might do to avoid it. So long as the violence could both be anticipated and avoided by accommodation, it had coercive value. The power to hurt is bargaining power. To exploit it is diplomacy. Vicious diplomacy, but diplomacy. Under this proposition, strategy moved from considerations of conquest and resistance to deterrence, intimidation, blackmail, and threats. Coercion was therefore at the heart of the theory. The hurt did not have to be nuclear. The same framework could work with less punitive forms, for example, economic sanctions. It could also take in the traditional distinction between offense and defense, although not in the sense of being able to be certain of either conquering territory or stopping any invasion at the borders. The point about coercion was that it involved influencing through threats rather than controlling the opponent's behavior. The defensive equivalent was deterrence, persuading an enemy not to attack. The offensive equivalent was compellence, inducing withdrawal or acquiescence. Deterrence demanded an opponent's inaction. Compellence demanded action or ceasing adverse actions. Deterrence was about the status quo and had no obvious time limits. Compellence projected forward to a new place and could be urgent. Deterrence was easier because all that was required was that an action be withheld. The target could deny that one was ever contemplated. Compliance was more conspicuous with compellence, more evidently submission under duress, less capable of being rationalized as something that one was going to do anyhow. The two could merge. Once an initial deterrent threat had failed and an opponent was acting in a hostile way, the next threat must be compellent. In a conflict in which both sides could hurt each other but neither could forcibly accomplish its purpose, and in which the balance of advantage kept changing hands, the requirement to deter and to compel could shift, depending on who was on top at any time. Nuclear threats had a special character. Executing them would be an unusually horrible thing to do. But a state with a nuclear monopoly might feel that it was not too difficult to gain strategic advantage by threatening others. What made the difference was that something equally horrible might come back in return. How could one benefit from threats that lacked credibility because of the risk of retaliation and could thus be exposed as bluff at the first challenge? Again, Schelling addressed this conundrum by turning traditional concepts upside down. The aim of strategy, it had been supposed, was to exert the maximum control over the course of an unfolding conflict. Schelling asked a different question. Could there be strategic advantages in accepting a loss of control? Coercive threats worked by influencing an opponent's choices. Perhaps their choice could be made more difficult by limiting one's own. To inject credibility into an apparently irrational stance, why not work to create an essentially irrational situation? The idea was to shift the onus of decision onto the other side, so that it was the opponent who was obliged to choose between continued combat and backing down. Only the enemy's withdrawal can tranquilize the situation. Otherwise, it may turn out to be a contest of nerves. There were precedents. The Greeks burning their bridges to show they would stand and fight against the Persians. The Spanish conqueror Cortes conspicuously burning his ships in front of the Aztecs. By removing retreat as an option, your men had no choice but to fight, while the enemy would be discouraged by an apparent display of confidence. In the nuclear sphere, at one extreme, choice could be wholly conceded to the opponent by making the threatened action automatic, beyond recall unless stopped by an act of compliance. That was the notion of the doomsday machine. Pass a line and nothing could be done to stop the detonation and the shared calamity. Removing all choice was unacceptable, so Schelling posed the problem in terms of progressive risk. The opponent would know that even if the threatener had second thoughts, the threat might still be implemented. This set up the possibility of a competition in risk-taking, which could turn war into a contest of endurance, nerve, obstinacy, and pain. This would be not quite a doomsday machine, but the threatened would know that the threat could not be wholly bluff because the threatener was not completely in control. Schelling called this the threat that leaves something to chance. The feature of such threats was that, though one may or may not carry them out, the final decision is not altogether under the threatener's control. In his version of Clausewitz's friction, Schelling emphasized the ubiquity of uncertainty that gave this type of threat credibility. Violence, especially in war, is a confused and uncertain activity, highly unpredictable, depending on decisions made by fallible human beings, organized into imperfect governments, depending on fallible communications and warning systems, and on the untested performance of people and equipment. It is, furthermore, a hot-headed activity, in which commitments and reputations can develop a momentum of their own. Whereas Clausewitz saw friction as undermining all but the most dogged of strategies, Schelling saw how these uncertainties might be used creatively, if recklessly. The uncertainty would grow as a crisis turned into a limited conflict, and then moved toward general war, getting out of hand by degrees. Skillful tactics would exploit this fact, not shrink from it. The assumption was that it was worth letting a situation get somewhat out of hand, because the opponent would find such circumstances intolerable. Deterrence was possible because of a situation in which terrible things might happen, which was credible because of human irrationality, rather than a specific threat to do those things, which was incredible because of human rationality. The potential rationality of irrationality was illustrated using the game of chicken. Two cars were driven toward each other by delinquent teenagers, Bill and Ben, anxious to prove their toughness. The first to swerve lost. If both swerved, nothing was gained. If neither swerved, everything was lost. If Bill swerved and Ben did not, Then Bill suffered humiliation, and Ben gained prestige. The Minimax strategy dictated that they both swerved as the best of the worst outcomes. This represented the natural caution displayed by both sides during the Cold War. Timing, however, made a difference. Bill was prepared to swerve, but Ben swerved first. Bill won because he delayed his commitment. He kept his nerve longer. Perhaps he was confident that Ben would swerve because he knew to be weak-willed. Suppose that Ben was aware of this impression and sought to correct it. He wanted Bill to think him reckless or even a bit crazy. A number of ruses might reinforce such impression, swaggering, boasting, or feigning drunkenness. Irrationality became rational. If Ben could persuade Bill that he had taken leave of his senses, Ben might just prevail. This illuminates the basic problem with this line of argument. Even if one was apparently committed to a patently irrational course to impress the opponent, a foot would still hover close to the brake pedal and hands would stay firmly on the steering wheel. What might work for two individuals was less likely to work for governments who needed to convince their own people that they knew what they were doing. Even if the internal audience was tolerant of ruses designed to suggest a loss of control, such stunts could not be a regular feature of crisis management. Whether the game involved individual or states, it was difficult to pretend irrationality consistently, in one game after another. Like deceptive strategies, pretended irrationality would be difficult to repeat, as it would affect perceptions of behavior next time round. Indeed, it could be counterproductive if the other side overcompensated. The more often the game was played, the more dangerous it could become. The full importance of any strategic encounter lay not only in the implications for the matter at hand, but also in the long-term impact on the relationship between the two adversaries. The results of strategies adopted in a particular game would affect their potential success if used in subsequent games. Game theory presented simultaneous decisions by players. Schelling understood that the moves often took place sequentially, so that the structure of the game changed each time. The mutual learning process was important to Schelling's schema. It was almost a mission to reorient game theory to take account of the fact that people can often concert their intentions or expectations with others if each knows that the other is trying to do the same. Unlike theorists who argued that equilibrium points could be found using mathematics, Schelling insisted that points would suggest themselves as being obvious or natural. This required some common language that permits them to hold discourse. Communication of this sort between adversaries would not allow for great subtlety or sophistication, especially if the language did not emerge through formal negotiations or declarations. It could be tacit, as much as explicit, dependent on prominent symbols and values in a shared culture, guided by tradition and precedents, with mutual understandings created and reinforced through deeds as much as words. It would draw on imagination more than on logic. It could depend on analogy, precedent, accidental arrangement, symmetry, aesthetic or geometric configuration, casuistic reasoning, and who the parties are and what they know about each other. Certain focal points would become salient. They would need to be simple, recognizable, and conspicuous. In Arms and Influence, Schelling gave examples of features that might suggest themselves to opposing forces who could not communicate directly. National boundaries and rivers, shorelines and battle line itself, even parallels of latitude. The distinction between air and ground, the distinction between nuclear fission and chemical combustion, the distinction between combat support and economic support, the distinction between combatants and non-combatants, the distinctions among nationalities. Once proper communication was possible and the players could use direct speech and overt bargaining, the pure coordination game, Schelling suggests, not only ceases to be interesting, but virtually ceases to be a game. Yet for all the possibilities of indirect communication, the influence of norms and conventions of behavior, or the focal points thrown up by nature. It was hard to see how they could be more reliable than direct communications. In circumstances where the opportunities for direct communication were sparse, it was the case between the two ideological blocs for much of the Cold War. Schelling's insight about the possibility of still finding shared focal points by indirect means was valuable. But it could not be taken too far. It did not necessarily mean that these points would be found when they were really needed. Moreover, when two sides were working with such different sets of values and beliefs, what was salient for one might not be salient for the other. Without direct communication to verify that an agreed point had been found, it was possible to miscalculate by assuming that the other side attached the same salience to the same point, or by assuming that agreement on such matters was impossible. It could seem, as Hedley Bull observed in a review of Arms and Influence, that the superpowers would be sending and receiving messages and ironing out understandings with scarcely as much as a nod or a wink. First and second strikes. Schelling argued that not only was it possible to think of nuclear strategy in terms of bargaining and coercion, but it was unwise to think of it in any other way. This challenged the idea of a decisive victory directly by claiming that, at least in the nuclear area, it made no sense. That did not mean that there was no concept of what a decisive nuclear victory would look like. To ensure success, it would have to take the form of a knockout blow that left the opponent no chance to retaliate. This was not a possibility that either side in the Cold War ever felt able to dismiss entirely. It provided part of the dynamic of the arms race between the two sides and governed calculations of risk. A first-strike capability came to refer to the potential ability to disarm the enemy as a surprise attack. No military operation ever conceived could be as fateful. It would be the first and only time it would be attempted, and would be launched in secret, using untried weapons against a range of disparate targets in a wholly unique scenario, using equally untried defenses to catch any retaliatory weapons. Whether such a capability was in reach depended on evaluations of the developing capabilities of offensive and defensive weapons. In a celebrated RAND study of the mid-1950s, a team led by Albert Wohlstetter demonstrated that the air bases of the U.S. Strategic Air Command could be vulnerable to a surprise attack. Retaliation from such an attack would be impossible, thereby exposing the United States and its allies to Soviet blackmail. This challenged the prevailing view that nuclear weapons could be used solely in counter-value strikes against easily targeted political and economic centers. A counter-force strike against military targets would potentially be strategically decisive, because it would leave the opponent without any way of retaliating. If, however, the attacked nation was able to absorb an attempted first strike and retain sufficient forces to hit back, then it would have a second strike capability. Wohlstetter believed that this study, drawing on the tradition of operations research and empirical systems analysis, far more than Schelling's musing, discovered the vulnerabilities of strategic forces. Suppose both sides had a first strike capability. Brodie set out the alternative possibilities in a 1954 article in which he observed that in a world in which either side can make a surprise attack on the other, it would make sense to be trigger-happy. As with the American gunfighter duel, frontier style, the one who leads on the draw and the aim achieves a good clean win. If neither side had the capability, however, trigger happiness would be suicidal, and restraint only prudent. Depending on how the technology developed, there would either be powerful pressures to preempt at times of high political tension, which could lead to a dangerous dynamic, or there would be considerable stability, as no premium would be attached to unleashing nuclear hostilities. Thus, confidence and stability depended on expectations with regard to the opponent's attitude and behavior. In a compelling example of his mode of analysis, Schelling described a reciprocal fear of surprise attack, to show how an apparently stable system of deterrence could suddenly be destabilized, even when there was no fundamental basis for either side to strike first. A modest temptation on each side to sneak in a first blow, a temptation too small by itself to motivate an attack, might become compounded through a process of interacting expectations, with additional motive for attack being produced by successive cycles of he thinks, we think, he thinks, we think. He thinks we think he'll attack, so he thinks we shall, so he will, so we must. To reduce any chance of such thoughts, nuclear systems should be unequivocally geared to a second strike, relatively invulnerable and relatively inaccurate. In practice, this meant that cities would be threatened, not weapons. The logic became even more uncomfortable and paradoxical. Nothing should be done to diminish the murderous consequences of a nuclear war, because nothing should be done to encourage any thought that it was worth starting. A weapon that can hurt only people and cannot possibly damage the other side's striking force, Schelling explained, is profoundly defensive. It provides its possessor no incentive to strike first. The danger lay with weapons intended to seek out the enemy's missiles and bombers. That can exploit the advantage of striking first and consequently provide a temptation to do so. The aim was to stabilize the U.S.-Soviet nuclear relationship. On this basis, Schelling noted, missile-carrying submarines were admirable for second strike purposes. They were extremely hard to find and destroy at sea, but it was also hard, at the time he was writing, to use them for accurate strikes against the enemy forces. For this reason, Schelling argued that Americans should not want a monopoly on these submarines, for if they have either no intention or no political capacity for a first strike, it would usually be helpful if the enemy were confidently assured of this. If such reasoning led to conclusions that seemed quite bizarre to the military mind, the same was true for those on the other side of the argument, campaigning for radical measures of disarmament. The more weapons one had, the more difficult it was for the adversary to wipe them out in a surprise attack. An agreement designed to stabilize the nuclear relationship would be easier to maintain at higher rather than lower levels, for it would be much more difficult to prepare to cheat by hiding extra missiles if the starting numbers were high. Neither the military nor the disarmers were at all sure that their activities should be mutually reinforcing. The term arms control was in fact coined in the 1950s, precisely to identify forms of mutual understanding that were compatible with the new imperatives of military strategy. It meant that the military had to get used to the idea that while opposing the enemy's force, they must also collaborate, implicitly if not explicitly, in avoiding the kinds of crises in which withdrawal is intolerable for both sides, in avoiding false alarms and mistaken intentions, and in providing, along with its deterrent threat of resistance or retaliation in the event of unacceptable challenges, reassurance that restraint on the part of potential enemies will be matched by restraint of our own. In line with Schelling's general interest on how productive agreements could be reached without direct communication, arms control could involve induced or reciprocated self-control, whether the inducements include negotiated treaties or just informal understandings, and reciprocated restraints. In any event, technological developments supported the second strike. Attempts to develop effective defenses against nuclear attack proved futile. By the mid-1960s, fears eased of a technical arms race that might encourage either side to unleash a surprise attack. For the foreseeable future, each side could eliminate the other as a modern industrial state. Robert McNamara, as Secretary of Defense, argued that so long as the two superpowers had confidence in their capacity for mutual assured destruction, an ability to impose unacceptable damage defined as 25% of population and 50% of industry, the relationship between the two would be stable. These levels, it should be noted, reflected less a judgment about the tolerances of modern societies, and more the point at which extra explosions would result in diminishing marginal returns, measured by new damage and casualties. The point at which, to use Winston Churchill's vivid phrase, all you are going to do is make the rubble bounce. If serious fighting did begin, the incentives would shift. Assuming no rush into nuclear exchanges, it would still be possible to shape the development of the conflict by drawing on the potential of what could happen. So long as cities were spared, there was some hope of establishing a new bargain, even in the midst of war. But once cities were destroyed, there was nothing else to lose. Attacks on cities would be a massive and modern version of an ancient institution, the exchange of hostages. Keeping something of value vulnerable was a way of enforcing good behavior. Like Clausewitz, Schelling saw how raw and angry passions could also undermine restraint. The process by which a conflict intensified and became more dangerous came to be described as escalation. This word, not one that Schelling favored, came into vogue to describe a tragic process as a limited war became total. It was based on the metaphor of the moving staircase that once started could not be stopped, however much the original decision might be regretted. The term, initially interchangeable with words like explosion, eruption, and trigger, was first used to challenge the idea of a limited nuclear war. Henry Kissinger, for example, defined escalation in 1960 as the addition of increments of power until limited war insensibly merges into all-out war. Schelling was aware of opportunities to use the process for bargaining purposes, as well as how these would become fewer as control over events was progressively lost. To get the aggressor to stop and preferably go back to the starting point, relinquishing captured territory, the threat would have to be credible and serious. Yet the circumstances would be those in which a previous deterrent threat had not been taken sufficiently seriously. The function of limited war, therefore, had to be understood less in terms of ensuring that war stayed limited, and more in terms of posing the deliberate risk of all-out war, and keeping the risk of escalation within moderate limits above zero. The role of the first nuclear exchanges would not be solely or mainly to redress a balance on the battlefield, but primarily to make the war too painful or too dangerous to continue. Schelling developed his ideas before it became apparent that the superpower confrontation would become dominated by thoughts of mutual destruction. The possibilities that Schelling explored did not materialize because the consequences of any nuclear use would be so horrendous that they did not lend themselves to subtle and clever maneuvers. Crisis behavior became careful, cautious, and circumspect. So much of Schelling's framework can be considered in retrospect as a mind-clearing exercise, exploring a range of possibilities that never moved beyond speculative hypotheses, but at least demonstrated the inadequacy of conventional strategic thought. During the 1950s, with memories of past lurches to war still strong, few were confident that a Third World War could be indefinitely postponed. The exploration of the logic of deterrence, and why it made sense to accept this logic rather than attempt to circumvent it, was important enough to justify the effort. Existential deterrence. It might have even been possible to imagine a major war between the two superpowers in which nuclear weapons were not used, although few would have been prepared to rely on continuing restraint. The core problem which niggled away at America's strategists was that of extended deterrence, the commitment to bring nuclear means to the aid of non-nuclear allies. Once a stalemate was reached, it seemed reckless to consider nuclear war on behalf of allies. But the Europeans were assumed to have insufficient conventional strength to hold back a determined assault by the Soviet-led Warsaw Pact. If Europe was not to be overrun, there at least had to be a possibility that the United States would initiate nuclear war. Were it not for this basic political commitment, reflecting a vital interest, there would have been no need to worry about Schelling's threats that left something to chance. This idea was best captured by so-called tactical nuclear weapons whose military value could never be properly explained, but conveyed the risk that once entangled in a land war in Europe, they could trigger nuclear war in a way that was beyond rational consideration. By the start of the 1960s, there was a developing view in the United States that the best way to ease this problem was to reduce dependence upon nuclear threats by increasing conventional forces, to create deterrence by denial. The difficulty was that a conventional buildup would be expensive, and such obvious efforts to reduce their nuclear liabilities would suggest to European minds that the Americans might consider European security a less than vital interest. Behind this, there was a disjunction between the formal strategic analysis emerging from the American think tanks and the politics of Europe, divided between two hostile ideological blocs, yet enjoying some stability. The Europeans did not view the continent as being on the edge of war. They understood that nuclear threats might not be credible, but deterrence could still work because of the residual possibility that in the irrational, intense circumstances of another European war, nuclear weapons might be used. The possibility did not have to be very large for political leaders to decide to stick with a manageable status quo. On this basis, the key to deterrence was alliance, the close link between American power, including its nuclear arsenal, and European security. The threat to deterrence was anything which undermined that link. Here was a clash of strategic frameworks. One was top-down, the classical grand strategic perspective, which focused on the formidable reasons not to risk war when it was possible to imagine catastrophe for all involved. The other was bottom-up, an operational analysis which considered where the advantage might lie in a conflict, should the politicians decide the stakes were worth the fight. This pointed to an inability to match Soviet conventional strength. Only increasingly incredible nuclear threats were available should Moscow take advantage of this vulnerability, raising the possibility that it just might. This issue came to a head in 1961, when newly elected President Kennedy was faced with a major challenge over the status of Berlin. The old German capital was firmly in communist East Germany, yet as part of the post-war settlement, it had been divided into two. West Berlin, connected uneasily to West Germany, offered an easy route for East Germans seeking to escape communism. This was a major irritant to Moscow. There were threats that summer of a Soviet move to cut off West Berlin and bring it into communist control. As the city was indefensible by conventional means, any effort to prevent this carried a risk of nuclear war. Ultimately, this risk was sufficient for the communists to limit the provocation, and they built a wall which divided Berlin and so kept their people hemmed in. During the summer's crisis, a paper by Schelling setting out his ideas on limited nuclear conflict was passed to Kennedy. The paper stressed the importance of heightening the risk to the enemy rather than making a futile bid to win a decisive victory. We should plan for a war of nerve, of demonstration, and of bargaining, not of tactical target destruction. This paper apparently made a deep impression on Kennedy. Schelling had been talking with McGeorge Bundy, Kennedy's national security advisor. They shared a concern that the military seemed unable to think through the hideous jump between conventional warfare and a single massive all-out blast. His main contribution to policy at this time, however, was to help set up a crisis game that sought to simulate as closely as possible the confused and stressful conditions decision-makers might face, and the questions to be addressed should tensions over Berlin escalate. Schelling's game explored how the Berlin crisis might unfold. This had the advantage of being a contained scenario in which the dimensions and core views of the protagonists were known. In September 1961, a number of rounds of this game took place in Washington, designed to impress on the participants the bargaining aspect of a military crisis. The games forced senior policymakers, military and civilian, to work out responses to various contingencies. The conclusions, which had an effect on both official thought and Schelling's future theorizing, emphasized the pressure of events. It was far harder to communicate efficiently than was often assumed, as the enemy saw only the actions and not the intent behind them, and there would be far less time for diplomacy to operate than had been hoped. Yet it also became extraordinarily difficult in the games to trigger a large-scale conventional war, much less a nuclear conflict. According to Alan Ferguson, Schelling's collaborator, our inability to get a fight started was the single most striking result. The games also highlighted a problem with Berlin. Whoever it is who has to initiate the action that neither side wants is the side that is deterred. In a fragile situation, good strategy involves leaving the overt act up to the other side. The game, therefore, gave little support to the idea that any nuclear use, even for signaling purposes, provided realistic options for NATO in the event that the Berlin crisis worsened, but it did reinforce the size of the gap between conventional and nuclear war. Reporting back to Kennedy, an aide highlighted the difficulty of using military power flexibly and effectively for tactical purposes in the conduct of the day-to-day political struggle with the Soviet Union. The next year, Kennedy faced an even greater crisis, prompted by the discovery that the Soviet Union was building missile sites in Cuba. Many of the conversations of leading players on the American side were recorded as they debated potential moves and countermoves. The president spent much of the crisis trying to determine the effect of a particular course of action in Moscow, and to do this he tried to put himself in Nikita Khrushchev's shoes. In doing so, Kennedy supposed that the Soviet leader was cast in the same mold, responding to the same stimuli and facing the same sort of pressures from his own hardliners, finding it as hard as Kennedy would to back down from public commitments. He was fearful that a missile strike against Cuba would lead to a Soviet attack against Turkey, where American missiles of equivalent range and targeting were based. A blockade of Cuba would revive the issue of a blockade of West Berlin. Kennedy formed an in-group of key officials, known as XCOM, to debate the alternatives. One option was to launch airstrikes against the offending bases in Cuba, to take them out before they became operational. This option had to take into account whether it might be possible to get away with a small surgical strike, or whether the risk could only be removed by continual and heavy strikes, possibly followed by an invasion. Another option involved a more gradualistic approach, demonstrating resolve through a blockade to prevent military equipment getting to Cuba. XCOM's decisions in part depended on the practicalities, the Air Force's confidence in their ability to find and destroy the bases, the quality of the air defenses they would face, and the risk that some of the weapons were already operational. When confronting the possibility of airstrikes, especially without warning, a number of members of XCOM felt uneasy. The United States had, after all, been the victim of a surprise airstrike on December 7, 1941. The president's speechwriter, Ted Sorensen, noted that he had no trouble writing the speech announcing the blockade, but great difficulty writing one to report an airstrike. The other advantage of the blockade was it did not preclude tougher action if it failed to produce immediate results. It kept options open and the opponent guessing. There was still anxiety over whether the blockade could be enforced. Robert Kennedy wrote of his brother as he waited to see how Soviet ships would respond. I think these few minutes were the time of greatest concern for the president. Was the world on the brink of a Holocaust? Was it our error, a mistake? Was there something further that should have been done, or not done? His hand went up to his face and covered his mouth. He opened and closed his fist. His face seemed drawn, his eyes pained, almost gray. From the other side, consider a long, impassioned private letter to Kennedy that arrived 2 days later from the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev. If people do not show wisdom, then in the final analysis they will come to a clash. like blind moles, and then reciprocal extermination will begin. We and you ought not to pull on the ends of the rope in which you have tied the knot of war, because the more the two of us pull, the tighter that knot will be tied. And a moment may come when that knot will be tied so tight that even he who tied it will not have the strength to untie it, and then it will be necessary to cut it. And what that would mean is not for me to explain to you, because you yourself understand perfectly of what terrible forces our countries dispose. On Saturday, October 27th, 1962, tensions were at their height after mixed messages from Moscow, one conciliatory, the other tough, and the added tensions of an American spy plane getting shot down over Cuba. The presumed response was to retaliate against Soviet surface-to-air missile sites in Cuba. While this might be held back, at some point surveillance would need to start again, putting U.S. aircraft at risk and making a response unavoidable. Robert McNamara set out a possible script. If surveillance aircraft were fired upon, the United States would have to respond. There would be losses of aircraft, and we'll be shooting up Cuba quite a bit. This was not a position that could be sustained for very long. So we must be prepared to attack Cuba, quickly. This was going to require an all-out attack involving airstrikes, with sorties every day thereafter, and I personally believe that this is almost certain to lead to an invasion. I won't say certain to, but almost certain to lead to an invasion. The next stage assumed a tit-for-tat reprisal from Khrushchev. If we do this, and leave those missiles in Turkey, the Soviet Union may, and I think probably will, attack the Turkish missiles. This led inexorably on to the proposition that, if the Soviet Union attacks the Turkish missiles, we must respond. We cannot allow a Soviet attack on the Jupiter missiles in Turkey without a military response by NATO. He continued, now the minimum military response by NATO to a Soviet attack on the Turkish Jupiter missiles would be a response with conventional weapons by NATO forces in Turkey. That is to say, Turkish and U.S. aircraft against Soviet warships and/or naval bases in the Black Sea area. Now that to me is the absolute minimum, and I would say that it is damned dangerous to have had a Soviet attack on Turkey and a NATO response on the Soviet Union. McNamara took this sufficiently seriously, even though he was assuming in this script that his own government would take choices that he clearly thought unwise, to suspect that a nuclear war would be set in motion the next day. In reality, neither Kennedy nor Khrushchev were prepared to contemplate such a calamity, and they found a way to draw back from the brink. Withdrawal of Soviet missiles in return for an American promise not to invade Cuba. During the crisis, there were many examples of how poorly the two sides understood each other. Yet on the most fundamental issue, they had a shared view. They were determined to avoid a nuclear tragedy. Although the outcome of the missile crisis was shaped by a shared fear of nuclear war, one conclusion drawn was that with a clear head and a strong will, such crises were possible to manage. In particular, the successful outcome was used to challenge the notion of escalation. This had been not so much a strategy as something to be avoided. After the crisis, the metaphor was challenged for failing to recognize the potential for graduated moves, especially during the early stages of a conflict before serious battle had been joined. Albert and Roberta Wohlstetter observed that there are down escalators as well as up escalators, and there are landings between escalators where one can decide to get off or get on, to go up or down, or to stay there, or to take the stairs. Just where automaticity or irreversibility takes over is an uncertain but vital matter, and that is one of the reasons a decision-maker may want to take a breath at a landing to consider next steps. Herman Kahn sought to show that even once nuclear exchanges had begun, there were ways of conducting operations that might keep the pressure on the other side, while avoiding Armageddon. He saw escalation as a dragon to be slain, not so much a phenomenon operating independent of human action, but a possible product of inadequate intellectual and physical preparation. He introduced the idea that escalation might be a deliberate act. The noun acquired a verb when he referred to people who wish to escalate a little themselves, but somehow feel that the other side would not be willing to go one step further. Escalation was transformed from a hopelessly unruly process to one that might be tamed and possibly manipulated. In his 1965 book, On Escalation, he introduced the escalation ladder, with 16 thresholds and 44 steps. For most, the striking feature of the book was the possibility of anyone coming up with almost 30 distinctive ways of using nuclear weapons following their first use at rung 15. The escalation up the ladder concluded, when all semblance of control had been lost, with a wargasm. Kahn declared himself innocent of the Freudian connotations. Luigi Nono, the radical Italian composer, used Kahn's ladder as the theme for a musical composition dedicated to the National Liberation Front of Vietnam, which moved from 1 Crisi Manifesta to 44 Spasmo o Guerra Insensata. McGeorge Bundy, former National Security Advisor to both Kennedy and Johnson, also reacted strongly to analyses such as these. He concluded that the arms race had become largely irrelevant in terms of actual international political behavior. Once both sides acquired thermonuclear weapons, there was a stalemate. The certain prospect of retaliation meant that there had been literally no prospect at all that any sane political authority in either the United States or the Soviet Union would consciously choose to start a nuclear war. He wrote of the enormous gulf between what political leaders really think about nuclear weapons and what is assumed in complex calculations of relative advantage in simulated strategic warfare. In think tanks, levels of acceptable damage could involve the loss of tens of millions of lives, so that the loss of dozens of great cities is somehow a real choice for sane men. For Bundy, in The Real World of Real Political Leaders, a decision that would bring even one hydrogen bomb on one city of one's own country would be recognized in advance as a catastrophic blunder. 10 bombs on 10 cities would be a disaster beyond history, and 100 bombs on 100 cities are unthinkable. Bundy's belief that the more esoteric strategic debates had lost touch with reality led, in 1983, to the argument that because both sides would be able to retaliate with thermonuclear weapons even after the strongest possible preemptive attack, there was in place a form of deterrence which he described as existential, resting on uncertainty about what could happen. This removed the strategic effect from particular weapons programs, preparations for employment, or doctrinal pronouncements. So long as any superpower war carried a risk of utter calamity, it was best not to take risks. This notion proved to be extremely seductive, not only because of its intuitive plausibility, but because it solved all those perplexing problems of nuclear policy by rendering them virtually irrelevant, so long as they did not stray too far into the realms of recklessness and foolishness. Although in policy-making circles it was still extremely difficult to think of ways to assess the size and composition of nuclear arsenals, except by reference to the assumed requirements of actual exchanges, as evidenced in numerous debates in Washington over new weapons systems. These debates eventually acquired a routine quality. The scenarios became drained of credibility. Nuclear deterrence worked for the United States because it warned of the severe dangers of disrupting the status quo. The sense of danger depended not on the rationality of a nuclear response, but on the residual doubt that once the passions of war had been unleashed, no reliance could be placed on the irrationality of nuclear response. Chapter 14. Guerrilla Warfare. The power of armies is a visible thing, formal and circumscribed in time and space. But who the limits of that power shall trace, which a brave people in delight can bring or hide at will, for freedom combating but just revenge inflamed? No foot may chase, no eye can follow, to a fatal place that power, that spirit, whether on the wing, like the strong wind, or sleeping like the wind, within its awful caves. William Wordsworth, 1811. If nuclear power weapons pulled military strategy away from conventional warfare in one direction, guerrilla warfare moved it in another. With nuclear weapons, the issue was about threatening society with extreme force. Guerrilla warfare was about the response of an enraged society to illegitimate military force. Although it later acquired an association with radical political movements, its basic attraction was as a method that can help weaker sides survive. Although as a form of warfare it was not at all new, and had recently been adopted to the American War of Independence. Guerrilla warfare gained its name from the tactics of ambush and harassment used during the Little War, fought by Spaniards against French occupation forces at the start of the 19th century. Wordsworth's poem refers to this campaign. Guerrilla warfare was therefore defensive, fought on home territory with the advantages of popular support and local knowledge. It was geared to a strategy of exhaustion, gaining time in the hope that the enemy would tire or that something else would turn up. Such warfare was unlikely to be successful on its own. Irregular forces worked most effectively when providing a distraction to an army, also facing regular forces in a more conventional campaign. Napoleon suffered in Spain because he also faced the British army. Similarly, Russian peasants made life additionally miserable for French forces in 1812. Clausewitz, who experienced the French occupation of Prussia and was in a position to observe the Spanish insurrection and the French debacle in Russia, made guerrilla warfare the subject of his early lectures and writing. In On War, it was considered a form of defense. By the 1820s, when Clausewitz wrote most of On War, it had become an uncommon strategy. Popular energies appeared to have been played out, and conservative states were in command. Guerrilla warfare could cause an occupying force trouble, but it was the last and desperate resort of an otherwise defeated people. A general uprising against an occupier would need to be nebulous and elusive, because as soon as it became concrete it would be crushed. Though a strategically defensive concept, the tactics of guerrilla warfare had to be offensive, aiming to catch the enemy unawares. Guerrilla warfare would most likely be effective when conducted from rough and inaccessible terrain in a country's interior. Clausewitz did not see irregular militias as being of much value in the absence of regular forces. Jomini had a similar response. He understood the challenges militias could pose for occupying forces, and how difficult they might make wars of expansion if popular opinion could readily be excited. But he recoiled from the prospect. Wars in which entire peoples had become animated by religious, national, or ideological differences he considered deplorable. Organized assassination, arousing violent passions that make them spiteful, cruel, and terrible. He acknowledged that his prejudices were with the good old times, when the French and English guards courteously invited each other to fire first, rather than the frightful epoch when priests, women, and children throughout Spain plotted the murder of isolated soldiers. During the 1830s, the possibility that guerrilla warfare might serve an insurrection was raised by Mazzini's failed Young Italy campaign, with the red-shirted Giuseppe Garibaldi emerging as a gifted guerrilla commander. Despite this example, the main models for revolutionary violence remained a sudden uprising of the masses that would catch authorities by surprise. The idea that they might be worn down gradually in a prolonged campaign did not catch on. Friedrich Engels, in an article drafted for Karl Marx, saw the emergence of the guerrillas in Spain as a reflection of the failure of the Spanish army. Engels presented them as more of a mob than an army, motivated by hatred, revenge, and love of plunder. He tended to think in terms of conventional military formations, even when contemplating revolution, and assumed that after a revolution, a socialist republic would need a proper army for its defense. The presumption that a revolution would need a disciplined fighting force of class-conscious proletarians continued to influence socialist thinking, so that guerrilla warfare was seen as the domain of anarchists and criminals, of drunken riffraff indulging their violent tendencies. Though somewhat sympathetic to this view in Russia, Lenin refused to dismiss guerrilla warfare entirely, but he believed it could only be a subordinate form of struggle, not the main method, and would benefit from proper party discipline to keep it under control. Once the mass movement had reached a certain stage of development, guerrilla warfare was not out of the question during the fairly large intervals that would occur between the big exchangements in the Revolutionary Civil War. When, after the 1917 uprising, the Bolsheviks found themselves caught up in a civil war, Military Commissar Leon Trotsky also saw guerrilla warfare as a useful but subordinate form of fighting. It was demanding, so it required proper organization and direction, and must be free from amateurish and adventurous influences. It would not overthrow an enemy, but could cause difficulties. Whereas the stronger force would seek annihilation of the enemy using large-scale, centrally directed mass armies, the weaker force, Trotsky argued, might seek to disorganize the stronger using light, mobile units operating independently of one another. This followed Delbruck's distinction between annihilation and exhaustion. Trotsky was clearly in favor of annihilation. The Soviet power has been all the time, and is still, the stronger side. Its task was to crush the enemy, so as to free its hands for socialist construction. It was the enemy, therefore, that was attempting guerrilla warfare. This reflected the shift, for the proletariat was now the ruling class, and the czarists were the rebels. Trotsky denied that his strategy was too ponderous and positional, and lacked mobility. The Red Army had begun with volunteers, rebels, primitive, inexperienced guerrillas, and turned them into proper, trained, disciplined regiments and divisions. Nonetheless, as the Civil War became more challenging, Trotsky sought to form mobile guerrilla detachments, supplements to the weighty masses of the Red Army, that would cause problems for the enemy on its rear. Guerrilla warfare was therefore viewed, even by radicals, as a lesser strategy, a defensive expedient, but not a source of victory. Lawrence of Arabia. The expansion of the European empires during the 19th century prompted regular uprisings and rebellions, which put their own demands on regular forces. The British Army put these tasks under the heading of imperial policing. The classic discussion was C.E. Caldwell's Small Wars, published in 1896, which observed that, as a general rule, the quelling of the rebellion in distant colonies means protracted, thankless, invertebrate war. It was Thomas Edward Lawrence, an archaeologist who made his name during the Great War, seeking to foment an Arab rebellion against Ottoman rule, who did the most to develop principles about how guerrilla warfare should be fought, rather than how it could be contained. Lawrence had not only a startling story to tell, but also impressive literary gifts. His vivid metaphors and aphorisms help explain his influence. His memoir of the campaign, The 7 Pillars of Wisdom, remains a classic. His basic philosophy of guerrilla warfare, with a brief history of the revolt, was first published in October 1920. After the war, he struggled with the myth he had helped to create about himself, as well as with the failure of the Allied government to honor the promises of independence Lawrence had made to the Arabs. The campaign against the Turks had begun in 1916, with operations against the long railroad between Medina and Damascus, a key supply line. The regular loss of trains frustrated the Turks, for whom fully protecting the railroad appeared impossible against the Arab enemy. Eventually, this turned into a full-scale Arab revolt, a major distraction for the Turks. Lawrence described a moment early in 1917. He had been wrestling with the limitations of irregular forces. They could not do what armed forces were supposed to do. Seek for the enemy's army, his center of power, and destroy it in battle. Moreover, they would not effectively attack a position, nor could they defend one, as he had recently discovered. He concluded that their advantage lay in depth, not in face, and that the threat of attack could be used to get the Turks stuck in defensive positions. Lawrence then became ill and contemplated the future of his campaign while he recovered. He was tolerably read in military theory and impressed by Clausewitz. Yet he was repelled by the idea of an absolute war that was concerned solely with the destruction of enemy forces in the one-process battle. It felt like buying victory in blood, and he did not think the Arabs would want to do that. They were fighting for their freedom, a pleasure only to be tasted by a man alive. While armies were like plants, immobile as a whole, firm-rooted, nourished through long stems to the head, the Arab irregulars were more a thing intangible, invulnerable, without front or back, drifting about like gas. The Turks would lack enough men to cope with the ill will of the Arab people, especially as they were likely to treat the rebellion in absolute terms. They would not realize to make war upon rebellion is messy and slow, like eating soup with a knife. Attacking the Turk supply lines would keep them short of materiel. Instead of a war of contact, there was the possibility here of a war of detachment. This would involve becoming known to the enemy only when there was an opportunity to attack and avoiding being put on the defensive by perfect intelligence. There was a psychological aspect to this. Lawrence spoke in the commonplace of the time of the crowd and the need to adjust the spirit to the point where it becomes fit to exploit in action the prearrangement of a changing opinion to a certain end. The Arabs not only had to order their own men's minds, but also those of the enemy, as far as we could reach them, and of supporting the hostile nations, as well as the neutrals looking on. To this end, Lawrence developed a small, highly mobile and well-equipped force, which could take advantage of the Turks having distributed their forces thinly. The Arabs had nothing to defend and excellent knowledge of the desert. Tactics were tip and run, not pushes but strokes. Having made their point in one place, they would not hold it, but would instead move on to strike again elsewhere. Victory depended on the use of speed, concealment, accuracy of fire. Irregular war, Lawrence observed, is more intellectual than a bayonet charge. These tactics reduced the Turks to helplessness. Yet he conceded that this irregular war was not the main event in the defeat of the Ottoman Empire, which came as a result of a much more conventional push by British forces under General Allenby. In this respect, Lawrence's campaign was a sideshow upon a sideshow, though significant in a supporting role. In his acknowledgment of Allenby's role, there was a tinge of regret that this deprived him of an opportunity to see whether war could be won without battles. It had been a thrilling experiment to prove irregular war or rebellion to be an exact science. He noted the advantages: an unassailable base, in his case the Red Sea ports protected by the Royal Navy, an alien enemy unable to manage the space it was occupying, and a friendly population. Rebellions can be made by 2% active in a striking force and 98% passive sympathetically. Lawrence offered the following synopsis. In 50 words, granted mobility, security, in the form of denying targets to the enemy, time and doctrine, the idea to convert every subject to friendliness, victory will rest with the insurgents, for the algebraic factors are in the end decisive, and against them perfection of means and spirit struggle quite in vain. It is not surprising to find that Liddell Hart was enamored of Lawrence, for he was the epitome of the indirect approach in action. The two men had brief correspondence after the war, and Liddell Hart borrowed Lawrence's insights. They later became friends when Liddell Hart summarized the main themes of Lawrence's thought for an article in the 1929 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, for which he was military editor. Lawrence's exploits served a didactic purpose in illustrating the indirect approach, and Liddell Hart was impressed by this man, who was both a thinker and doer, and had found himself with such an influential command without having passed through the military system. Thereafter, Liddell Hart wrote an admiring biography in which he put Lawrence on a plinth. He was intrigued with Lawrence's observation with the Arabs, hankered after bloodless victories. Otherwise, he had little interest in irregular warfare for radical purposes. If anything, Liddell Hart disapproved of it, because it normally led to brutality and terrorism. What enthused him was the possibility that regular warfare could develop along the lines Lawrence had shown to be possible with irregular warfare. Mao and Zepp. The same resistance to the idea that guerrilla warfare could be a separate route to victory was evident in the strategy of Mao Zedong, who led the Chinese Communists to victory over their nationalist opponents in 1949. Mao saw guerrilla warfare as an acceptable strategy when on the defensive, but not as an independent route to victory. He relied on it whenever his immediate need was simply to survive. As this was often the case, his writings on guerrilla tactics have a certain authority, but his preferred form of warfare involved mobile, regular forces. Reliance on guerrilla warfare was dictated not only by the fact that for some 20 years, Mao's forces were facing stronger armies in the former of the nationalist Kuomintang and Japanese occupation forces from 1937 to 1945, but also because he made his base in rural areas and came to see the peasants, rather than the urban proletariat, as the source of revolution. Although Mao came from a rural family, his initial work as a Communist Party activist in the 1920s focused on labor struggles. This was required by the party's urban leadership, but Mao could not see how the working classes in such a vast, populous, and agrarian country as China could act as agents of change. After witnessing peasant uprisings in Hunan, he observed in 1927 that the peasants, properly mobilized, could be like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back, sweeping away all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. That year, a fragile united front between the nationalists and the communists collapsed. In the ensuing confrontation, Mao's army was defeated and he was forced to flee. He concluded quickly that it was only by means of guerrilla warfare in the expanses of rural China that survival was possible. The next stage in his thinking, following the party leadership's disastrous forays against nationalist cities in 1930, was to conceive of the countryside not so much as a base from which to attack cities, but as the place where the revolution could be made. He built up a new power base, the Jiangxi Soviet, but another failed conventional offensive against nationalist strongholds in 1934 led to a counterattack, which put this base under pressure. He escaped by a mass evacuation, known as the Long March, which succeeded to the extent that he evaded capture, at an extremely high cost. The Communists marched some 6,000 miles for a year, until a new safe haven was found in Shenxi province in October 1935. By then, Mao's force had been much reduced, to barely 10,000 men. According to Chang and Halliday, the nationalists actually allowed the Communist army to escape, as Stalin was holding the son of nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek hostage, and then Mao took an unnecessarily long route to avoid joining a rival's larger force. With the old leadership discredited and a reputation, whether or not deserved, as a military commander and expert on rural China, Mao became Communist Party leader. In July 1937, Japan invaded China. Mao had already proposed a united front against the Japanese, though agreed upon the previous December. it was always tenuous in practice, not least because it suited Mao more than the nationalists, as he was able to gain time. The nationalists were on the defensive, their leaders and officials pushed out of significant parts of the country. Meanwhile, the Japanese were unable to establish effective authority, so the communists were given an opportunity to fill the political vacuum. They were accepted as the representatives of the anti-Japanese United Front and given a hearing for the economic and social reforms they sought. The peasantry were given a chance to transform local power structures. At the same time, Mao was extremely cautious when it came to taking on the Japanese. He concentrated on survival, especially once the United States entered the war in December 1941. Even after the war, when the Civil War resumed in China, Mao remained cautious, expecting at best a negotiated peace with the Kuomintang. By 1947, he had begun to appreciate that although the nationalists notionally occupied large parts of the country, their roots were not deep and were at least vulnerable to a communist offensive. He seized power in 1949. Mao's ideas had taken shape a decade earlier. In their early formulations, they diverged from received wisdom. As he was not then the party leader, these ideas were formulated in more pragmatic and conditional terms than their more dogmatic later expressions suggested. The most authoritative presentation of the theory of People's War was a series of lectures in 1937, in the aftermath of the Long March and the Japanese invasion. These form the basis of Mao's treatise on guerrilla warfare. They reflected his conviction that the peasantry could be an agent of a revolutionary change. Because he was not working with the urban proletariat, who were supposed to acquire political consciousness as a matter of course, he put political education and mobilization at the heart of People's War. This required the masses to understand the politics of the struggle, the objectives for which it was being fought, and the program which would be implemented when it was won. The time gained by guerrilla tactics, therefore, had to be used productively, to conduct propaganda among the masses, to help them gain revolutionary power. Politics, therefore, always had to be in command. Mao played down material factors, such as economic and military power, in which he was evidently deficient, in favor of human power and morale. It is people, not things, that are decisive. Given the armed struggle in which he had been engaged for over a decade, it was not surprising that he insisted in another famous aphorism that power grows out of the barrel of a gun, reflecting the twists and turns of the armed struggle that had shaped his life. Mao had read Clausewitz and Lawrence. John Shai judged him to be, in some respects, closer to Jomini, with similar maxims, repetitions, and exhortations, and the same compounding of analysis and prescription, and didactic drive. The influence of Sun Tzu was clear in his observations on how to wear down a superior enemy while avoiding battle. The enemy advances, we retreat. The enemy camps, we harass. The enemy tires, we attack. The enemy retreats, we pursue. And the importance of intelligence and a better grasp of the situation. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. While guerrilla warfare had by necessity loomed large in his scheme, Mao was well aware of its limits. He described the basic principles of war as to preserve oneself and to annihilate the enemy. Guerrilla warfare was only relevant to the first of these tasks, although this happened to be the one which preoccupied him for all but the last few years of his military struggles. He relied on its defensive properties, popular support and local knowledge, against an occupying force. In a well-known metaphor, he described how the people mobilized would be a vast sea in which the enemy will be swallowed up, but in which their army would thrive like fish. The importance of keeping unity between the guerrilla army and the local people was stressed in his 3 rules. All actions are subject to command. Do not steal from the people. Be neither selfish nor unjust. And 8 remarks. Replace the door when you leave the house. Roll up the bedding on which you have slept. Be courteous. Be honest in your transactions. Return what you borrow. Replace what you break. Do not bathe in the presence of women. Do not without authority search the pocketbooks of those you arrest. Unlike Lawrence, whose fighters could go out and attack the enemy at vulnerable points, Mao was wary of venturing too far from his base. His strategy was to lure the enemy into his areas of strength. Here he could go on the tactical offensive. But there were limits to the possibilities of a strategic offensive. His expectation of the war with Japan was that it was likely to be protracted. As he contemplated its likely course, he identified an optimum strategy in terms of 3 stages. The first stage was defensive. Eventually, a stalemate would be reached, 2nd stage, and then the Communists would have the confidence and capabilities to move on to the offensive, 3rd stage. Although at the time the Chinese were on their own, Mao was aware that at some point, external factors that would undermine Japanese superiority might come into play. He saw a role for both guerrilla and positional, defense or attack of defined points, warfare. But the best result would require mobile warfare. Only that could lead to annihilation of the enemy, defined in terms of loss of resistance, rather than complete physical destruction. Mao was fighting an enemy with whom there might be a stalemate, but never a compromise. So the 3rd stage demanded regular forces. Until these could be developed, guerrilla units would be crucial. In the 3rd stage, they would play no more than a supporting role. The most assiduous follower of Mao after his revolution was General Vo Nguyen Giap, a schoolteacher from Vietnam who fought against colonial France and then the U.S.-supported anti-communist government in the South. He immersed himself in Maoist theory and practice in China in 1940, and then returned to Vietnam to lead the fight against the Japanese and later the French. He's also reported to have described Lawrence's 7 pillars of wisdom as his fighting gospel, that he was never without. Giap took Mao's 3 stages seriously, but his major innovation was his readiness to move between the different stages according to circumstances, whereas Mao had seen these as sequential steps. Vietnam was a relatively small country compared to China, and so required greater flexibility. In particular, Giap was prepared to use regular forces before the 3rd stage, to hold space, for example. His description of guerrilla warfare captured the best practice of the Asian communist struggle of the mid-20th century. Guerrilla war served the broad masses of an economically backward country, standing up to a well-trained army of aggression. Against the enemy's strength was poised a boundless heroism. The front was not fixed, but was wherever the enemy is found, and sufficiently exposed to be vulnerable to a local concentration of forces, employing initiative, flexibility, rapidity, surprise, suddenness in attack and retreat. The enemy would be exhausted little by small victories. Losses were to be avoided, even at the cost of losing ground. In the communist mainstream, from Engels to Giap, guerrilla warfare was therefore never seen as sufficient in itself. It was a way of holding out until it was possible to develop a true military capacity. At any time, it might be all that could be done to stay in the game. But if the aim was to seize power, the regular forces of the state would have to be defeated. Counterinsurgency. 2 books published in the 1950s sought to capture the American struggle to come to terms with communist insurgencies. Graham Greene's The Quiet American, based on the author's experiences in Vietnam in the early 1950s, focused on the earnest but naive American, Alden Pyle, who had a theoretical concept of what Vietnam needed, but no true understanding. He was sincere in his way, but as incapable of imagining pain or danger to himself as he was incapable of conceiving the pain he might cause others. Eugene Burdick and William Lederer, a professor and military officer respectively, intended to write a non-fiction book about the mistakes being made by the Americans in confronting communism in Southeast Asia. But they decided, correctly, that they could make their point more effectively through fiction. In The Ugly American, there was more of an American hero. Colonel Edwin Hillendale helped run successful campaigns in South Vietnam and the Philippines. The message of this book was that Americans seeking to influence events in these societies should live among the people and get to know their language and cultures. Every person and every nation has a key which will open their hearts, observes Hillendale. If you use the right key, you can maneuver any person or any nation, any way you want. The main characters in both books were often assumed to have been inspired by General Edward Lansdale. Greene always denied this was the case for his book, but Hillendale evidently was modeled on Lansdale. In 1961, Lansdale became an advisor to President Kennedy, after being introduced to him as one of the few Americans who really understood the demands of counterinsurgency. Lansdale understood that without popular support, there was no political base for supporting the fight. People had to be convinced that their lives could be improved through social action and political reform, as well as by the physical protection that came with sensitive military operations. This required a responsive, non-corrupt government, well-behaved armed forces, and a cause in which they could believe. John Kennedy endorsed The Ugly American as a senator, attracted by its central message that people in desperate situations could be as inspired by the ideals of American liberalism as those of Soviet communism. One of Kennedy's first acts as president was to demand that the American military take counterinsurgency far more seriously. Kennedy encouraged all those around him to read Mao and Che Guevara, the theorist of the Cuban Revolution, and took a personal interest in special forces and their training manuals and equipment. Groups were established to coordinate what was described as subterranean war, with South Vietnam soon the main area of concern. The challenge was seen to be less with diagnosis, drawing attention to the problems with development, weak governmental institutions, and militaries that were more instruments of repression than sources of security for ordinary people, than in working out what to do about it. There was considerable study of Maoist doctrine, which meant that American policy became reactive in the sense of trying to determine whether the North Vietnamese communists were moving from the second to the third stage, or focusing on countering communist propaganda and tactics. The Americans were influenced by the successful British experience in Malaya, as described by Robert Thompson. Under the leadership of Sir Gerald Templer, a communist insurgency had been contained. The shooting side of the business is only 25% of the trouble, observed Templer, and the other 75% lies in getting the people of this country behind us. The answer was not pouring more troops into the jungle. It was instead, in a phrase Templer made famous, in the hearts and minds of the people. He understood the importance of civic action, but also the need to show a determination to win. This required a readiness to be ruthless. Templer was successful, but he enjoyed favorable conditions. In Malaya, the communists were largely associated with the minority Chinese population. Their resupply routes were poor, and economic conditions were reasonable. The unsuccessful French experiences in Vietnam and Algeria were reflected in the writings of David Galula, who provided one of the more lucid texts on how to counter communist tactics, and who popularized the concept of insurgency. He also stressed the importance of the loyalty of the population. A successful counterinsurgency must ensure the people felt protected, so they could cooperate without fear of retribution. Victory would require pacifying one area after another, each serving as a secure base from which to move to the next. Galula's actual experience in Algeria was mixed. His efforts to treat local people positively were not matched by many of his fellow officers. When it came to propaganda, he judged the French definitely and infinitely more stupid than our opponents. Like other counterinsurgent specialists, Galula found that his theory fitted neither the local political structures nor army culture. The main effect of the attempt by the French officer class to develop a counterinsurgency doctrine that matched the communists in its political intensity and ruthlessness was that they began to turn their ire on Paris for not supporting their efforts with sufficient vigor, even attempting a coup. An awareness of the need to give the anti-communist South Vietnamese government more legitimacy and turn its forces into agents of democracy and development reflected a theoretical objective that was far removed from the realities on the ground. It was understood that any fighting should be done by indigenous forces, but that left open the question of what should be done when these forces could no longer cope. It was one thing if the insurgency was a response to local conditions, cloaked in the rhetoric of international communism. If it truly was being pushed from outside by communists, that was another. The U.S. military was doubtful that this was really a new type of insurgency and preferred to treat it as old-fashioned aggression. Counterinsurgency theory suggested that the role of military action was to create sufficient security to introduce programs to improve the social conditions of the people, thereby winning over their hearts and minds and denying the insurgents bases, recruits, and support. Against this, the military argued that wars were won by eliminating enemy armed forces and frustrating their operations. This supported a policy of search and destroy, through shelling and bombing areas where the enemy was believed to be hiding, though the enemy had often moved on, and the attacks led to civilian deaths and popular resentment. One of those involved in the internal discussions later commented ruefully on the somewhat simplistic assumptions about a monolithic form of threat, following the script of a war of national liberation. Under this mindset, sight of the domestic origins and root causes of internal turmoil was lost, which meant that the insurgency was treated as if it was a clearly articulated military force instead of the apex of a pyramid deeply embedded in society. Another official questioned the very description of opponents as insurgents instead of revolutionaries or rebels, because this denied the possibility that they might be champions of a popular movement. It was hard to accept that the opponents were often local and popular, and that their victims were associated with repression. The basic problem was that ameliorating the worst causes of discontent and redressing the most flagrant inequities would require positive action, and in some cases radical reform, by the local government. Yet the measures being proposed threatened to undermine the government's position, because they would involve altering the country's social structure and domestic economy. It is also important to note that the original formulations of counterinsurgency doctrine assumed that the main work would be undertaken by local forces, assisted by American resources and advisors. The use of American forces on a large scale was to be avoided. There were many examples of this during the 1960s. In this respect, South Vietnam was the exception. But it was an exception that clouded all later thoughts on counterinsurgency theory and practice. By the start of 1965, it was apparent that it was going to be very difficult to deal with the domestic sources of insurgency. Instead, American attention switched to dealing with the supply lines coming from the north. The conflict was firmly framed in terms of a fight with the communist leadership in North Vietnam and beyond, rather than as a power struggle within South Vietnam. At this time, Tom Schelling's concepts of bargaining and coercive diplomacy were particularly influential. This can be seen even in discussions of Vietnam, a situation far removed from the one to which Schelling had most applied himself. A superpower confrontation over a prized piece of real estate in the center of Europe and directly linked to a possible nuclear war. The figure in the U.S. government most influenced by Schelling during the 1960s was John McNaughton, an academic lawyer from Harvard who died in an air crash in July 1967. He had worked with Schelling on the Marshall Plan in the late 1940s, and the two remained good friends. When McNaughton spoke of arms control, for example, he showed interest in the notion of the reciprocal fear of surprise attack and non-zero-sum games. He said to have remarked that the Cuban Missile Crisis demonstrated the realism of Schelling's games. MacNaughton was a key figure in the development of the U.S. policy in Vietnam, working closely with Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy. One of his memos was famously described by a colleague as the reductio ad absurdum of the planner's art, combining realpolitik with the hyper-rationalist belief in control of the most refined American think tank. In a report of a working group MacNaughton chaired in February 1964, one suggestion was pure shelling. It would be possible to influence Hanoi's decisions by action designed to hurt but not to destroy. Also drawn from shelling was the proposition that a decision to use force if necessary, backed by resolute and extensive deployment, and conveyed by every possible means to our adversaries, gives the best present chance of avoiding the actual use of such force. The basic principle was that a pound of threat is worth an ounce of action, as long as we are not bluffing. The main threat his group had in mind was the use of American air power. At the time, the government was still trying to avoid using ground forces, but that could not achieve much of direct military value, as the supply lines were hard to disrupt, and mass air attacks on civilian populations were considered unacceptable. MacNaughton came up with the idea of coercive airstrikes with a political purpose, which he described as progressive squeeze and talk, orchestrating diplomatic communications with graduated military pressure. Even if the United States eventually gave up, it was important to show that it had been willing to keep promises, be tough, take risks, get bloodied, and hurt the enemy badly. MacNaughton was thus trying to find ways of giving the impression of commitment without being truly resolute, of following one course while not closing off others. At the start of 1965, MacNaughton consulted Schelling on exactly how the North could be coerced in these unpromising circumstances. According to one account, the two men wrestled unsatisfactorily with the question of, what could the United States ask the North to stop doing that they would obey, that we would soon know they obeyed, and that they could not simply resume doing after the bombing had ceased? Kaplan comments, with some satisfaction, so assured, at times glibly so, when writing about sending signals with force, inflicting pain to make an opponent behave, and weaving patterns of communication through tactics of coercive warfare in theory. Tom Schelling, when faced with a real-life limited war, was stumped, had no idea where to begin. In fact, Schelling was highly skeptical about the likely value of a bombing campaign against the North. He noted the weak diplomacy accompanying the bombing, and hoped that there had been private communications to Hanoi of a less ambiguous nature. Schelling's reasoning, while suggestive and provocative, could not by itself generate strategies because that required the introduction of levels of complexity that his theoretical structure could not handle. The new civilian strategists had some influence on the early stages of the U.S. policy regarding Vietnam, but the overriding influence was American military preferences. In some respects, the two came from the same starting point, a focus on techniques and tactics, separate from political context. Counterinsurgency theory, like nuclear strategy, developed as a special body of expertise geared to discussing special sorts of military relationships, as if they were special types of war. As discussed, Mao and Zapp never saw guerrilla tactics as more than expedients for when they were weak. They did not think they could win a guerrilla war. Success at this level would allow them to move on to the next stage, defined by the familiar clash of regular armies. What they thought was truly distinctive to their type of warfare was the attention paid to political education and propaganda. Vietnam, a war for which the civilian strategists had not prepared and on which they had relatively little of value to say, marked the end of the golden age of strategic studies. Just as the arrival of mutual assured destruction and a period of relative calm took the urgency out of the Cold War, Vietnam poisoned the academic well. Colin Gray charged the civilian men of ideas with being overconfident about the ease with which theory might be transferred to the world of action. The prophets had become courtiers, living off their intellectual capital. their dual loyalty to the needs of problem-oriented officials on the one hand, and the disinterested, policy-neutral standards of scholarship on the other, had tended to produce both irrelevant policy advice and poor scholarship. In response to this criticism, Brodie praised policy engagement and defended the small group of civilian strategists who had accepted the burden of making sense of the new nuclear world, because the military were incapable of doing so. Yet, having left Rand in 1966, bemoaning the astonishing lack of political sense and ignorance of diplomatic and military history among the engineers and economists, he readily accepted Vietnam as a consequence of these tendencies. Chapter 15. Observation and Orientation. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. Sun Tzu. With there apparently being little more to say on nuclear strategy and Vietnam having turned into such a bruising experience, the civilian strategists in the United States withdrew from the field. The think tanks began to dwell more on immediate issues of policy and more technical matters. The civilians had never had much to say about the classic questions of regular warfare, though this was a natural focus for the professional military. It was the one area that had been left relatively untouched by the literature of the 1950s and 1960s, due to the preoccupation with the unconventional areas of nuclear and guerrilla warfare. One exception was a retired French general, André Beaufort. Whereas the tendency in the United States was to turn strategy into a series of technical and practical issues, Beaufort's approach was broader and more philosophical. This was reflected in his definition of strategy as the art of the dialectic of two opposing wills using force to resolve their dispute. This put strategy at the highest level of policy, taking in not just a clash of arms but all possible elements of power. Strategy appeared as the supreme function of the state, requiring choices between different forms of power and their coordinated employment to ensure that their effects were maximized. Success could be achieved by means other than physical force. The target was the enemy's will to start or continue a fight. Psychological effects were therefore critical. The dialectic was composed of three interconnecting parts: nuclear, conventional, and Cold War. As a friend of Liddell Hart, Beaufort picked up on the possibilities of an indirect approach, but gave it a broader frame, looking to actions in fields other than military to make an impact. He therefore had a traditional view of conventional warfare as being about a victory, but also assumed that in an age of nuclear deterrence, this had become less interesting. By contrast, the Cold War intrigued him, because it was a new but apparently permanent phenomenon. It was pushing the conflict out into all areas, including the economic and cultural, where the two sides might encounter each other. In this respect, stirring up discontent in colonies or making humanitarian appeals could be part of the same strategy. The risk in this formulation was that events that had quite other causes were explained by this particular dialectic of opposing wills. American readers found Beaufort's philosophical approach, with its Cartesian and Hegelian influences, hard to follow. Bernard Brodie, with his pragmatism and view of strategy as the pursuit of success in certain types of competitive endeavor, described himself as uncertain of Beaufort's meaning. Brodie also found it hard to take Beaufort's dismissal of military history and his disinterest in the collection of technical data as a distraction. This went against the general consensus that awareness of technological and other types of change is a top-level requirement among strategists. Brodie's reaction to Beaufort may help explain the limited attention paid to a contribution by James Wiley. Wiley was an American admiral who wrote a short but lucid guide to contemporary strategy in the 1960s. His approach was compared at the time to Beaufort's. James Wiley's military strategy retains a following, but its impact has been marginal. Wiley first began to set down his ideas in the early 1950s, partly as reflections on his Second World War experience. He worked in concert with another admiral, Henry Eccles, whose thoughts followed a similar path. Both of them put questions of power at the heart of their analyses. Both wondered what that meant in terms of an ability to assert control. As naval officers in the Mahan tradition, they believed that control was the objective of strategy. Eccles recognized that the issue of control went beyond the purely military sphere and was both inward and outward. The distinctive sources of power that had to be addressed internally included not only politicians and the public, but also logistics and the industrial bases. The external sources, not only adversaries but also allies and neutrals, were even harder to control. In these circumstances, control could clearly not be absolute and had to be considered as a matter of degree. Wiley understood strategy as being about ends and means. It was a purpose together with a sum measure for its accomplishment, and war in terms of competing patterns of activity, in which one side would gain advantage by imposing a pattern on the enemy. This did not require actual battle. It could work through shows of coercive force, which could progressively constrain the enemy. Wiley's main claim to originality lay in a distinction between two types of strategy. The idea was prompted by a comment from the German-American historian Herbert Rosinski in 1951, distinguishing between directive and cumulative strategies. Rosinski was certainly aware of Delbrück, and he may well have been thinking about updating the distinction between wars of annihilation and exhaustion. Wiley developed his ideas first in a 1952 article. "It landed with no splash at the time," he lamented, "and has lain on the deck ever since." He tried again in his book. The distinction he drew was between a linear sequential strategy, tending to the offensive, and a cumulative strategy. A sequential strategy would involve discrete steps, each dependent upon the one before, which together would shape the outcome of the war. This offered the possibility of forcing the enemy to a satisfactory conclusion, but it also required an ability to plan ahead and anticipate the course of a conflict. The risk, of which Wiley was well aware, was that once one step turned out differently, the remainder of the sequence must follow a different pattern likely to lead to less satisfactory outcomes than the one originally sought. By contrast, a cumulative strategy was more defensive. It involved the less perceptible minute accumulation of little items piling one on top of the other until at some unknown point the mess of accumulated actions may be large enough to be critical. These items would not be interdependent, so a negative result in one area need not put the whole effort into reverse. This strategy could counter a sequential strategy, denying an enemy control, but it could not offer a quick, decisive result. In practice, Wiley did not consider the two to be exclusive. He did see a cumulative strategy as providing a useful hedge against a bold plan going wrong. Although this distinction was potentially richer than others that became more prominent in strategic debate in the United States, it is not hard to explain Wiley's limited influence. The concepts were abstract and did not particularly address the preoccupations of the 1960s. It was well into the 1970s before serious debate revived on regular warfare. By then, the classic questions were ripe for reappraisal. Regular warfare was still the area of greatest military expenditure and effort, and new technologies were starting to challenge established doctrine. The starting point for the revised interest was one of the most elemental and iconic encounters of contemporary warfare. The aerial dogfight combined the hunt and the chase with advanced technology. Colonel John Boyd, an American fighter pilot with experience going back to the Korean War, wrote the definitive manual on the subject. As he did so, he hit upon an insight which he developed into a formula of considerable influence. Boyd began with the premise that the U.S. Air Force had become too preoccupied with speed. This became apparent during the early stages of the air war over Vietnam, when apparently obsolete Soviet-built MiGs were prevailing in dogfights because they were more maneuverable. After an intensive analysis of the competing aircraft, Boyd concluded that the key quality was not absolute speed but agility. In a series of moves during the course of a dogfight, the most responsive fighter would be able to get on to the opponent's tail, ready for the kill. The OODA loop. Boyd summed all this up as the OODA loop. OODA stands for observation, orientation, decision, action. The sequence started with observation as data concerning the environment was collected. This was analyzed in the orientation stage, leading to a decision and then to the execution of an action. The loop became more complex as it developed, especially as Boyd came to appreciate the pervasive importance of orientation. It was a loop because the action changed the environment, which required that the process be repeated. Ideally, the progressive improvement of the orientation and the consequential action would result in getting closer to reality. For the fighter pilot, this brought home the importance of getting to the action part of the loop faster than the opponent. Boyd felt the OODA loop applied to any situation in which it was necessary to keep or gain the initiative. The aim was always to disorient the opponent, who would be unable to grasp a situation developing more quickly than anticipated, and in unexpected ways, and thus paralyzed into indecision. Eventually books were written to explain and in some cases apply Boyd's theories. He never produced a definitive text of his own. His basic ideas are contained in several hundred slides entitled Discourse on Winning and Losing. They form the basis of briefings given over almost 2 decades to numerous audiences, including most of the senior figures in the American defense establishment. Their impact was accentuated because they were spread by enthusiastic acolytes who shared Boyd's commitment to a combination of hard cost-benefit analysis and broad strategic vision, as well as disdain for the bureaucrats and careerists who by definition lacked both. In addition, at least at first sight, the OODA loop had a compelling simplicity and sustained the gathering complexity of Boyd's theories. After retiring from the Air Force, the autodidactic Boyd read widely and moved from his engineering background into mathematical theory and on into history and the social sciences. His later reading reinforced his views about the difficulty of sustaining the initiative. The enemy might be able to move faster than anticipated. Observations might result in more uncertainty than clarity. In one remarkable paper he drew on the work of mathematicians Kurt Gödel and Werner Heisenberg to demonstrate the greater risk of disorientation when attempts were made to fit observations into preconceptions. He then used the second law of thermodynamics to argue that closed systems led to increases in entropy, that is, internal confusion and disorder. Boyd was showing that instead of searching for laws to match those developed by Newtonian physics, it was now necessary to make sense of new forms of theory which challenged concepts of systems tending to equilibrium and pointed instead to chaos. The basic conclusion was the need to deny the adversary the possibility of uncovering or discerning patterns that match our activity or other aspects of reality in the world. Because human beings must cope with a constantly changing reality, it was therefore necessary to challenge rigidities in thought. Then these new thoughts would rigidify in their time and so would need dissolving in turn. The lasting importance of Boyd's work lay in the focus on disrupting the enemy's decision-making, encouraging uncertainty and confusion. Under his influence, established notions of command and control were amended to take account of how information was collected, interpreted, and then communicated. By the time he died in 1997, the revolution in information and communication technologies were well underway. Boyd had set the terms for its military exploitation. Boyd was widely read in the scientific literature of the time and picked up easily in developing theories which used simple propositions to explain complex phenomena. From these he drew language and insights to describe the sort of conflicts that interested him. From Norbert Wiener's cybernetics to Murray Gell-Mann's complexity theory emerged some core themes about the interaction of parts within systems, adaptation to changing environments, and outcomes that seemed indeterminate, but were not beyond explanation. The conclusions for practical strategists that emerged from these theories rarely did justice to the elegance of the originals, and could lead to the suspicion that the main result was to develop more impressive language for matters that were already well understood. Many of the emerging themes were present, for example, in Schelling's writings. The most important contribution of complexity theory was to underline the importance of considering individual actors as part of complex systems, so that they must always be assessed in relation to their environment, which was adapting to them as they adapted to it. Problems arose with an inability to adapt. Chaos theory explained how systems in which cause and effect were supposedly known, in which strategic calculations might be assumed to be reliable, could nonetheless turn into disorderly systems marked by apparently random effects. This underlined the point that microcauses could have unexpected macro effects, and that initial conditions determined later outcomes, even though the resultant dynamic interactions meant that they could not be predicted. Effects always had causes, even though the processes were obscure. One basic conclusion was that mistakes in the short term would be hard to reverse over the long term. This challenged the underlying presumption of rationality underpinning bureaucratic organizations and routine planning. Those looking for stability and regularity could find themselves having to cope with the opposite. If effects were uncertain, especially in more complex settings and longer conflicts, how could a responsible strategist think through the consequences of actions? Along with the sociological laws of unanticipated consequences and self-fulfilling expectations, came the cybernetic concepts of feedback loops and non-linearity. If inputs and outputs were proportional, then variables could be plotted along a straight line as a linear equation. But with nonlinear equations, there could be no such plot because the relationships were complex and outcomes would be disproportionate to effects. The first thought that might be drawn from this was that all strategy was doomed to failure. The second might be that the process could only truly be managed during its early stages, so the best option was to concentrate on getting the initial advantage. This was fine if the conflict could actually be concluded quickly. But once the early stages were passed, situations might be expected to move out of control. There was considerable historical evidence to support this proposition. For example, the failure of the Schlieffen Plan. Attrition and maneuver. Boyd's writings led to the evaluation of strategies in terms of their ability to cause uncertainty and confusion in the enemy's mind. This could be achieved by undermining the will to fight, moral warfare, encouraging distorted perception of reality by either deception or attacks on means of communication, mental warfare, and using the advantages gained to attack war-making capacities so the enemy could not survive, physical warfare. The prescriptions that flowed from analysis of the first strategy were largely derivative of the post-Napoleonic classics and of Fuller and Liddell Hart. One of Boyd's key examples was the 1940 Battle of France, which prompted his Blitzkrieg versus Maginot Line mentality. French decision-making was paralyzed as the Germans worked out how to operate inside their OODA loops. One key to German success was the readiness to delegate. Tactical commanders could realize the mission in their own way. This depended on a shared understanding of what needed to be done. Boyd distinguished between attrition warfare, focused on the physical domain and using firepower as a destructive force, and maneuver warfare, focused on the mental domain, where the aim was to generate surprise and shock by using ambiguity, mobility, and deception. Blitzkrieg could also lead to effects in the moral domain, which Boyd saw as being related to menace and uncertainty. The example was not chosen at random. It played into a major debate then underway in the future of American military policy. The setting of the 1970s was one in which the armed forces of the United States were still licking their Vietnam-imposed wounds and coming to terms with the implications of an all-volunteer army. The generals believed that they could rebuild the army best by focusing on the priority task of securing NATO's central front. This had the added advantage of returning to the comfort zone of preparations for major war and away from insurgencies. In addition, since the 1960s, American policymakers had indicated a wish to reduce dependence on nuclear deterrence, as it involved increasingly incredible threats. In this respect, the later stages of Vietnam and the 1973 Arab-Israel War had indicated that there might be new possibilities, notably technologies that allowed conventional munitions to be delivered with extraordinary precision, offering opportunities to rethink land warfare doctrine. At the same time, there were concerns that the European challenge had become greater than before. The Warsaw Pact was presumed to still enjoy substantial numerical superiority, but also to have revamped its doctrine and built up its strength, while the Americans had been preoccupied with Vietnam. The resentment of McNamara's managerialism at the Pentagon still ran deep, and was reflected in much of the critical literature of the time. He was taken to embody the stifling introduction of conformist practices and the risk-averse culture of large corporations into a business that should really honor warrior virtues and cultivate mavericks. This became another version of the romantic lament against bureaucratization and scientific rationality, although the trends in scientific thinking around complexity encouraged the view that it was the rationalists who were now being overtaken. It also challenged a military elite who had bought into the corporatist culture. Desk-bound and far from the scenes of actual conflict, they were as proud of their degrees in business administration and economics as they were forgetful of the ways of military strategy. The first fruits of the Army's post-Vietnam reappraisal of doctrine came with the 1976 publication of Field Manual 105, Operations, the Army's main doctrinal manual. The manual drew on the lethality of modern weaponry, bringing all forms of firepower, land and air, to bear in a combined arms approach in order to generate an active defense. It was a traditional approach, dependent on the most advanced equipment and professional training to produce a force capable of holding lines against a determined offensive and inflicting crippling damage on the enemy until they were so weak they could not cope with the counterattack. It did not take long before this manual was subjected to a searing critique. This was as much about reforming the whole military establishment as addressing a difficult conundrum about how to think about NATO's central front. The criticism originated not from within the military establishment, but from a group of largely civilian defense specialists, though many had military backgrounds and were influenced by Boyd. To the fore in the attack was William Lind, intensely conservative, though he was working as a legislative aide to a Democratic senator. Boyd's dichotomy between attritional and maneuver warfare, using the Maginot Line versus Blitzkrieg analogy, was picked up with some vigor by Lind, who had a keen interest in German fighting methods. In contrast to attrition, which has the objective of killing enemy troops or destroying enemy equipment, the Blitzkrieg-based alternative of maneuver would have as its primary objective breaking the spirit and the will of the opposing high command by creating unexpected and unfavorable operational or strategic situations. Within 5 years, the reformers had apparently won the argument, with the adoption of the doctrine of air-land battle in 1982 and a revised Army Field Manual. This was intended from the start to set broad principles for any war, not just one in Europe. The battlefield was to be seen in the round, and the critical attributes of successful operations were stressed as initiative, depth, agility, and synchronization. For Field Manual 105, maneuver was the dynamic element of combat, allowing the concentration of forces to use surprise, psychological shock, position, and momentum to enable smaller forces to defeat larger ones. It was seen as the employment of forces through movement supported by fire to achieve a position of advantage, from which they could then destroy or threaten to destroy the enemy. The aim was to move fast, probe defenses, and exploit success, carrying the battle deep into the enemy's rear. The spirit was offensive and in line with Boyd's determination to get inside the enemy's OODA loop. The underlying purpose of every encounter with the enemy is to seize or retain independence of action. To do this, we must make decisions and act more quickly than the enemy, to disorganize his forces, and to keep him off balance. By 1986, the Field Manual 90-8, Counter-Guerrilla Operations, dealing with action directed against armed anti-government forces, claimed that the basic concept of air-land battle doctrine can be applied to counter-guerrilla operations. In 1989, the Marine Corps issued FM-FM1, which insisted that its doctrine was based on warfare by maneuver, which would provide a means to defeat a physically superior foe by rendering the enemy incapable of resisting by shattering his moral and physical cohesion. Operational art. Maneuver displaced attrition remarkably quickly. This all took place within a Cold War context, in which the enemy was both well-known and substantial, and the problem to be solved was deterring and, if necessary, resisting aggression across the inner German border. The focus was therefore on a classic great power confrontation between large armies in the center of Europe. It was one which made it possible to draw on the classic texts of military strategy updated for the information age. Edward Luttwak, a Romanian-born polymath with an unerring eye for a controversial argument, synthesized the various strands of critical thinking around U.S. military policy with a series of articles and books. He challenged the Department of Defense's bloated command structures and fascination with weapons procurement at the expense of strategic thought. Military strategy, he argued, required different ways of thinking than did normal civilian life. The interaction of opposing forces meant that war was a realm pervaded by a paradoxical logic of its own, standing against the ordinary linear logic by which we live in other spheres of life. This normal logic was violated by inducing the coming together and even the reversal of opposites. As a result, paradoxical conduct tended to be rewarded while straightforwardly logical action was confounded, yielding results ironical if not lethally self-damaging. Those who understood how to manage the large civilian bureaucracies presiding over the armed forces could not, therefore, grasp strategy, because it involved a quite different way of thinking. They would look for standardized solutions, failing to understand how much easier this made the enemy's task. Luttwak also acknowledged that even if national leaders somehow acquired this paradoxical turn of mind, they might not dare display it lest they alarm their constituents and colleagues. Any deviation from the commonsensical conventions of the time and place would risk a loss of authority. The linear planning model, which Robert McNamara had taken to the Pentagon, was flawed precisely because it could not anticipate everything, and so was likely to produce perverse outcomes. This led Luttwak into arguing, in effect, for confusion or at least against attempted coherence. For only policies that are seemingly contradictory can circumvent the self-defeating effect of the paradoxical logic. Luttwak overdid this point. War did not require a different logic, just a recognition of a different context, one in which it would make perfect sense to follow a different path to one followed in peace. Luttwak focused attention on the importance of what he identified as the operational level. This had been neglected, and with it the classical traditions of European war. Jomini, Liddell Hart, and John Boyd had referred to this level as one for grand tactics. Jomini described these as the maneuvering of an army, upon the battlefield and the different formation of troops for attack. Luttwak believed that the operational level was the critical sphere for generalship, and for that reason deplored its absence in contemporary American military thought. It was there that schemes of warfare, such as blitzkrieg or defense in depth, evolve or are exploited. Americans had neglected this because of their dependence on an attrition style of war. The idea of an operational level of war as a politics-free zone, where commanders could demonstrate their mastery of managing large forces over wide areas in a series of complex engagements with the enemy, was an inheritance from von Moltke. It was given added salience because of its prominence in Soviet military thought. From the formation of the Soviet Union, its military leadership had been engaged in theoretical debates about the operational level as an intermediate stage between tactics and strategy, and which way they should turn when faced with the choice between decisive annihilation or more defensive attrition. In the build-up of the Second World War, Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky's reflections on the impact of motorization and air power had led him to come out firmly in favor of mass, mechanized forces, able to conduct deep operations in a war of annihilation. His opponents were castigated not only for poor strategy, but for poor theory, which was much more dangerous. This helped seal the fate of many in Stalin's purges, although it did not spare Tukhachevsky a similar fate. After the war, the initial Soviet focus had been on the impact of thermonuclear weapons, which led to a reduced conventional army. But by the late 1960s, the numbers were rising again, reflecting the view that the best chance of victory was early in a war, before American reserves could get across the Atlantic to Europe. The General Staff stressed the importance of being able to mount maneuvers deep in NATO territory, with minimal prior mobilization, maximum surprise, and combined forces. This tradition, as reflected in the military doctrines of the Warsaw Pact, was another reason for NATO countries, led by the United States, to get on the same wavelength. Luttwak encouraged the view that attrition based on firepower and maneuver based on movement were almost polar opposites. Attrition was presented as not so much a regrettable response to a challenging predicament, but a deliberate choice, reflecting a particular mindset. For Luttwak, it involved an exaggerated dependence on firepower, as such to the detriment of maneuver and flexibility. This style, he acknowledged, had the great attractions of predictability and functional simplicity. All military effort could be geared to attacking sets of targets in a systematic fashion. Under its misleading aura, war could be governed by a logic analogous to that of microeconomics. The conduct of warfare at all levels would be analogous to the management of a profit-maximizing industrial enterprise. In the end, superior resources should win, even though applied with routine and repetitive tactics and procedures. The greater the input, the greater the output. The costs would lie in absorbing the enemy's reciprocal attrition, and the calculation could be upended, should the enemy attract an ally to achieve a superior balance of power. Against this dull, methodical, bureaucratic linearity, Luttwak promoted imaginative flair and operational paradox. Against attritional science, he sought a maneuverist art. Relational maneuver warfare sought to avoid enemy strength in order to attack enemy weakness. It was, Luttwak suggested, an almost compulsory approach to the resource-weak side. In posing the issue in these terms, Boyd, Luttwak, and their contemporaries were urging a return to the military classics of the modern era, but with a postmodern twist resulting from their heightened sensitivity to cognitive processes. On the critical issues of military strategy, the classics offered less clarity than was often supposed, and so the net result was often to update for a new audience the muddle of earlier times. The starting point was inevitably Clausewitz. But as was well known, On War was not a finished work, and Clausewitz was in the process of revising his ideas at the time of his death. The resultant ambiguity had affected all those who had taken this work as their starting point, and further distortions had arisen in the responses of key figures, such as Delbruck and then Liddell Hart, to what they believed Clausewitz had said. Complications of language and translation easily added to the confusion, which meant that the return to the classics led to some intense debates about what they really meant, as if that could help sort out the conceptual confusion that was developing around the attempted application of their ideas to contemporary problems. While these debates were gathering steam, an important new English translation of Clausewitz by Peter Parrott and Michael Howard was published, and an English edition of Delbruck became available for the first time. Behind all of this, there was one large issue, which was whether there was an alternative to large-scale battle as a route to victory. There was a further and more difficult issue about the meaning and possibility of victory itself. Limited war had been prominent in the 18th century, and there were examples of it from the 19th. If a war was to end without one state subjugating another, there was going to have to be some sort of negotiation. The bargain struck could be assumed to have some relationship to the balance of power at the conclusion of hostilities. Clausewitz had recognized this possibility, but he had not explored it fully. His main focus was the use of battle to eliminate the enemy army as a fighting force, and thus render the enemy state helpless. This became known as the strategy of annihilation, a term used by von Moltke and then compared to Delbruck with a strategy of exhaustion. Delbruck saw exhaustion as persuading the enemy to abandon the fight, even though its army had not been annihilated. Exhaustion suggested that the enemy had been worn down to the point that it could not face further war. This was most likely to occur if its survival was not at issue, and the stakes were limited and susceptible to compromise. Confusion then entered with regard to method, because there was no reason why exhaustion could not result from a series of inconclusive battles. Delbruck also used the term bipolar strategy to capture the idea of a commander deciding from moment to moment whether to achieve a goal by battle or maneuver. The choice between annihilation and exhaustion could not just be a matter of strategic preference, but had to reflect the material situation. If battle was unavoidable, there must be sufficient strength to prevail, but also, even after a decisive battle, enough residual capability to go on and occupy enemy territory. It might be possible to gain an initial advantage through maneuver, but this might not be sufficient if, despite the loss of one army, the enemy could field another. Unless one was confident of possessing ultimate military superiority, a push for annihilation was unwise. If force had to be conserved for a long haul, set-piece battles were best avoided, other than in the most favorable circumstances. For this reason, an association developed between exhaustion and maneuver as ways of avoiding direct battle. It was Liddell Hart who took the idea of maneuver and developed it to a new stage by contrasting it much more sharply with major battle. To further add to the confusion, frontal assaults had now become associated with attrition since the Great War, although not as Delbruck understood the term, to the extent that was the term he had in mind. Battle of this scale and intensity went well beyond anything envisaged by Clausewitz, however much he might have recognized the underlying strategic principles in play. Liddell Hart kept open the possibility of defeating an opponent by leaving them confused and disoriented, caught by surprise, rather than by buckling under heavy casualties. What was less clear was whether something that could work well when one army caught another off guard could work with whole states. Even after stunning setbacks in the field, some states might be able to play for time to bring in reserves, or move to civil resistance. There was therefore one issue about whether it was possible to defeat opponents in the field by means other than frontal assault, and another about how military victories could be translated into substantial political gains. Which brings us back to Clausewitz, because these two issues, which go to the heart of his unfulfilled interest in deviations from the strategy of annihilation, were captured, but not resolved in one of his enduring but most unsatisfactory concepts: the center of gravity, or Schwerpunkt. This was a concept which came to be adopted by Western military establishments, although in ways that aggravated its inherent problems. So familiar did the concept become that it started to be referred to by its acronym, COG. Clausewitz's focus was on the enemy army, but as the center of gravity was identified as the source of the opponent's power and strength, it could also refer to an alliance or national will. By the late 1980s, these various strands had come together to form a distinct doctrinal form, embedded in Western military establishment. There should be a military focus on the operational level of warfare. Here, forces should be directed against the opponent's center of gravity. This would be that point or set of points where the application of military force would be most likely to result in the enemy's surrender. The new thinking encouraged the belief that the most important centers of gravity would be those that led to the enemy's brain, using shock and disorder to produce mental dislocation and therefore paralysis rather than blasting away at the enemy's physical strength. This distinction between the two forms of warfare was sharpened almost to the point of caricature. The maneuverists presented attritionists in an unflattering light, seeing the enemy as targets to be engaged and destroyed systematically. Thus the focus is on efficiency, leading to a methodical, almost scientific approach to war. Everything depended on the efficiency with which firepower was employed, encouraging centralized control rather than local initiative. Progress would be defined in quantitative terms, with battle damage assessments, body counts, and terrain captured. Relying on inflicting punishing attrition meant being prepared to accept it in return. Victory would not depend so much on military competence as on sheer superiority of numbers in men and equipment. The implication was that lives were being sacrificed because of a lack of imagination and skill. Here the maneuverist, relying on intelligence, scored. The maneuverist would circumvent a problem and attack it from a position of advantage, rather than meet it straight on. The goal is the application of strength against selected enemy weakness. By definition, maneuver relies on speed and surprise, for without either, we cannot concentrate strength against enemy weakness. The objective was not so much to destroy physically as it was to shatter the enemy's cohesion, organization, command, and psychological balance. To do this required superior skill and judgment. Who would not want to be associated with such a strategy? The key elements of this approach were all problematic, however. The idea of distinct levels of strategy was rooted in established hierarchies. The underlying principle was that at each level the objectives would be passed down from the higher. At the level of grand strategy, a conflict was anticipated, alliances forged, economies geared, people braced, resources allocated, and military roles defined. At the level of strategy, the political objectives were turned into military goals. Priorities and specific objectives were agreed upon, and allocations of men and equipment made accordingly. At the level of grand tactics or operations, judgments were made as to the most appropriate form of warfare to achieve the goals of that particular campaign in the light of the prevailing conditions. At the level of tactics, military units attempted to push forward the goals of the campaign in the specific circumstances in which they found themselves. These levels reflected hierarchical command structures geared to regular warfare between great powers as much as sharp distinctions in contemporary practice. What was striking, given the contemporary fascination with systems theory and information flows, was that these were generally considered to challenge such structures. Under the influence of similar ideas, business practice was moving to flatter hierarchies. Too many chains in the command structure were likely to lead to unresponsive organizations. Information up the chain about what was going on at ground level would be slow and subject to distortion. while initiative could be dampened if new orders always had to come down the chain. This assumption continued to be reflected in discussions of tactical issues as short-term, immediate, and not necessarily of lasting importance, while strategic issues were the big ones, long-term and fateful, potentially existential in their implications. Yet in limited wars, single engagements could be decisive, and so local tactical factors would become matters of grand strategy and subject to the highest political control. During the 1990s, as local factors became more important, the Americans began to talk of a strategic corporal, able to make well-reasoned and independent decisions under extreme stress, decisions that will likely be subject to the harsh scrutiny of both the media and the court of public opinion. The strategic corporal would be aware that his actions would potentially influence not only the immediate tactical situation, but the operational and strategic levels as well, and thus the outcome of the larger operation. There was also an operational dimension at work at the strategic and tactical levels. British historian Michael Howard identified 3 other dimensions of strategy in addition to the operational. These were the logistical, social, and technological. He warned of the danger of a preoccupation with operations in isolation from the logistical effort which made them possible, the social context in which they were being conducted, and the forms of technology which they exploited. The attraction of the focus on an operational level where all the critical decisions on the employment of forces took place was that they would be taken away from the civilian-military interface. That was at the notionally more important strategic level. In practice, limiting the focus to a distinct operational level had the effect of keeping actual combat under professional military purview and away from interfering civilian amateurs. In this, it reflected one of the military's explanations for failure in the Vietnam War: civilian micromanagement. The second set of problems occurred with the notion of the center of gravity. Even as the concept was adopted, there was little agreement about what commanders should be looking for and the methodology required to find it. It all might have been simpler if they had adopted Jomini's concept of the decisive point, against which the greatest possible force should be directed. This, at least, would have avoided the burdens of inappropriate metaphor. The Army, for example, with access to a large force of its own, took the view that this was not about pitting strength against strength, as originally supposed, but more about an indirect approach, applying combat power against a series of decisive points that avoided enemy strengths. The Marine Corps, with a smaller capability, initially also took the view that it was best to attack not the enemy's strengths, but its critical vulnerabilities. The Corps even observed dangers in speaking of a center of gravity, because Clausewitz was about daring all to win all, in a climactic test of strength. Critical vulnerabilities appeared to be no easier to identify than centers of gravity. The recommendation was to exploit any and all vulnerabilities until uncovering a decisive opportunity. This somewhat random process led Joe Strange of the Marine Corps War College to focus on critical capabilities and requirements, leading to a process opening with the exploitation of critical vulnerabilities, which would have the cumulative effect of undermining the enemy's center of gravity. One influential version was developed by John Warden for the Air Force. He accepted Clausewitz's basic proposition but sought to relate it to air power. The enemy's center of gravity was that point where the enemy is most vulnerable and where an attack will have the best chance of being decisive. The evidence of decisiveness would be that the enemy leadership could then be convinced to do what one wants to do. Warden presented the enemy, any enemy, as a system made up of several interrelated parts held together by a number of nodes and links, some of which were critical. The center of gravity could be found in each of the 5 component parts, or rings: leadership, organic essentials, infrastructure, population, and field forces. that described any strategic entity. The point of this was that air power was uniquely qualified to strike at these points simultaneously, through parallel, as opposed to sequential or serial, attacks, in order to overwhelm and thereby paralyze an opponent. The effect, he argued, would be decisive. The presumption was that the centers were founded on physical structures, and their loss would lead the enemy to accept that the game was up. Worden thus sought to demonstrate how employing the sort of firepower that might be associated with attrition could, with careful analysis of targets, be used to achieve the sort of disorientation sought by the maneuverists. There was, therefore, no consensus on what these concepts meant. After 2 decades of various formulations, it was observed that the lack of doctrinal guidance and developing and employing cogs wastes planners' time and provides few tangible benefits. It was reported that planning teams could take hours, if not days, arguing over what is and is not the enemy's cog, with the outcome often decided by the strongest personality rather than the best analysis. This was, however, written in the belief that with a better methodology, the task would be manageable and the results worthwhile. The real problem was that concept of a center of gravity had been expanded to the point of meaninglessness. It could refer to a target or a number of targets. The center might be identified because it constituted a source of enemy strength and/or a critical vulnerability. It could be found in the physical, psychological, or political spheres. If all went well once the center was attacked, the result would be decisive, or else have consequences with potentially decisive effects, though this might depend on being combined with other significant events. It had become totally detached from the original metaphor. Yet the terminology encouraged the expectation that there could be a very specific set of operational objectives that would produce the desired political effect, if attacked properly. This reflected Clausewitz's original notion that the key to victory lay in the defeat of the enemy's military system. But if the sources of the enemy's political resilience lay somewhere else, attacks on this supposed center would be bound to disappoint. If it was not a physical location or a set of capabilities, but instead a political ideology or an alliance, it would be harder to work out what was supposed to be targeted. The third set of problems was that military history gave little support to the dichotomous view of attrition and maneuver, or that maneuver could serve as an overall doctrine rather than an occasional opportunity. Carter Malkasian complained that no commander or theorist who has purposefully implemented attrition or developed the concept was ever cited by advocates of maneuver warfare. Though attrition was presented as a bloody slogging match with troops being sacrificed in mindless exchanges of firepower, Malkasian demonstrated that it could include in-depth withdrawals, limited ground offensive, frontal assaults, patrolling, careful defensive, scorched earth tactics, guerrilla warfare, airstrikes, artillery power, or raids. There had been many examples of successful attritional campaigns, of which Russia's defense against Napoleon in 1812 was perhaps the grandest. The key characteristic of attrition was that it was about wearing down the enemy, which meant the process was likely to be protracted, gradual, and piecemeal. While it could end with a decisive battle, it could also lead to a negotiation, when both sides had decided that they had had enough. This meant that it suited coercive strategies with moderate aims. The danger was that attrition could turn into a contest of endurance, and it was hard to know in advance when the enemy would be worn down. Hugh Strawn trenchantly warned of the danger of the operational level as a politics-free zone, speaking in a self-regarding vocabulary about maneuver, and increasingly maneuverism. That is almost metaphysical and whose inwardness makes sense only to those initiated in its meanings. He traced the preoccupation with the operational level back to General Erich Ludendorff. Prior to the First World War, the German army rigidly focused on the problems with its own military domain, excluding civilians from its deliberations and appearing largely indifferent to the political consequences of its actions, on the assumption that whatever was desired could be obtained politically, following a successful war of annihilation. Ludendorff preferred to blame his country's defeat in 1918 on a civilian stab in the back, not his own battlefield failures. He became a proponent of total war, by which the complete resources of society must be devoted to victory. Rather than war serving politics, politics should serve war. His view of strategy itself was therefore a continuation of von Moltke's and reflected the sharp operational focus he had adopted during the past war. He would not accept that this perspective had let his country down. This view accounted for the lack of innovative strategic thought in interwar Germany. The initial success of the Blitzkrieg in Western Europe in 1940 did not reflect a pre-war doctrine, but the old doctrines of envelopment that had shaped the Schlieffen Plan. This time it succeeded through a combination of inspired improvisation and mistakes by the French High Command, which employed neither its strategic army reserve nor tactical air power to deal with the German threat before it gathered momentum. The successes of 1940 did convince Hitler that Blitzkrieg was the way to win wars, so he adopted it as the basis for the attack on the Soviet Union. Soviet mistakes again helped with early progress, but the offensive soon faltered, and the economic demands of the campaign were inadequately addressed. While celebrating Blitzkrieg as a doctrine, its proponents paid inadequate attention to this experience in the East, not only its failure but the objectives of conquest, plunder, and racial domination that shaped its course. In the end, the experience of the Second World War followed that of the First. The Germans found themselves fighting an attritional campaign after attempting to force a result with a winning maneuver. The Blitzkrieg model was therefore flawed, taking little account of the historiography of the Second World War. Moreover, in terms of NATO's Central Front at the start of the 1980s, the possibilities of maneuver were oversold. The language of rapid and unexpected moves was appealing but also vague, and when applied to large and cumbersome modern armies, hard to envisage in practice. It reflected an essentially romantic and nostalgic view of strategy, unhampered by the normal constraints of politics and economics, overimpressed by both Soviet doctrine and its supposed vulnerability to maneuver warfare, as well as over-optimistic about the Western ability to implement it successfully. The maneuver strategies advocated were often impractical. They would be high-risk options in European conditions, with its urban sprawl and complex road and train networks, and place enormous strain on good intelligence and effective command and control. A faulty maneuver could lead to absolute disaster and leave the rear exposed. Furthermore, a new offensive doctrine could unsettle American allies in Europe, notably the Federal Republic of Germany, which was wary of association with anything that could be considered an aggressive strategy or a defensive strategy that involved turning its territory into a battleground. The failure to consider the geopolitical context illustrated the problem with considering operational art in isolation from a broader strategy, in which holding together an alliance might be more important than developing clever moves for a hypothetical war. Although an advocate for a maneuverist approach, Luttwak provided the theoretical reasons for caution. He had taken from Liddell Hart the indirect approach, the need to follow the line of least expectation. The obvious route, the most direct with the most favorable terrain, would be the one for which the enemy was best prepared. Taking the most complicated and uncomfortable route would therefore be the best way to catch an enemy out. Unfortunately, once a preference for an indirect approach was known, enemies would be alert for the unexpected, which meant that either an even more unlikely and difficult route had to be found, or perhaps there could be a double bluff, with the original expected route being adopted as the last place the enemy would look. The test as to which way to go was one of surprise. Without surprise, the extra effort required by an awkward route would be pointless and probably dangerous. Surprise made possible the suspension, if only brief, if only partial, of the entire predicament of strategy, even as the struggle continues. The advantage of surprise was that, for a moment, the enemy would be unable to react, and so would be vulnerable. His decision-making cycle would be disrupted. There were practical reasons why this logic did not lead to a totally confusing sequence of paradoxes. Movement might be restricted such that only necessary fuel and supplies could be carried, and barely any space was available for weapons and ammunition. Unless the original engagement was extraordinarily successful, there would be no capacity to continue a fight for any length of time. In addition, surprise depended on secrecy and deception. There was no point in embarking on elaborate maneuvers only to be spotted en route and then caught in an ambush. Therefore, an indirect strategy involved self-weakening measures, and thus costs and risks. To these could be added friction, so sharply identified by Clausewitz. This was the cumulative impact of all the grit that interfered with the smooth implementation of the basic plan: broken-down vehicles, misunderstood orders, misdirected supplies, unseasonable weather, and impassable terrain. One aim of strategy would be to aggravate the enemy's propensity to friction, by forcing them to adopt an indirect strategy, making sure the direct routes were well protected, and then interdicting supply lines. Luttwak noted a further paradox, drawn from Clausewitz. The greater the success of the original strategy, the greater the risk of friction as an army moved further away from home base. Supply lines became attenuated as the enemy fell back closer to its own home bases, where it could replenish and bring forward fresh reserves as the advancing force moved into unfamiliar territory. Victorious armies were apt to overreach themselves, pushing their luck. If they went beyond the culminating point, the most advantageous position vis-à-vis the enemy, the balance of advantage would start to shift. An enemy in disarray would be unable to regroup, so the attacker would be well advised to press home the advantage. This raised the problem of the indecisive battle. Without full surrender terms, the enemy would look for ways to regroup and return to the fight, even as an insurgency if the country was occupied. Thus, the ultimate test of strategy was not whether surprise was achieved. In the end, this was a tactical matter. The test was whether the desired political outcome was reached. The basic point was that sticking with any formula allowed the enemy a chance to adjust and respond. Lastly, there was behind all of this a presumption of cause and effect. That combinations of ambiguity, deception, novelty, mobility, and actual or threatened violence would generate sufficient surprise and shock to cause enemy confusion and disorder. The essence of moral conflict, Boyd insisted, was to create, exploit, and magnify menace, impression of danger to one's well-being and survival, uncertainty, impressions or atmosphere generated by events that appear erratic, contradictory, unfamiliar, chaotic, etc., and mistrust, atmosphere of doubt and suspicion that loosens human bonds among members of an organic whole or between organic wholes. The evidence that this would be working would be surface fear, anxiety, and alienation in order to generate many non-cooperative centers of gravity. While comparative morale and coherence undoubtedly made a difference, and confused commanders could watch helplessly as their armies fell apart, this story was told in excessively stark terms of headquarters tipping over in collective nervous breakdowns, organized troops turning into a disorderly rabble, and apparently disciplined and intelligent individuals suddenly reduced to helpless fools thrashing around in the dark. Boyd saw courage, confidence, and esprit as constituting a form of moral strength that could counter such negative effects. If the enemy did indeed enjoy such moral strength, the imaginative physical effects designed to cause a moral breakdown would fail. Alternatively, individuals and groups would vary in their responses, with some being able to absorb the implications of events and adapt quickly. Their responses might be suboptimal, but sufficient to regroup and cope with the new situation. One famous example of a commander thrown into mental confusion by a shock military move, although one about which he had been warned, was Stalin in June 1941, as the German offensive began and made rapid gains. For a few days the Soviet people heard nothing from Stalin as he struggled to make sense of the situation. While he was doing so, individuals at the front responded as best they could, some retreating and some throwing themselves into the fight with great bravery. Eventually, Stalin rallied himself, broadcast a stirring message to his people, and took command of the fight. The size of his country and his population meant that a quick victory for the Germans was essential, and Hitler was sufficiently contemptuous of the Slav mentality to believe that a hard push by his forces would see the enemy crumble. When the moral collapse failed to materialize to the degree necessary, Hitler's forces were stuck and eventually pushed back. The shock effect wore off as the Soviet leadership steadied itself. It was one thing to argue that because minds controlled bodies, disrupting the workings of minds was preferable to eliminating their bodies, but quite another to assume that just as physical blows could shatter bodies, so mental blows could shatter minds. It was one thing to recognize the importance of the cognitive domain, but quite another to assume that it was susceptible to straightforward manipulation. Human minds could be capable of remarkable feats of denial, resistance, recovery, and adaptation, even under extreme stress. Chapter 16. The Revolution in Military Affairs. The revolution in military affairs may bring a kind of tactical clarity to the battlefield, but at the price of strategic obscurity. Eliot Cohen. This operational approach to war was never tested in the circumstances for which it was designed. At the end of the 1980s, Soviet communism imploded and the Warsaw Pact soon evaporated, taking with it the possibility of another great power war in the middle of Europe. The American military soon came to be preoccupied with a quite different set of problems. Because circumstances had changed so much, this might have provided good reason to challenge the operational approach, but instead it became even more entrenched, now spoken of as a revolution in military affairs. There was no need to worry about an extremely large and capable enemy. The efforts the Americans had put into new technologies had created a quality gap with all conceivable opponents, while the greater stress on operational doctrine made it possible to take advantage of superior intelligence and communications to work around opponents. Almost immediately there was a demonstration of the new capabilities. Iraq occupied its neighbor Kuwait in August 1990. Early the next year, a coalition led by the United States liberated Kuwait. Up to this point, the impact of improvements in sensors, smart weapons, and systems integration were untested hypotheses. Skeptics, including Luttwak, warned of how, in a war with Iraq, the most conceptually brilliant systems could be undermined by their own complexity and traditional forms of military incompetence. Yet in Operation Desert Storm, the equipment worked well. Cruise missiles fired from a distance of some 1,000 kilometers navigated their way through the streets of Baghdad, entered their target by the front door, and then exploded. This very one-sided war displayed the potential of modern military systems in a most flattering light. The Iraqis had boasted of the size of their army, but much of its bulk was made up of poorly armed and trained conscripts facing professional, well-equipped forces with vastly superior firepower. It was as if they had kindly arranged their army to show off their opponent's forces to best advantage. A battlefield plan unfolded that followed the essential principles of Western military practice against a totally outclassed and outgunned enemy who had conceded command of the air. A tentative frontal assault saw the Iraqis crumble, yet General Norman Schwarzkopf went ahead with a complex, enveloping maneuver to catch them as they retreated, but did not quite cut them off quickly enough. The Americans still announced a ceasefire, deliberately eschewing a war of annihilation. This reflected a determination to keep the war limited and not allow success in reaching the declared goal, liberation of Kuwait, to lead to overextension of attempting to occupy all of Iraq. This made good diplomatic and military sense, yet the consequence illustrated the arguments favoring decisive victories. Saddam Hussein was able to survive, and the outcome of the war was declared at best incomplete. The idea that this campaign might set a pattern for the future, to the point of representing a revolution in military affairs, can be traced back to the Pentagon's Office of Net Assessment, ONA, led by Andrew Marshall, a redoubtable veteran of RAND. He was aware that during its last years there had been talk in the Soviet Union of a military technical revolution that might bring conventional forces up to new levels of effectiveness. Marshall became convinced that the new systems were not mere improvements, but could change the character of war. After the 1991 Gulf War, he asked one of his analysts, Army Lieutenant Colonel Andrew F. Krapenovich, who had been working on what had become the non-issue of the military balance between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, to examine the combined impact of precision weapons and the new information and communication technologies. By the summer of 1993, Marshall was considering two plausible forms of change in warfare. One possibility was that the long-range precision strike would become the dominant operational approach. The other was the emergence of what might be called information warfare. At this point, he began to encourage the use of the term Revolution in Military Affairs, RMA, instead of Military Technical Revolution, to stress the importance of operational and organizational changes, as well as technological ones. Krapenovich described the RMA in 1994 as what occurs when the application of new technologies into a significant number of military systems combines with innovative operational concepts and organizational adaptation in a way that fundamentally alters the character and conduct of conflict by producing a dramatic increase, often an order of magnitude or greater, in the combat potential and military effectiveness of armed forces. Although the origins of the RMA lay in doctrine, the driver appeared technological, a consequence of the interaction between systems that collected, processed, and communicated information with those that applied military force. A so-called system of systems would make this interaction smooth and continuous. This concept was particularly appropriate in a maritime context. At sea, as in the air, it was possible to contemplate a battle space empty of all but combatants. Even going back to the Second World War, air and sea warfare offered patterns susceptible to systematic analysis, which meant that the impact of technical innovations could be discerned. By contrast, land warfare had always been more complex and fluid, subject to a greater range of influences. The promise of the RMA was to transform land warfare. The ability to strike with precision over great distances meant that time and space could decline as serious constraints. Enemy units would be engaged from without. Armies could stay agile and maneuverable, as they would not have to move with their own firepower, except for that required for self-defense. Instead, they could call in what was required from outside. Reliance on non-organic firepower would reduce dependence upon large, cumbersome, self-contained divisions and the associated potential for high casualties. While enemy commanders were still attempting to mobilize their resources and develop their plans, they would be rudely interrupted by lethal blows inflicted by forces for whom time and space were no longer serious constraints. The move away from the crude elimination of enemy forces could be completed by following the Boyd line of acting more quickly and moving more deftly, thus putting enemy commanders in a position where resistance would be futile. Enthusiasts hovered on the edge of pronouncing the fog of war lifted and the problem of friction answered. At the very least, warfare could move away from high-intensity combat to something more contained and discriminate, geared to disabling an enemy's military establishment with the minimum force necessary. No more resources should be expended, assets ruined, or blood shed than absolutely necessary to achieve specified political goals. All of this created the prospect of relatively civilized warfare, unsullied by either the destructiveness of nuclear war or the murky, subversive character of Vietnam-type engagements. It would be professional war, conducted by professional armies, a vision, in Basevich's pointed words, of the Persian Gulf War replayed over and over again. The pure milk of the doctrine is found in a publication of the National Defense University of 1996, which introduced the notion of shock and awe. The basic message was that all efforts should be focused on overwhelming the enemy physically and mentally as quickly as possible, before there was a chance to react. Shock and awe would mean that the enemy's perceptions and grasp of events would be overloaded, leaving him paralyzed. The ultimate example of this effect were the nuclear strikes of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which the authors refused to rule out as a theoretical possibility, though they were more intrigued by the possibility of disinformation, misinformation, and deception. The influence of such ideas was evident in the 1997 paper Joint Vision 2010. It defined information superiority largely in war-fighting terms as the capability to collect, process, and disseminate an uninterrupted flow of information, while exploiting or denying an adversary's ability to do the same. By means of excellent sensors, fast and powerful networks, display technology, and sophisticated modeling and simulation capabilities, information superiority could be achieved. The force would have a dramatically better awareness or understanding of the battle space, rather than simply more raw data. This could make up for deficiencies in numbers, technology, or position, and it could also speed up command processes. Forces could be organized, from the bottom up, or to self-synchronize to meet the commander's intent, leading in turn to the rapid foreclosure of enemy courses of action and the shock of closely coupled events. There would be no time for the enemy to follow Boyd's now famous OODA loop. Arthur Sabrowski and John Kartzka argued that a form of network-centered warfare could make battles more efficient in the same way that the application of information technology by businesses was making economies more efficient. In discussing the move from platform-centered to network-centered warfare, the Pentagon largely followed this formulation. Kartzka was one of the authors, and recognized that, following the physical and information domains, there was a cognitive domain. Here was found the mind of the warfighter and the warfighter's supporting populace. Many battles and wars are won or lost in the cognitive domain. The intangibles of leadership, morale, unit cohesion, level of training and experience, situation awareness, and public opinion are elements of this domain. This is the domain where commanders' intent, doctrine, tactics, techniques, and procedures reside. This form of warfare suited the United States because it played to U.S. strengths. It could be capital rather than labor-intensive. It reflected a preference for outsmarting opponents. It avoided excessive casualties, both received and inflicted. And it conveyed an aura of almost effortless superiority. Those ideas were deeply comforting, and not entirely wrong. Information and communication technologies were bound to make a difference in military practice. Although the RMA agenda understated the extent to which American predominance was dependent on not only the sophistication of its technology, but also the sheer amount of firepower, particularly air-delivered, at its disposal. Furthermore, while the United States' evident military superiority in a particular type of war was likely to encourage others to fight in different ways, that military capacity would also constrain opponents' ambitions. As a regular conventional war against the United States appeared to be an increasingly foolish proposition, especially after its convincing performance in the 1991 Gulf War, one form of potential challenge to American predominance was removed, just as the prospect of mutual assured destruction had earlier removed nuclear war as a serious policy option. Nonetheless, The presentation of the RMA was shaped by political preferences about the sort of war the Americans would like to fight. It offered a near fit between a desire to reduce the risks of high casualties or Vietnam-style campaigns and a Western ethical tradition that stressed discrimination and proportionality in warfare. It assumed professional conventional forces, as high-quality weaponry reduced the relative importance of numbers and put a premium on extremely competent troops. Intolerance of casualties and collateral damage meant targeting military assets rather than innocent civilians. It also precluded resort to weapons of mass destruction. The military would be kept separate from the civil, combatants from non-combatants, fire from society, and organized violence from everyday life. Opponents would be defeated by means of confusion and disorientation, rather than slaughter because they could never get out of their OODA loop. If this trend could be pushed far enough, it was possible at some point to envisage a war without tears, conducted over long distances with great precision and as few people as possible, preferably none at all, at risk. The objective was to reduce the role in war fighting of anything recognizably approaching battle. The ideal would be one-sided and highly focused engagements geared to causing cognitive confusion. Far from representing a real revolution, the RMA harked back to the earlier idealized prototype of a decisive military victory settling the fate of nations, indeed of whole civilizations, except that now the accomplishment could be virtually painless for the greatest military power the world had ever seen. There was an unreal quality to this view of future warfare. It was for political entities that were not fearful, desperate, vengeful, or angry, that could maintain a sense of proportion over the interests at stake and the humanity of the opponent. It was a view that betrayed a detached attitude to the wellsprings of conflict and violence, the outlook of a concerned observer rather than a committed participant. It ignored the physicality of war and war's tendencies to violence and destruction. It would hardly be a revolution in military affairs if those who embraced it only took on conflicts which promised certain and easy victories. The 1991 Gulf War vindicated this vision, but that was helped by Saddam Hussein's ignorance of the real military balance. In this respect, the vindication carried its own refutation. Future opponents were bound to take more care when inviting battle with the United States, given the proven vulnerability of second-rate conventional forces to attacks by first-rate powers. After 1991, it was unclear who would fight such a war. The American military literature referred to peer competitors, with comparable military endowments to those of the United States, but it was unclear exactly who these might be. In addition, for a war to be fought along these lines, the belligerents must not only have comparable military capabilities, but also inhabit the same moral and political universe. The model was geared to American strengths, and for that very reason was unlikely to be followed by opponents who would seek to exploit the presumed American weaknesses of impatience and casualty intolerance. Enemies would be inclined to cause hurt in an effort to encourage a sense of disproportion in the population and unhinge multilateral coalitions. Precision warfare made it possible to limit but also to maximize damage. Just as high accuracy made it possible to avoid nuclear power plants, hospitals, and apartment blocks, it also made it possible to score direct hits. Even in the American model, there were always dual-use facilities that served both military and civilian purposes, for example, energy and transportation. Targeting them as a part of a military purpose still led to the disruption of civilian life. In other respects, the new technologies encouraged a progressive overlap between the civilian and military spheres. High-quality surveillance, intelligence, communications, and navigation became widely available as consumer gadgets, which could be exploited by crude, small organizations with limited budgets. Lastly, nuclear weapons and long-range missiles, whose arrival had also been described at the time as a revolution in military affairs, had expanded the means of destruction and extended the range of its potential application. Attempts to mitigate their effects, for example through improving anti-missile defenses, had been unimpressive. The capability to destroy hundreds of thousands of human beings in a nuclear flash had not disappeared. Asymmetric wars. When a country was in desperate straits and facing defeat in conventional war, attacking the enemy's society might appear to be the only option left. That is why the history of the 20th century war had been so discouraging to those who believed that military power could be contained in its effects. There was a series of measures that the weak could adopt against the strong, concentrating on imposing pain rather than winning battles, gaining time rather than moving to closure, targeting the enemy's domestic political base as much as his forward military capabilities, and relying on an unwillingness to accept extreme pain and a weaker stake in the resolution of the conflict. In short, whereas stronger military powers had a natural preference for decisive battlefield victories, the weaker were more ready to draw the civilian sphere into the conflict while avoiding open battle. The optimal strategies for those unable to match America's conventional military capabilities, almost everyone, would be to attempt to turn the conflict into what came to be described as an asymmetric war. This concept had been around since the 1970s as a reflection of the Vietnam experience. Its resurrection began in the mid-1990s, when it began to refer to any engagement between dissimilar forces. All conflicts were between forces that varied in some respects, in geography or alliance as well as in force structure and doctrine. Part of strategy would always be identifying aspects of those differences that generated special opportunities and vulnerabilities. Even when the starting points were relatively symmetrical, the aim would be to identify and describe a critical asymmetry as the vital advantage to secure a victory. The only reason symmetry had worked in the nuclear sphere as mutual assured destruction was because it had resulted in a degree of stability. In the conventional sphere, symmetrical forces were potentially a recipe for mutual exhaustion. As with so many of these concepts, inconsistent and expansive definitions of asymmetry began to drain it of meaning. The 1999 Joint Strategy Review defined asymmetric approaches as those that attempted to circumvent or undermine U.S. strengths while exploiting U.S. weaknesses, using methods that differ significantly from the United States' expected method of operations. These could be applied at all levels of warfare: strategic, operational, land tactical, and across the spectrum of military operations. Put this way, the approach became synonymous with any sound strategy for fighting the United States and lost any specificity. The real interest in asymmetrical warfare was in situations where the two sides would be seeking to fight completely different sorts of war, particularly when Americans persevered with regular warfare while opponents either escalated to weapons of mass destruction or adopted forms of irregular war. The greatest dangers were associated with an enemy that had weapons of mass destruction, but the most likely scenario was being drawn into irregular war. Since Vietnam, the U.S. military had taken the view that rather than make better preparations for irregular war, it was best to stay clear of potential quagmires. The tendency had been reinforced by the most celebrated account of Vietnam to emerge out of the Army. Harry Summers, an instructor at the Army War College, invoked Clausewitz in explaining how the American focus on counterinsurgency distracted them from the essentially conventional nature of the war. Summers made his point by working backwards from the final victory in 1975 of the North Vietnamese Army over the South. The possibility was always inherent in the North's strategy, but that did not mean that the prior insurgency in the South had somehow been irrelevant. For one critic, who had been closely involved in the counterinsurgency during the 1960s, The problem was that the U.S. Army paid insufficient attention to the demands of guerrilla warfare, and not that they had neglected the enemy's main force. The persistent resistance to Vietnam-type engagements was reflected in a distinction between war defined in terms of large-scale combat operations, to which U.S. forces were geared, and operations other than war, which included shows of force, operations for purposes of peace enforcement and peacekeeping, and counterterrorism and counterinsurgency, which had a much lower priority. Wariness of irregular wars meant reluctance to develop doctrine and training to accommodate them. It was assumed that forces epitomized for large-scale conventional war would be able to accomplish other, supposedly less demanding tasks, if absolutely necessary. The relatively small-scale contingencies that became common in the 1990s were in effect dismissed as secondary and residual, an inappropriate use of armed forces, apt to tie them down and catch them in vicious crossfire, while conducting marginal political business that did not even touch on the nation's most vital interests. On September 11, 2001, the United States suffered a unique and unexpected attack, which took the notion of asymmetry to the extreme. A low-budget plan hatched by a small band of Islamic radicals camped in one of the poorest parts of the world was directed against the icons of American economic, military, and political strength. 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center in New York, one into the Pentagon in Washington, and another would have hit the White House or Capitol Hill had it not been for passenger action which forced the plane to crash. It did not take long to identify the group responsible: Al-Qaeda, an extreme Islamist group based in Afghanistan and protected by its ideological soulmates in the Taliban government. The government's response was to declare a war on terror and launch a military campaign designed to overthrow the Taliban and break up Al-Qaeda. Although the provocation was on Al-Qaeda's terms, the response was on America's. The Taliban was defeated in a quasi-regular war because the Americans were able to come in on the side of the Afghan opposition, the Northern Alliance, who provided the infantry while the United States supplied communications, air power, and the occasional bribe to help encourage the factions on the enemy's side to defect. On this basis, President George W. Bush concluded that the campaign had shown that an innovative doctrine and high-tech weaponry can shape and then dominate an unconventional conflict. It was a triumph of information-age warfare, with commanders gaining a real-time picture of the entire battlefield, and then being able to get targeting information from sensor to shooter almost instantly. There were romantic images of U.S. Special Forces riding on horseback calling in airstrikes. Bush claimed that the conflict had taught us more about the future of our military than a decade of blue-ribbon panels and think tank symposiums, suggesting that this approach had a wider application beyond the special conditions of Afghanistan in late 2001. The next stage reflected this perception. Instead of devising a plan to deal with radical Islamist movements, the United States embarked on a campaign to topple the regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, because Saddam was suspected of possessing weapons of mass destruction, and was thus a potential source for any terrorist group that wished to inflict even more terrible damage upon the United States. Again, the United States was able to demonstrate convincing superiority in conventional military capabilities as the Iraqi regime was overthrown in short order. The Afghan and Iraqi campaigns were both apparently decisive. Hostile regimes were toppled quickly after their forces were overwhelmed. In neither case, however, did this settle the matter. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld had been seeking to make a point about how a war could be fought and won with far fewer forces than would hitherto have been thought prudent. This point was made, although against an enemy barely able to resist. The lack of numbers soon appeared imprudent as U.S. forces struggled to cope with an insurgency. The transition from old to new regime was further complicated by the fact that the political claim that justified the invasion, that Iraq was illicitly developing weapons of mass destruction, was shown to be in error. This encouraged the development of a new rationale based on helping Iraq make the transition to democracy, a task made even harder by the U.S.-led coalition's lack of troops to manage what soon became a deteriorating security situation. Out of the minority Sunni community, which had provided the key figures in the old elite, came the hardest resistance. The Sunnis gained support from those humiliated by Iraq's occupation and fearful of the loss of their power. Their numbers swelled with disbanded military members and volunteers from the many unemployed young men. It included former regime elements and a strong al-Qaeda group led by the Jordanian Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, who was as keen to foment civil war with the majority Shiites as he was to expel the Americans. Although Shiites were the natural beneficiaries of the toppling of the Iraqi regime, radical elements from within this community, led by Muqtada al-Sadr, also turned on the Americans. The struggles faced by American forces after such apparently effortless victories demonstrated that victory in battle did not necessarily result in a smooth political transition. It also demonstrated that whatever strengths the Americans had in regular warfare, they coped poorly with irregular warfare. With U.S. authority under constant challenge and its troops being caught by ambushes and roadside bombs, there were contrary pressures to both reduce profile and put on forceful displays of strength. The coalition was soon militarily stretched and lacking in political credibility. A poor security situation hampered economic and social reconstruction, the lack of which contributed to security problems. Having ignored counterinsurgency for over 3 decades, American forces struggled. They would move through towns and villages and clear them of insurgents in a show of strength, but without sufficient American troops left behind, the enemy could soon return. This meant that the local population had no incentive to cooperate with the Americans. Attempts were made to build up local security forces, but these were often infiltrated by the militias. U.S. troops had not been trained to withhold fire, avoid rising to provocations, and find ways to reach out to wary local people. They found it hard to separate insurgents from innocent civilians and soon became suspicious of everyone, which added to the sense of mutual alienation. More effort was going into intimidating opponents than winning over the undecided. An analysis of operations conducted from 2003 to 2005 suggested that most were reactive to insurgent activity, seeking to hunt down insurgents. Few operations were directed specifically to create a secure environment for the population. The strategy of cordon and sweep put the onus on holding territory and killing the enemy. Whatever the military effects of this approach, the political effects were invariably detrimental. The perplexing situation in which American forces found themselves resulted in a resurgence of thinking about counterinsurgency, led by officers frustrated by the institutional barriers that had been set up to deny the relevance of irregular forms of warfare. Military Review, the House Journal of the Combined Arms Center at Fort Leavenworth, barely covered the issue before 2004. Soon it was averaging about 5 articles on the topic per issue. The old classics of guerrilla warfare, from T.E. Lawrence to David Galula, began to be rediscovered. Officers with a knowledge of past counterinsurgency practice, for example John Nagel, began to advise on their application to Iraq. David Kilcullen, an Australian officer on loan to the U.S. military, became one of the first post-colonial counterinsurgency theorists, updating the more timeless lessons by incorporating the efforts by al-Qaeda and like-minded groups to establish a form of global insurgency that ignored national boundaries. Kilcullen explored the extent to which ordinary people turned into accidental guerrillas, less because of their support of extremist ideologies than their resentment at foreign interference in their affairs. To prevent al-Qaeda turning itself into a global insurgency, it had to be disaggregated into separate, manageable pieces. To prevent it prospering within the information environment, the counterinsurgents needed to recognize this to be as important as the physical environment. The leader of the new counterinsurgency effort was General David Petraeus, He noted the problems that had arisen because the United States had become embroiled in a war for which it had not prepared, and he stressed the political dimension of the problem, emphasizing that it was not just a matter of military technique. Counterinsurgency strategies must also include, above all, efforts to establish a political environment that helps reduce support for the insurgents and undermines the attraction of whatever ideology they may espouse. At the start of 2007, when the United States appeared to be on the brink of abandoning Iraq to civil war, President Bush decided on one last push. Petraeus was put in charge of what became known as the surge, although this overstated the importance of numbers as opposed to a new strategy. Over the course of the year, there were definite signs of improvement, and this came to be seen as a turning point in the conflict in terms of mitigating the push to civil war, if not meeting the early American aspirations of turning Iraq into a liberal democracy. The improvement was not so much the result of extra troops and the intelligence with which they were deployed, although these were important, but more due to the extent to which the Iraqis turned away from the logic of civil war, notably with the strong reaction among the Sunnis to the brutality of al-Qaeda. As the number of attacks on Shiite sites declined, there was less excuse for revenge attacks on Sunnis. Using American military strength to reinforce these trends required a more subtle approach to Iraqi politics than simply handing responsibility for security back to the Iraqi government as soon as possible, whether or not they were able to cope. This meant that Americans were working with the grain of Iraqi politics, rather than against it. War into the fourth generation. To what extent did the experience of the 2000s represent a trend or a set of unusual circumstances, unlikely to be repeated? For those who took the former view, there was a theoretical framework that had some credibility because it could easily accommodate international terrorism. It came under the broad heading of fourth-generation warfare. Like the RMA, this framework had parentage in OODA loops and maneuver warfare, but it had taken a quite different turn, away from regular war. Its origins lay in an article by a group led by William Lind, a follower of Boyd and energetic reformer. According to this scheme, the first 3 generations had developed in response to each other, line and column, massed firepower, and then blitzkrieg. The new generation began in the moral and cognitive spheres, where even physical strong entities could be victims of shock, disorientation, and loss of confidence and coherence. This principle was then applied to society as a whole. In the fourth generation, attacks would be directed at the sources of social cohesion, including shared norms and values, economic management, and institutional structures. This was a move from the artificial operational level to a form of upside-down grand strategy, bringing in questions of rival ideologies and ways of life, the form of conflict that might not actually involve much fighting. With cataclysmic great power clashes apparently things of the past, the idea that new wars were wholly to be found in and around weak states persisted. A growing amount of international business appeared to involve states suffering from internal wars. The engagement of Western powers in these conflicts was, however, considered discretionary. They were often described as wars of choice, and undertaken on a humanitarian basis to relieve distress. Though they raised issues outside of military operations, such as economic reconstruction and state building, they had only a loose fit with the fourth-generation theory. If anything, they were distractions to the more tough-minded of the fourth-generation theorists. Although the RMA shared the same origins, it could only point to a singular form of regular warfare, which was unlikely to be fought because it suited the United States. Fourth-generation warfare, on the other hand, pointed to almost everything else, which is why there were so many versions of the theory. One strand, most associated with Lind, focused on an eating away of American national identity as a result of unconstrained immigration and multiculturalism. He argued this was less a reflection of social trends and more the result of a deliberate project by cultural Marxists. Cultural damage appeared as the product of deliberate and hostile moves, by enemies aided and abetted by naive and wrong-thinking elements at home, rather than of broader and more diffuse social trends or economic imperatives. Another more influential strand, most associated with Marine Colonel Thomas X. Hammis, concentrated on irregular war, especially the forms of terrorism and insurgency, which caused the United States such grief during the 2000s. There were 5 core themes in the fourth-generation literature. First, it followed Boyd's focus on the moral and cognitive domains, as where wars are won or lost. Second, there was a conviction that the Pentagon was mistaken in its focus on high-technology short wars. Third, tendencies toward globalization and networks were presented as blurring established boundaries between war and peace, civilian and military, order and chaos. War could not be contained in either time or space. It spanned the spectrum of human activity, and was politically, socially, rather than technically, networked and protracted in duration. Fourth, the enemies were not easy to find or pin down. Chuck Spinney, another former associate of Boyd, described the fourth-generation warriors as presenting few, if any, important targets vulnerable to conventional attack, and their followers are usually much more willing to fight and die for their causes. They seldom wear uniforms and may be difficult to distinguish from the general population. They are also far less hampered by convention and more likely to seek new and innovative means to achieve their objectives. Fifth, because these conflicts were played out in the moral and cognitive domains, any military action must be considered as a form of communication. Lind argued in the original formulation, psychological operations may become the dominant operational and strategic weapon in the form of media information intervention. As a coherent theory, it soon evaporated, not only because of the different strands, but also because it depended on a historical schema, which did not work. War had never been solely based on regular battle, supposedly at the center of the 3 previous generations. Moreover, even virtuosos of irregular warfare, such as T.E. Lawrence and Mao Zedong, still accepted that only regular forces could seize state power. The fact that there might be a number of groups relying on irregular forms, from terrorism to insurgency, was a function of their weakness rather than a unique insight into the impact of new technologies and socio-economic structures in the modern world. There was also a tendency to assume that unwelcome developments had one guiding cause. In a similar vein, Ralph Peters argued that Western forces must prepare to face warriors whom he characterized colorfully as erratic primitives of shifting allegiances, habituated to violence, with no stake in civil order. He described their approach to war in terms familiar to students of guerrilla warfare. They only stood and fought when they had an overwhelming advantage. Instead, they snipe, ambush, mislead, and betray, attempting to fool the constrained soldiers confronting them into alienating the local population or allies, while otherwise hunkering down and trying to outlast the organized military forces pitted against them. This overstated the problem. Some might enjoy fighting for its own sake, but the most fearsome warriors were likely to be fighting for a cause or a way of life they held dear. The performance of guerrilla bands, militias, and popular armies were mixed, to say the least. Information operations. A key element in the discussion of asymmetric warfare focused on what were unhelpfully known as information operations. The term was unhelpful because it referred to a series of related but distinctive activities, some concerned with the flow of information and others with its content. Its potential range was indicated by an official U.S. publication, which asserted as a goal achieving and maintaining information superiority for the U.S. and its allies. This required an ability to influence, disrupt, corrupt, or usurp adversarial human and automated decision-making, while protecting our own. The mix of the automated and the human was reflected in references to electronic warfare and computer networks, as well as psychological operations and deception. All this reflected two distinct strands. The first was the traditional concern with changing the perceptions of others, and the second was the impact of digitized information. When information was a scarce commodity, it could be considered in similar ways as other vital commodities, such as fuel and food. Acquiring and protecting high-quality information made it possible to stay ahead of opponents and competitors. Such information might include the intellectual property, sensitive financial data, and the plans and capabilities of government agencies and private corporations. This provided intelligence agencies with the raison d'être. While Clausewitz may have dismissed the importance of intelligence, it came to be of increasing value as improved means were found to gather information that opponents intended to keep secret. At first, this depended on spies, and then the ability to break codes. As telegraphic communications came into use, their interception could provide evidence on enemy locations as well as messages. Breaking German signal codes during the Second World War gave the Allies a valuable advantage in a number of encounters. Then came the ability to take photographs from the air and later from space. It became progressively harder to stop opponents from picking up vital details about military systems and dispositions. As more information began to be digitized, so that it became simpler to generate, transmit, collect, and store, and communications became instantaneous, the challenges became those of plenty rather than scarcity. There were large amounts of material that could be accessed, both openly and illicitly. Outsiders sought to hack their way through passwords and firewalls to acquire sensitive material, steal identities, or misappropriate funds. Another challenge was maintaining the integrity of information despite attempted disruption or tampering via the insidious forms of digital penetration, known as viruses, worms, Trojan horses, and logic bombs, which were often launched from distant servers for no obvious purpose, though there was sometimes a clear and malign intent. The bulk of this activity was criminal and fraudulent, but there were examples of large-scale downloading of government and corporate secrets by state-funded hackers, attacks that closed down governmental systems, mysterious viruses that affected weapons and development programs, and damaged software that meant military equipment failed to work properly. Might an army of software wizards use insidious electronic means to dislocate the support systems of modern societies, such as transport, banking, and public health? There was no doubt that attacks could cause inconvenience and irritation, and on occasion, make a real difference. In the midst of operations, the military might find air defense systems disabled, missiles sent off course, local commanders left in the dark, and senior commanders confused as their screens went blank. If they had bought into the idea that fast-flowing data streams could eliminate the fog of war, they could be in for a rude shock. Even without enemy interference, a fog could be caused by a superfluity of information, too much to filter, evaluate, and digest, rather than the paucity of the past. Certainly the new information environment posed problems to governments in terms of what they could hope to control and their efforts to influence the news agenda. Ordinary people could spread images with cell phone photos and news, often inaccurate and half-digested, could spread on social networking sites while governments were still trying to work out what was going on and shape a response. Did this amount to the danger identified by John Archaea and David Ronfeld in 1993 when they warned that cyber war is coming? Their claim was that future wars would revolve around knowledge. They distinguished between cyber war, which they limited to military systems, although it became expanded in later use, and net war, which was more at the societal level. The issue was the same as for any new form of warfare. Could it be decisive on its own? Or, as Steve Metz put it, could a politically usable way be found to damage an enemy's national or commercial infrastructure sufficiently to attain victory without having to first defeat fielded military forces? The presumption that there might be a decisive cyber war attack assumed that the offense would dominate, and that the effects would be far-reaching, enduring, and uncontainable. The threat gained credibility from the frequency with which companies and even high-profile networks, including the Pentagon, were attacked by hackers. Protecting and managing privileged information against sophisticated foes who probed persistently for the weakest links in networks became a high priority. But effective attacks required considerable intelligence on the precise configuration of the enemy's digital systems, as well as points of entry into their networks. The possible anonymity and surprise of the attack might have its attractions, but any proposal to mount one would raise obvious questions about the likelihood of success against an alert opponent, the real damage that might be done, the speed of recovery, and the possibility of retaliation, not necessarily in kind. An opponent that had been really hurt might well strike back physically rather than digitally. Thomas Rid warned that the issue was becoming dominated by hyperbole. The bulk of cyber attacks were nonviolent in their intent and effect, and in general were less violent than measures they might replace. They were the latest version of the classic activities of sabotage, espionage, and subversion. Cyber war, he concluded, was a wasted metaphor, failing to address the real issues raised by the new technologies. Arkia and Ronfeld described net war as an emerging mode of conflict and crime at societal levels, short of traditional military warfare in which the protagonists used network forms of organization and related doctrines, strategies, and technologies attuned to the information age. In contrast to the large hierarchical standalone organizations that conducted police and military operations, in which extremists often mimicked, the protagonists of net war were likely to consist of dispersed organizations, small groups, and individuals who communicate, coordinate, and conduct their campaigns in an interneted manner, often without a central command. Terrorists, insurgents, or even nonviolent radical groups would not need to rely on frontal assaults and hierarchical command chains, but could swarm, advancing in small groups from many different directions, using different methods in a network held together by cell phones and the web. In practice, the more visible manifestations took the form of hacktivism, a way of making political or cultural points rather than threatening the economy or social cohesion. Even if more determined adversaries were prepared to mount substantial attacks, the result would likely be mass disruption rather than mass destruction, with inconvenience and disorientation more evident than terror or collapse. The use of social networking, such as Facebook and Twitter, during the early days of the Arab Spring of 2011, illustrated how swarming could leave governments uncertain about how to cope with a rapidly developing public opinion. Such tactics followed well-established principles from before the information age. Radical groups, especially during their early stages, were often based on loose networks of individuals. To avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, they found it safer to operate as semi-independent cells, communicating with each other and their shared leadership as little as possible. To be sure, the internet and the other forms of digitized communication made it easier to keep in touch, but the number of security breaches attributed to calls or electronic messages being traced still left them hesitant to talk too openly or too specifically. Moreover, radical networks required an underlying social cohesion or an attachment to a clear campaign objective to bring diverse individuals together. In order to prosper, they needed to move beyond the cellular form. This required a leadership able to mobilize and then direct sufficient force to strike significant blows. It was difficult to move beyond being a nuisance and harassing the enemy to seizing control without an authoritative point of decision. As the Arab revolts of 2011 through 2013 demonstrated, Regimes facing serious opposition did not reply with social networking of their own, but with repression and force. And in the end, it was the possibility of armed rebellion and the readiness of the military to defend the regime that was crucial. The initial focus was on the role of information flows in sustaining standard military operations, facilitating faster decision-making and ensuring more precise physical effects. The irregular warfare in the 2000s soon brought into focus the more traditional forms of information warfare, and the Americans appeared to be losing ground to apparently primitive opponents regarding how these conflicts, their stakes, and their conduct were perceived. Their opponents lacked physical strength, but seemed to know how to turn impressionable minds. Superiority in the physical environments was of little value unless it could be translated into an advantage in the information environment. As this was the chosen battle space of its foes, the United States was now required to learn to conceptualize its victories in terms of shaping perceptions over time, rather than in terms of decisive engagement that annihilated the enemy. The issue was not so much the flow of data, but the way that people thought. The counterinsurgency struggles in Iraq and Afghanistan led to an almost postmodernist embrace of pre-rational and embedded patterns of thought that allowed individuals and broad social groups to be caught up in a particular view of the world. Major General Robert Scales sought to explain the contrast between the failure of Islamic armies when fighting conventional battles Western style and their far greater success in unconventional war. He developed the concept of culture-centric warfare. In facing an enemy that uses guile, subterfuge, and terror mixed with patience and a willingness to die, he argued, too much effort had been spent attempting to gain a few additional meters of precision, knots of speed, or bits of bandwidth, and too little to create a parallel transformation based on cognition and cultural awareness. Winning wars required creating alliances, leveraging non-military advantages, reading intentions, building trust, converting opinions, and managing perceptions, all tasks that demand an exceptional ability to understand people, their culture, and their motivation. This would be a dispersed enemy communicating by word of mouth and back-alley messengers, and fighting with simple weapons that did not require networks or sophisticated technological integration to be effective. One reflection of the growing recognition of cultural factors was that the Pentagon employed an anthropologist, Montgomery McFate, to consider the interplay between military operations and Iraqi society. Among the mistakes she identified were failures to appreciate the role of tribal loyalties as the established civilian structure of power collapsed, the importance of coffee shop rumors compared with official communications, and the meaning of such small things as hand gestures. The growing recognition of the importance of the ability to influence another's view of the world was evident in the frequent references to hearts and minds and warnings about what was lost politically by indiscriminate and harsh military operations. The phrase came to be used whenever there was a need to persuade people through good works and sensitivity that security forces were really on their side, as part of a broader strategy of cutting militants off from their potential sources of support, including recruits, intelligence, sustenance, weapons and ammunition, and sanctuaries. The counter-argument went back to Machiavelli, that it was better to be respected than loved, that opponents could be intimidated and demoralized by physical strength, but encouraged in their opposition by concessions. The problem was more an over-facile approach to the hearts and minds concept. In other contexts, heart and mind were pitted against each other, strong emotions versus cool calculations, appeals to values and symbols versus appeals to the intellect. This is reflected in an early use by the British General Sir Henry Clinton when facing a similar problem with the upstart Americans in 1776. The British, Clinton argued, needed to gain the hearts and subdue the minds of America. In practice, in discussions of countering both insurgency and terrorism, Those opposed to brute force tended to stress gaining hearts more than subduing minds, as if provisions of goods and services could win the support of a desperate population. There were 3 difficulties. First, as noted, local political loyalties would depend on local power structures, and any measures would have to be judged in terms of their effects on these structures. Second, while there were undoubted benefits to repairing roads and building schools, or securing power and sanitation, these efforts would not get very far if security was so poor that foreign troops and local people were unable to interact closely and develop mutual trust. They were the sort of policies that might help prevent situations deteriorating, but were less likely to help retrieve it once lost. A more minds-oriented approach might establish that trust by addressing questions about who was likely to win the continuing political and military conflict and the long-term agendas of the various parties. The insurgents could sow doubts about who among the local population could be trusted, and about what was real and what was fake, about who was truly on one side and who was pretending. As the insurgents and counterinsurgents played mind games to gain local support, they could be as anxious to create impressions of strength as of kindness, to demonstrate a likely victory as well as to hand out largesse. In terms of the cognitive dimensions of strategy, this was as important as any feel-good effect from good works. Both would depend on the actual experiences of the local population and local leaders, and the mental constructs through which it was interpreted. The third problem was that this strategy required greater subtlety than just an awareness that different people had different cultures. It was hard to argue against an improved sensitivity about how others viewed the world and the need to avoid ethnocentrism. Culture was itself a slippery term, often being used as something that envelops individuals and shapes their actions without being able to do much about it. The term could include almost anything that could not be explained by reference to hard-nosed matters of interest. Attempts to define another's strategic culture often then came up with something remarkably coherent, without contradiction and almost impervious to change. At least among academics, this approach was largely giving way to a practice of referring to some received ideas that help interpret information and navigate events, but which were subject to regular modification and development. We shall return to some of these ideas in the last section of this book when we develop the idea of scripts. The importance of an exaggerated view of culture was that it could lead to the assumption that alien attitudes and uncooperative behavior reflected the persistence of an ancient way of life, untouched by modern influences, asserting itself whatever the conditions. Against the suggestion that individuals were socialized into hard cultures sharing assumptions, norms, patterns of behavior, and forms of mutual understanding that could be implicit, unspoken, or taken for granted, that were all but impenetrable to an outsider, was the possibility that in a dynamic situation where communities were being subjected to new influences and challenges, cultures were likely to develop and adjust, and become less effective in binding people together. Thus, observed Porter, in the literature on reconstructed Islamists, warrior peoples, and insurgencies fed by cultural difference, it was as if the people encountered did not act, but are acted upon by impersonal historical forces, taking orders from the culture, or that modes of warfare are singular and fixed by ancestral habit. People were able to learn and accommodate within their cultures new types of weapons and forms of conflict. References to the durability of hatreds and the evocation of cultural symbols could encourage stereotypes of the primordial and the exotic, as harmful as those that assumed that all people were seeking to remake themselves in a Western image. Explaining problematic behavior as a consequence of people being set in their ways was not only condescending, but also let off the hook those in the intervening forces, whose actions might have prompted a hostile reaction, and underestimated the extent to which opponents in a prolonged conflict would interact and pick up ideas, weapons, and tactics from each other. The need to have convincing stories impressed itself on officers trying to work out how they coped with a vicious enemy, while trying to stay on the right side of the people they were supposed to be helping. Kilcullen observed the insurgents' pernicious influence drew on a single narrative, simple, unified, easily expressed, that could organize experience and provide a framework for understanding events. He understood that it was best to be able to tap into an existing narrative that excludes the insurgents, stories that people naturally appreciate. Otherwise, it was necessary to develop an alternative narrative. It was not so easy for a complex multinational force to forge a narrative that could satisfy a variety of audiences. A British officer saw the value of one that not only helped explain actions, but also bound together one's team across levels of authority and function: the diplomatic head of mission, the army company commander, the aid specialist, the politician working from a domestic capital, for instance. He recognized that this might lead to variations in the story, but so long as there was an underlying consistency, this need not be a problem. But liberal democracies found it hard to generate consistent stories, or to appreciate the needs of the local front line as against those of the distant capital. A generally rueful collection of essays put together by the Marine Corps suggested that the United States had proved inept at quickly adapting the vast, dominant commercial information infrastructure it enjoys to national security purposes. It was perplexing to have been caught out so badly by Al-Qaeda, who seemed to be as brazen in their message as they were outrageous in their attacks. Yet in an apparent war of narratives, the United States was on the defensive, preoccupied with challenging another's message rather than promoting their own. Attempts were made to fashion notionally attractive communications without being sure how they were being received. In addressing their new target audiences, the Western communicators had to cope with rumors and hearsay, popular distrust of any reports from official sources, a reluctance to be told by foreigners what to think, and competition with a multitude of alternative sources. People filtered out what they did not trust or what they found irrelevant, or they picked up odd fragments and variants of the core message, interpreting and synthesizing them according to their own prejudices and frameworks. More seriously, there could be no total control over the impressions being created by either the actions or careless troops or the policy statements of careless politicians. There might be a group of professionals working under the label of information operations, but the audiences could take their cues from whatever caught their attention. The United States might have invented mass communications and the modern public relations industry, but these were challenges that went beyond normal marketing techniques. Those with backgrounds in political campaigning or marketing who were asked to advise on getting the message out in Iraq and Afghanistan often opted for short-lived projects that had no lasting effect. Moreover, these individuals knew that they would be judged by how their products went down with domestic audiences. Thus, those were the groups to which they tended to be geared. Not only did this miss the point of the exercise, but it could also blind policymakers, who often fell into the trap of believing their own propaganda. Jeff Michaels developed the idea of a discourse trap, whereby the politically comfortable and approved language used to describe campaigns led policymakers to miss significant developments. By refusing to acknowledge that early terror attacks in Iraq could be the responsibility of anybody other than former members of the regime, for example, they missed the alienation of moderate Sunnis and the growth of Shia radicalism. Attempts to persuade individuals to see the world in a different light and change their views were difficult enough and required insight into their distinctive backgrounds, characters, and concerns. It was far harder to do this for a whole category of people from an unfamiliar culture with extremely significant internal currents and differences that would be barely perceptible to outsiders. It was important when conducting military operations to understand that their effects went well beyond the kinetic to influencing the way that those caught up in conflicts understood their likely course and what was at stake. This affected the way that allegiances and sympathies might be broken and put together. Understanding this could help avoid egregious errors that might alienate important sections of the population. But because it was hard to measure and pin down effects on beliefs, It was not surprising that commanders trusted the surer results of firepower. If the challenge was to reshape political consciousness to produce an alignment of views with powerful foreigners, there were bound to be limits to what could be done by the military. Favorable images, let alone whole belief systems, could not be fired directly into the minds of the target audience as a form of precision weapon. If there was a consolation, the success of al-Qaeda was also exaggerated. Modern communications media undoubtedly created opportunities for the almost instantaneous transmission of dramatic and eloquent images. And to any modern-day Bakunin, there were extraordinary opportunities for propaganda of the deed. The same factors, however, that worked against successful official information operations could also work against the militants. Random violence, irrelevance to everyday concerns, and messages that grew tedious with repetition. As Ben Wilkinson observed in a study of radical Islamist groups, the real problem was not the lack of a simple message, but the implausibility of the cause and effect relationships they had to postulate if they were to convince themselves and their supporters of eventual success. This led them astray, caught by bad analogies, false assumptions, misinterpretations, and fallacies, overstating the role of human agency with little room for the accidental and the unpredictable. All this made for a bad case of narrative delusion. Radical strategists might be at special risk of narrative delusion because of the size of the gap between aspirations and means, but it is one to which all strategists are prone. Chapter 17. The Myth of the Master Strategist. In 1793, a force appeared that beggared all imagination. Suddenly war again became the business of the people, a people of 30 millions, all of whom considered themselves to be citizens. The resources and efforts now available for use surpassed all conventional limits. Nothing now impeded the vigor with which war could be waged. Clausewitz, On War. The framework for thinking about war and strategy inspired by Napoleon and developed in its most suggestive form by Clausewitz was not easily displaced. So shrewd were Clausewitz's insights and so compelling his formulations that it was hard to think of alternative ways to study war effectively. Those who drew attention to their greater knowledge about past wars and developments that he could not have imagined missed the point. The enduring power of his analytical framework lay in the dynamic interplay of politics, violence, and chance. It was because of this that writers on military strategy continued to assert their fealty to the great master. One of these, Colin Gray, wondered why modern strategic thought compared so poorly with On War. There were no war leaders comparable to Napoleon able to inspire great interpretive theory. He also pointed to a lack of military practitioners comfortable with theory or civilian theorists familiar with practice. The complexity of modern warfare challenged the lone theorist, while those concerned with national strategy had become too focused on immediate policy issues. Gray had an exalted view of the strategist as someone who could view the system as a whole, taking account of the multiple interdependencies and the numerous factors at play in order to identify where effort could be most profitably applied. In his Modern Strategy, he identified 17 factors to take into account: people, society, culture, politics, ethics, economics and logistics, organization, administration, information and intelligence, strategic theory and doctrine, technology, operations, command, geography, friction, chance, uncertainty, adversary, and time. Proper strategy required that these be considered holistically, that is, both individually and in context with the others. This was picked up by Harry Yarger, a teacher at the U.S. Army War College, who went even further. Strategic thinking is about thoroughness and holistic thinking. It seeks to understand how the parts interact to form the whole by looking at parts and relationships among them, the effects they have on one another in the past, present, and anticipated future. This holistic perspective would require a comprehensive knowledge of what else is happening within the strategic environment and the potential first, second, and third-order effects of its own choices on the efforts of those above, below, and on the strategist's own level. Nor would it be good enough to work with snapshots and early gains. The strategist must reject the expedient near-term solution for the long-term benefit. So much was expected of the true strategist, a student of the present who must be aware of the past, sensitive to the possibilities of the future, conscious of the danger of bias, alert to ambiguity, alive to chaos, ready to think through consequences of alternative courses of action, and then be able to articulate all this with sufficient precision for those who must execute its prescriptions. This was a counsel of perfection. There was only so much knowledge that an individual could accumulate, assimilate, and manipulate. Only so many potential sequences of events that could be worked through in a system that was full of uncertainty, complexity, and chaos. Gray also concluded that this was too much, accepting that he had also been too ambitious. Yarger, he observed, appeared to encourage, even demand, an impossibility. Even making a start on these factors required a considerable technical and conceptual grasp. Nonetheless, Gray still described a strategist as someone rather special, with an exceedingly demanding job description, able to see the big picture, and familiar with all of war's dimensions. He quoted with approval Fred Eclay's observation that good work on national strategy required a rotund intellect, a well-rounded personality. Similarly, Yarger had described strategy as the domain of the strong intellect, the lifelong student, the dedicated professional, and the invulnerable ego. Could there be such a master strategist with this unique grasp of affairs? If ever found, this person would be a precious resource and in great demand, torn between hard looks into the future and the need to take time to communicate conclusions in an intelligible form to those who must follow them. As such systematic and forward thinking would open up numerous risks and possibilities. Any value to a practitioner would require sharpening the focus. An all-encompassing view of the environment might be welcome by a government before embarking on a major initiative, where it could expect to take the first move, but also could be a luxury when coping with sudden developments that had unaccountably been missed. Then strategy might be more improvised and ad hoc. In such circumstances, the master strategist might feel a tad unprepared. The supposed holistic view of the master strategist would also be problematic. There were good reasons to pay attention to systems effects, the unanticipated results of connections between apparently separate spheres of activity. The likelihood of unexpected effects was a good reason to take care when urging bold moves, and then to monitor closely their consequences once taken. Exploring the range and variety of relationships within the broader environment could help identify creative possibilities by generating indirect forms of influence, targeting an opponent's weakest links, or forging surprising alliances. This did not, however, require a view of the whole system. There had to be some boundaries. In principle, everything was connected to everything else. In practice, the repercussions of a localized action might fade away quite soon. In addition, a holistic view implied an ability to look at a complete system from without, whereas the practical strategist's perspective was bound to be more myopic, focusing on what was close and evidently consequential, rather than on distant features that might never need to be engaged. Over time, the focus might change. That was not an argument to attempt to anticipate everything in advance, but to recognize the unreality of insisting on setting out with confidence, certainty, and clarity a series of steps that was sure to reach long-term goals. The idea that societies and their associated military systems might be comprehended as complex systems encouraged the view, reflected in the perplexing searches for enemy centers of gravity, that hitting an enemy system in exactly the right place would cause it to crumble, quickly, as the impact would reverberate and affect all the interconnected parts. The frustration of the search was a result of the fact that effects would not simply radiate out from some vital center. Societies could adapt to shocks. As a system, they could break down into more viable subsystems, establish barriers, reduce dependencies, and find alternative forms of sustenance. Feedback would be constant and complex. Clausewitz did present war as a dynamic system, but it was also remarkably self-contained. He was a theorist of war and not of international politics. He looked backward to the political source of war, but that was not where he started. At the level of national policy, what eventually became called grand strategy, questions had to be asked about how goals were to be best met. The answers might exclude the armed forces or assign them only a minor role. It was only at this more political level that the success of any military operations could be judged and claims of victory assessed. The quality and timelessness of Clausewitz's analysis of the phenomenon of war left behind the context from which it sprang, that is, the upheavals set in motion by the French Revolution. His focus on decisive victory required reassessment in the light of changes in the political context. Even when it was pointed out that Clausewitz had begun to reappraise limited war, the concept of a decisive battle retained its powerful hold over the military profession. The attraction was not hard to see. It gave the armed forces a special role and responsibility. The fate of the nation was in their hands, a point to be emphasized when seeking additional resources or political support. If affairs could be settled without decisive battles, then the general staffs could lose their importance and clout. Battle, however, became increasingly problematic, as firepower became more ferocious over greater ranges, and more men could be mobilized to pour into a fight. To retain the possibility of decisiveness, some critical new factor had to be found. Prior to the First World War, it was detected in the motivating effects of high morale and a brave national spirit. Afterwards, the focus was on the possibilities of surprise and maneuver to overcome the devastating effects of enemy firepower by disorienting them. This interest was revived in the United States during the later decades of the 20th century, though the outcomes of the regular military campaigns could be predicted as much by reference to the raw balance of military power as to any superior operational cleverness. Even then, apparent victory could be compromised as regular wars turned into irregular struggles. This need not have been news. Clausewitz had noted the effectiveness of the first guerrillas in Spain against Napoleon. Occupying armies regularly faced harassment from a sullen and resistant population. This phenomenon was evident in the challenges to colonialism. When regular battles seemed to lead to stalemate, governments could well try to break the deadlock by seeking to coerce civilian populations, whether through naval blockades or air raids. Popular morale became as important, if not more so, than military morale. So from the micro level of counterinsurgency as well as the macro level of nuclear deterrence, the key effects were not those posed by one armed force against another, but those posed against the adversary's political and social structures. Once the civilian sphere was acknowledged to be so important, then questions of perception and how they might be influenced came to the fore. Deterrence required influencing the expectations of those who might be contemplating aggressive action to remind them of why this might be a bad idea. Irregular warfare required separating the militants from their possible supporters by demonstrating this was a cause doomed to failure and offering few rewards if successful. There was little science in this. A sense of the danger of nuclear war did not require subtle messaging, while attempts to shape the views of people caught up in a war in which they were reluctant to take sides could easily be undermined by a single dramatic event or a lack of understanding of local concerns. Unless the message was very strong, as with nuclear war, it was easier in retrospect to explain the behavior of others than in prospect to influence that behavior through information operations. The counterinsurgency campaigns of the early 21st century reflected a keen appreciation of narratives, but they were more relevant when illuminating problems than as sources of solutions. Looking back, it was possible to discern the processes by which the predominant views within a community had begun to shift, but that was not the same as providing the basis for a forward-looking strategy. The practical difficulties of this complex interaction between the civilian and military spheres were aggravated by the political separation of the two spheres, in terms of the higher command structures. The traditional military view, affirmed by von Moltke, was that once the purposes of war had been set by the political leadership, the war's subsequent conduct was the military's responsibility. The civilians must then take a back seat. It was enough to have to cope with a resolute and wily enemy without having to deal with panicking civilians as well, especially once modern communications constantly put temptation in their way. When an immediate connection could be made between the head of state and the most junior frontline commander, the considered judgments of a whole chain of command might be swept away by a few inexpert and clumsy sentences. Under any circumstances, abrupt shifts in political direction combined with amateurish attempts at playing the great commander were bound to irritate the professionals. This was the blind spot, resulting from the focus on battle, expressed in the belief that the operational art was something best left to military commanders. This model of civil-military relationships, whereby the actual deployment and employment of armed force was a largely military responsibility, was wholly inadequate. The two spheres needed to be in constant dialogue. Political ends could not be discussed without regard for military feasibility. Diplomatic activity would be shaped by military options and risks. Whether or not to offer diplomatic concessions, seek resources or bases from third parties, or construct alliances, depended on military assessments. Those assessments in turn led to assumptions on the shape of the rival coalitions and their ability to withstand long wars or extend their reach through bases. The idea of a military strategy separate from a political strategy was not only misleading, but also dangerous. Civilians could not ignore the supposedly operational issues associated with military strategy. They needed to consider whether the way a war was being fought was consistent with the purposes for which it was being fought, and to look beyond coming battles to the following peace. They needed to keep the public and allies, potential or actual, on their side. This required consideration of the burdens a society could accept, and the harm it could legitimately impose on others, and of how to lead a polity toward these limits or away from them. When it came to operations, most military organizations had to improvise at some point, whatever the lessons they believed they had learned from previous wars. As they did so, the generals and admirals would often quite properly disagree among themselves on how the enemy would best be defeated. The single military view was the exception rather than the rule, and the differences regularly turned on assessments that were essentially political. The military would need regular political guidance as circumstances changed and old plans became redundant. The attempt to develop a science of strategy was thus thwarted by the inherent unpredictability of military affairs and compounded by the even greater unpredictability of political affairs. Wars were not won through applying some formula that only seasoned military professionals could grasp, for example by insisting on a maneuverist rather than an attritional philosophy, clever ways of catching the enemy by surprise versus the single-minded delivery of firepower. Military campaigns had to be designed according to circumstances, and successful commanders would show flexibility in their operational decisions. In explaining success and failure in war, it would be wrong to discount the operational art. But as often as not, the key to a successful strategy was the political skill necessary to deny the enemy a winning coalition while forging one's own. The origins of a distinctive concept of military strategy lay in the urged control, and as we shall see in the next two sections, a similar urge was influential in the origins of both political, even revolutionary, and business strategy. This urge shaped strategies to control the battlefield through the complete elimination of enemy armies. It was also evident in a determination to maintain the operational sphere as the privileged domain of the military. Pure control was always an illusion, at most a temporary sensation of success, which would soon pass as the new situation generated its own challenges. Extracting a state from an attritional conflict would require awkward negotiations, while even impressive victories involved a concept of a sustainable peace and the question of how to deal with the defeated. The idea of a master strategist was therefore a myth. On the one hand, it demanded an impossible omniscience in grasping the totality of complex and dynamic situations, or an ability to establish a credible and sustainable path toward distant goals. On the other hand, it failed to take account of what were often the real and immediate demands of strategy making. This was to bring together a variety of disparate actors to agree on how to address the most pressing problems arising out of the current state of affairs and plot a means of advance to a much better state. The attempt to control the course of battle came at a time of growing logistical complexity, mass armies, and political upheaval. As we have seen, this led to two core principles that proved to be very resilient, even as their limitations should have become evident and the circumstances in which they had to be implemented became even more challenging. The first, which had unassailable logic, was that complete control could only reliably be achieved through elimination of the enemy army. The second was that this required maintaining the operational sphere as the privileged domain of the military. This gave debates on military strategy a sharp but also narrow focus. The political dimension was seen as something separate, a source of goals and eventual peace terms, but irrelevant to operational conduct. A military goal of annihilation went naturally with a political goal of subjugation, though that was not always achievable. When the structure of a conflict was examined more broadly, it was likely that the ability to impose a degree of political control on situations would depend on not only the capabilities of the enemy armies, but the extent of the popular determination to resist subjugation, and what sort of measures could be taken against a hostile population, sources of finance and essential commodities, and the strength and cohesion of the competing alliances. Clausewitz accepted the potential importance of these factors. In his concept of centers of gravity, he suggested that they could be addressed through a targeted military effort. In practice, however, they were often best addressed on their own terms, raising issues of concessions and bargaining, access to markets and propaganda. The great strategists, therefore, tended to be those who were able to identify the most salient features of a conflict, political as well as military, and how they might be influenced. Their gifts lay in an ability to convince others of their insights, and what this implied by way of action. For example, Lincoln and Churchill. They often came to be viewed as great because of elements of luck and the mistakes of their opponents. Sometimes their luck ran out, and their fallibilities were exposed. For example, Pericles. Master strategists, as described by Gray and Yarger, were therefore a myth. Operating solely in the military sphere, their view could only be partial. Operating in the political sphere, they needed an impossible omniscience in grasping the totality of complex and dynamic situations, as well as an ability to establish a credible and sustainable path toward distant goals that did not depend on good luck and a foolish enemy. The only people who could be master strategists were political leaders, because they were the ones who had to cope with the immediate and often competing demands of disparate actors, diplomats as well as generals, ministers along with technical experts, close allies, and possible supporters. Even the best of these in the most straightforward situations could not begin to comprehend all the relevant factors and the interactions between them. They would therefore have to rely on the quality of their judgment to identify the most pressing problems arising out of the current state of affairs, plot a means of advance to a better state, and then improvise when events took an unexpected turn. Part 3. Strategy from Below. Chapter 18. Marx and a Strategy for the Working Class. Philosophers have only interpreted the world. The point, however, is to change it. Karl Marx. Theses on Feuerbach. The last section had the United States puzzling out how to cope with irregular warfare, with the concept of decisive victory no longer seeming so relevant, and a focus on intense local struggles taking center stage. As it sought to try to cope with terrorist atrocities and ambushes, the United States was aware that it was in a competition to obtain the acquiescence, if not the active support, of the ordinary people in whose name war was being waged. The armed forces were encouraged to reach out to these people, to find ways of talking to them, and to persuade them that they were truly on their side. These efforts, however, kept on coming up against barriers to comprehension, set down by language and culture, as well as past actions, policies, and pronouncements that made the job of persuasion even harder. This question of how minds can be turned, especially in large numbers and in a shared direction, looms large in this section, because that has long been a preoccupation of radicals and revolutionaries determined to upend the existing structures of power on behalf of the masses, though the masses were reluctant participants, if not actively hostile to the whole endeavor. This section looks at strategy from the perspective of the underdogs, or at least those claiming to act on their behalf, who faced a large gap between desired ends and available means. These were the people for whom strategy was most challenging. They had to mobilize support in ways that would not invite suppression. If suppression was likely, they needed to consider clandestine survival and even violent responses of their own. They asked whether all could be persuaded to rally around the same goals, or whether compromise would be necessary, and if so, how much would be acceptable. Radical groups with distant goals could find comfort in an isolated purity, while those who tasted success saw the value of accommodating the views of others. As they devised plans of campaign, the issues that dominated the military discourse, endurance and surprise, annihilation versus exhaustion, direct battle and indirect pressure, all made their appearance, often in forms that revealed their military origins. Theories loom larger in this section, especially those which address the big questions of power and change in industrial societies. Radicals offered theories which described a better world and the historic forces that might make it happen. Conservative theories explained why this new world might never materialize, and how it might not be any better if it did, warning of the delusions of change and the likely emergence of new elites who would display the same traits as the old. Proponents of violence had theories about how it could be a source of personal as well as social liberation, sweeping away decrepit states, whatever their notional strength, while advocates of nonviolence spoke not only of prudence, but also of the advantages of the moral high ground. Because of the fear in masses roused and the frustrations of those who felt that the masses should be more roused than they were, there were theories of consciousness, lots of them, bemoaning the malleability of belief, the suggestibility of crowds, the impact of propaganda, and the entrenched paradigms and narratives of domination. Theories charted and also exemplified the processes of bureaucratization and rationalization, offering strategies of efficient design and implementation, explaining why even revolutionary politics required professionalization and sound organization. This became one of the touchstone issues of political life, especially on the left, for it posed sharply the issue of whether it was possible to avoid the bad habits of the powerful while staying effective. There were regular denunciations of the party apparatchiks atop disciplined organizations from those who believed this to be denying the authenticity of the human spirit. By and large, strong organization triumphed over the integrity of spontaneous action. We will nonetheless conclude with the management of presidential campaigns, in the mainstream rather than fringes of political life, but still drawing on theories of social change and political beliefs. Not only did politics become more professional, but so did theory. Occupying an important role in this story is the rise of the social sciences, yearning to be taken as seriously as the natural sciences, with findings of universal validity untainted by partisan interests. In this section and the next, we will see social science, though never wholly value-free, represented at times as a source of public policy that, once accepted by an enlightened state, could render politics, and therefore strategy, unnecessary. The professional revolutionaries. We start with would-be insurrectionists, developing strategies to overturn the existing social order. This requires us to return almost to the starting point of the last section, for the development of professional revolutionaries was, along with the Napoleonic Wars, a consequence of the Great French Revolution of 1789. Though this became the inspiration and benchmark for all revolutions that followed, it was not the result of a plot or the culmination of any deliberate strategy. It was a response to the rigidity and ineptitude of the Ancien Regime and shaped by the Enlightenment, a revolution in ideas and modes of thought. The actual events took everyone by surprise, including those who were propelled to its leadership. The Jacobin Club, which promoted the core ideas of citizenship and the rights of man, and then the Terror, was formed just after the actual revolution. Initially moderate, it became increasingly radical in its program and methods. Then the revolution turned in on itself and fell in behind Napoleon. In both international and national affairs, the theories of power, violence, and change, inspired by this period, exercised a continuing hold over revolutionary as well as military strategy. The ruling conservative elites met at the 1815 Congress of Vienna, determined to prevent further outbreaks of revolutionary fervor and battlefield carnage. Some were prepared to permit greater democracy, but most were convinced that only paternalistic monarchies could maintain order. But this was a time of great social and economic upheaval. European societies seethed with discontent. Peasants despaired at the disruption to their traditional patterns of life. Workers began to organize, sometimes tenuously and sometimes forcefully. The liberal middle class railed against the barriers to their freedom, influence over affairs, and ability to make money. The ruling elites, drawn from the land-owning aristocracy, fretted about their hold on power. During the 1840s, economic recession and harvest failures combined to create a widespread view that this was a pre-revolutionary time, that something was about to break. It was time for those who yearned for revolution to make plans. This was epoch, as Mike Rapport has noted, that introduced the professional revolutionary, who plotted tirelessly for the violent overthrow of the conservative order. The professionals believed that revolutions were events that could be started deliberately and did not have to wait until unanticipated surges of popular feeling overwhelmed rotten state structures. Because of 1789, the idea of revolution was not a fantasy. There was no need to be cowed by claims of an established order divinely inspired and beyond human interference. What had happened once could happen again. The revolutionaries schemed and argued about how to turn popular demonstrations and discontent into a proper insurrection. Animated by a sense of huge possibility, they debated strategy and, on occasion, tried to turn their theories into practice. Eventually, many of these ideas became stale, as a result of both familiarity and futility. They became the slogans of distinct and often sectarian mass political organizations. In the first decades of the 19th century, however, they were fresh, fluid, and exciting, reflecting intellectual and political ferment. This was a time of innovation and radicalism. Political positions described in terms of left and right followed the seating arrangements in the chamber of the post-revolution French Legislative Assembly. Socialism, referring to the need to address the social question, was first used in 1832, and communism, referring to a belief in complete equality and common ownership of land and property, entered the lexicon in 1839. The theorists of revolution drew on the theorists of war. They embraced the same metaphors. They struggled, they attacked, and they fought. They looked for the insurrectionary equivalent of the decisive battle, a moment when it was clear who was going to come out on top. Clausewitz's emphasis on decisive action and on the tactical offensive, even in the strategic defense, became, according to Neumann and von Hagen, the stock in trade of revolutionary strategy. Power would have to be wrested from the ruling elites. That would require defeating the organized violence of the state. Preferably the army would capitulate in the face of just demands and the horror of being asked to fire on their own people. But if necessary, they would have to be defeated in direct combat. Insurrections, therefore, were a form of battle and subject to similar rules. But in the face of superior firepower, numbers were all important to the revolution. Somehow the broad mass of ordinary people, the poor and the dispossessed, peasants and workers, had to be mobilized and directed. They would fight not only to overcome their present misery, but also for a new and better society, altogether more admirable and noble, righteous, harmonious, and prosperous. So while the new class of professional revolutionaries might present themselves first as militants, organizers, and commanders, they also had to make their names as thinkers, articulating the inchoate aspirations of the masses, analyzing what had gone wrong and offering a vision of how all could be put right. The revolutionaries acquired their notoriety by the power of their ideas and their ability to spread them through newspapers, pamphlets, and books. Not surprisingly, the reconciliation of meager means to glorious but somewhat distant ends often required considerable intellectual gymnastics and heroics of belief. This led to rancorous disputes as to the relative merits of a range of impossible strategies. It was one thing to define a good society, quite another to explain how it would be the natural outcome of a great popular movement. It was one thing to develop an intellectually consistent narrative to explain how the revolution could work itself through to the desired outcome, quite another to follow its lines when the moment for revolution came. These great dramas would allow the revolutionaries a glimpse of everything they had been trying to achieve. The question was whether there would be anything more than a glimpse. They were unlikely to get many opportunities to find out. Most of these professional revolutionaries were born well after 1789, in the first decade of the 19th century. Almost 2 centuries later, many still retain their reputations as defining figures of the left. At the extreme was Louis-Auguste de Blanc, an irrepressible French activist, imprisoned for much of his life, with a predilection for highly organized conspiracies. Though revolution would be undertaken on behalf of the masses, their actual participation would neither be expected nor welcomed. He gave his name to Blanquism, which came to refer in leftist circles to the idea that revolution was best achieved through a putsch or coup d'état. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon was the first to promote anarchy, which he defined in 1840 as the absence of a master, of a sovereign. He posed the question, "What is property?" to which he famously answered, "Theft." Anarchism was later given a quite different tinge by the Russian Mikhail Bakunin, whose revolutionary convictions and ideas were still gestating during the 1840s. A more nationalist theme came with the Italian Giuseppe Mazzini, working to unify his fragmented country, which he wished to be republican and socialist. He insisted that patriotism was not incompatible with internationalism. In Hungary, Lajos Kossuth took a similar view as he held the struggle against Austrian domination. And then there was Karl Marx, a man respected for his formidable intellect by his fellow revolutionaries, but actively disliked, not least for the scorn that he heaped on them. Born in 1818 in Trier, in Prussia, to a Jewish family converted to Christianity, Marx was supposed to become a lawyer. Instead, at university he became attracted to philosophy, especially to the radical group known as the Young Hegelians. They took the core themes of the great philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, particularly his celebration of reason and freedom, while rejecting his idea that history had reached a satisfactory conclusion in the contemporary Prussian state. Marx's own break with the young Hegelians came as he stressed the importance of looking at the material causes of historical change. Marx moved to France in 1843, where there was less censorship, and worked as a journalist. There he met his lifetime collaborator, Friedrich Engels, the son of a German industrialist who was based in Manchester, the center of the Industrial Revolution. Engels had just published his own book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, in 1844. They soon became partners. Engels provided Marx with financial support but also drafts for his articles, particularly on military history and theory, in which he had considerable expertise. They established their basic philosophy in The German Ideology, written in 1845 to 1846, although only first published in 1932, which denied the possibility of independent morality, religion, metaphysics, all the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness. Their claim was avowedly materialist. Life, they insisted, is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. In practice, as they would discover, the most perplexing problems for the revolutionary strategist could be found in the interplay between the two. Marx's role in the revolutionary sphere was comparable to Clausewitz's in the military sphere. As Clausewitz provided a theory of war, Marx provided a theory of revolution, though not in quite so abstract a form. The actual influences of Clausewitz on Marx was slight. Engels read him more carefully, but not until the 1850s. If there was an influence, it was because they were all operating in the same historicist tradition. In this respect, they shared, though not intimately, historical and intellectual family ties. Marx's theory demonstrated the role of revolutions in the dynamics of historical change, a consequence of the class struggles that accompanied the changing forms of production. While the theory gave hope to revolutionaries, it was less helpful in telling them what to do. Unlike Clausewitz, who worked out his theory as a result of the experience of war, Marx developed his theory prior to his experience of revolution, and then at once found its application problematic. Nonetheless, his extraordinarily powerful theory impressed even his opponents during his lifetime and continued to exercise a hold over the socialist imagination. Revolutionaries of the 20th century almost invariably traced their strategies and political programs back to Marx. His writings ranged from serious journalism to deep philosophy. Some important pieces were not published during his lifetime. Scholars and activists alike have explored the meanings and implications of key passages, searching for guidance in his commentaries on dimly remembered events and otherwise obscure philosophers. Appropriate quotes from the master gave legitimacy to otherwise dubious proposals, while the potential for competing claims about what Marx really meant caused numerous splits among those claiming to carry his banner. The problem with the interpretation of Clausewitz was that he was revising his only major work when he died. The problem with the interpretation of Marx was that he completed many works without ever suggesting that he was revising anything. 1848. Marx dismissed all the competing radical notions of the time: religious imperatives, patriotic appeals, claims to civilized values and assertions of human rights, reactionary politics, and reformist gradualism were all illusions, reflecting either the crude interests of the current ruling class or the ideological residues of those that had gone before, leading the masses to rationalize their own enslavement. For Marx, his theory was a vital weapon in itself, a source of confidence in the proletariat, a means of explaining to working people their potential and their destiny. Strategy had to be grounded in class struggles. There was no point in trying to reconcile the irreconcilables through appeals to goodwill, justice, equality, or the boundless possibilities of the human will. The revolutionary process was about taking power according to prevailing economic and social conditions. Marx's theory inclined toward economic determinism, which could argue for waiting for the historical process to reach its inevitable conclusion. But Marx was an activist, and anything but fatalistic. At all times his aim was to develop the power of the working class. He cast himself as a strategist for the proletariat, and viewed other classes as potential allies or opponents, according to their ability to help or hinder its onward march. On the eve of the revolutionary year of 1848, Marx, not yet 30, was asserting himself as a political leader with a distinctive approach, evidently a cut above the pamphleteers of his time. His forceful writing, combining intellectual rigor with heavy sarcasm, took on acknowledged leaders of socialist thought, especially those of the dreamier sort, and gained converts to his more scientific approach. He was not, however, a natural leader. Instead, he lacked charisma and empathy, and he never gained a huge popular following. A lecturer more than an orator, argumentative rather than conciliatory, he preferred analysis to emotion. And so often on the left, the message of proletarian unity was combined with disdain for anything other than the course he advocated. He had no fear of splits. Better to have revolutionary clarity and vigor than an artificial accommodation with wrong-headed and muddled notions. Neither Marx nor Engels had any aptitude for coalition building at a personal level. His first political association was with a traditional group of the left, known as the League of the Just, which had all the clandestine affectations of a secret society. Marx and Engels, with the help of others, turned this into a more open association known as the Communist League of 1847, opening branches in Germany, France, and Switzerland. The former slogan, "All men are brothers," was replaced by "Proletarians of all lands united." The two men sought and gained a commission to provide a definitive communist manifesto. After 6 intensive weeks of writing, largely by Marx, it was finished in February 1848. Its famous opening statement, "A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism," was meant to be ironic. Communism was not a specter, a ghostly apparition, but a real power, and now in the open, calling for the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. The particular list of demands, the sort with which political manifestos tend to be associated, was something of a rag bag, put together in a great hurry as the publication deadline approached. Most important was the coherent presentation of the theory. "The history of all hitherto existing society," the manifesto explained, "is the history of class struggles." In the current epoch, class antagonism was being simplified into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. The unique advantages of communists was that they were most advanced and resolute, with the clearest understanding of the lines of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. This was not a strategy for a state, nation, party, or institution, and certainly not for an individual. Rather, it was for a class, defined in terms of the relationship to the means of production. During 1848, revolution spread like an epidemic across Europe, with the most important outbreaks in France, Germany, Poland, Italy, and the Austrian Empire. Although the contagion began in Sicily, it was France that led the way in the intensity and seriousness of its own uprising. After the fall of Napoleon, France had returned to a monarchy, supposedly constitutional. As Charles X sought to acquire real power in 1830, he provoked a successful popular revolt, giving further support to the view that this was the one country in Europe where taking to the streets invariably made a difference. Charles's replacement, Louis-Philippe, however, was not much better and maintained rule by a privileged elite. The barricades went up again in 1834, providing the backdrop for Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. This uprising was suppressed, but in February 1848, after soldiers had fired into a crowd and the mob converged on his palace, Louis-Philippe abdicated and fled to England. Soon a provisional government proclaimed the Second French Republic, along with universal male suffrage and relief for the poor. The revolution, however, soon suffered from both economic and political chaos as the wealthy fled, businesses closed down, and the members of the new government argued with each other. The French socialists were, in their language and aspirations, creatures of 1789, idealists rather than materialists, concerned with rights and justice rather than capitalism. In rural France, Paris was seen to be selfishly imposing new taxes to support a better city life. Soon demands were heard for more order. Conservatives gained control of the government, and with the army began clearing out the barricades. The middle classes were content, but the working classes were left seething. By June, feeling abandoned, the workers of Paris once again put up the barricades. The government forces were ruthless and effective. For 4 days the workers fought, but in the end, it was a massacre, and they were defeated. In Germany, the main arena for Marx and Engels during these heady months, the situation was complicated by the national question. Under the Congress of Vienna, with its stress on an orderly balance of power rather than disruptive self-determination, there was a loose German federation, which brought together Austria at its head, along with Prussia and 38 smaller states. To confuse matters further, the Hungarian territories were part of the Austrian Empire but not the German Confederation. The whole top-heavy arrangement, when combined with the authoritarian quality of the individual states, was designed to cause aggravation. The cause of German unity based on national sovereignty went hand in hand with demands for greater democracy. The revolutions followed a general pattern. An upsurge of broadly based anger resulted in large demonstrations. Stones got thrown, troops responded, some demonstrators died. The anger swelled and barricades went up. Where streets were narrow and crowded, the barricades provided real barriers to state control, though they were useless in wide thoroughfares and squares. Having lost control of the populated parts of their city centers, the authorities were caught between further bloodshed and political concessions. Divided among themselves, they made enough concessions to satisfy the crowds and then retired to regroup. At first, therefore, the revolutionaries had the unity of purpose across social and political divisions, and prevailed. But insurrection was not the end of the story. There might have been opportunities to create new state institutions, including armed forces, to protect the revolution and take it forward. But the uncertainties in the new situation instead created tensions between radicals and moderates. The middle classes wanted reform, but were petrified of revolution and persistent disorder. The left overreached itself and played to middle-class fears. There were debates about whether demands went too far or not far enough. Meanwhile, the monarchs and their governments rediscovered their ruthlessness and organized their forces. In often bloody battles, the radicals were defeated. Their leaders were thrown into prison or escaped into exile, and the population was cowed. In France it was different because of the abdication of Louis-Philippe. But it was the exception that proved the rule. In revolution, as in war, the quality and cohesion of the contending coalitions made a critical difference. The initial stance of Marx and Engels for Europe in general and Germany in particular, following the logic of the recently published Communist Manifesto, was that workers should support a democratic revolution in preparation for the struggle for socialism. The larger the coalition challenging the old order, the more likely it was to be successful. With universal suffrage and freedom of speech, the working classes would be better able to organize their own revolution. At the very least, a move to the next historical stage, even if it took time to complete, would allow the working class to grow in numbers, consciousness, organization, and militancy. The risk was that the triumphant bourgeoisie would immediately move to suppress communist activity. To counter this, Communists had to be constantly reminding the working class that even while working on a democratic revolution, relations with the bourgeoisie were bound to be hostile and antagonistic. Out of this came the idea of permanent revolution, suggesting that there would be no time to relax after stage one of the democratic revolution, before moving on immediately to the proletarian stage two. The speed of events excited them. France was the country where the revolutionary tradition was strong and class struggles were sharp and decisive. As the first news came from Paris in February, Engels exclaimed, "By this glorious revolution, the French proletariat has again placed itself at the head of the European movement. All honor to the workers of Paris." The subsequent disappointment was followed by more excitement with news of the June uprisings. Marx concluded that the great moment had come. "The insurrection is growing into the greatest revolution that has ever taken place," he wrote, "into a revolution of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie." Even the crushed uprising was judged to be a sort of advance. By exposing the harsh reality of class struggle, it would forge a more complete communist consciousness. Whereas February had been the beautiful revolution, the revolution of universal sympathy, June was the ugly revolution, the repulsive revolution, because reality took the place of the phrase. Marx was not unique among revolutionaries in assuming that failure would make the working class more ferocious and determined, rather than despairing and fatalistic. By this time Marx and Engels were in Cologne. This was an area Marx knew, with a relatively substantial working class and an intense political situation. He established, using a timely inheritance, a campaigning newspaper, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, New Rhenish newspaper, to promote the radical cause. The paper began publication on June 1st and soon gained some 6,000 subscribers. It reflected Marx's belief that the proletariat was too small to move alone, and so must unite with the peasants and lower middle classes, petite bourgeoisie, against the bourgeoisie. This unity was unlikely to be achieved by urging socialism on small property holders. So weeks after publishing the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels made comparatively tame demands: a standard democratic program of a unified republic, and universal male suffrage with some additional measures to address social issues. The first rally Marx organized was in a rural area where he brought workers and peasants together. At the time, the main workers' organization was the Cologne Workers' Council, with some 8,000 members. Its founder, Andreas Gottschalk, concentrated on improving social and working conditions rather than wider political action. He judged Marx too extreme in his ultimate goals, yet too moderate in his method. He had little sympathy for an orderly progression through revolutionary stages and scant interest in a democratic revolution. Marx argued for support of democratic candidates in elections. The alternative was to preach communism in a small corner magazine and found a small sect instead of a large party of action. Gottschalk was for boycotting elections and pushing at once for socialism. When Gottschalk was arrested in July 1848, Marx and Engels took over the council and redirected it to support the democratic movement. This new stance was not particularly popular, especially when coupled with a request for dues from members. Membership declined sharply. The revolution was turning out to be hard work. The workers were not necessarily progressive. They might be concerned about social conditions and annoyed with big business, but they also yearned for pre-industrial days of work and had no appetite for deep class conflict. This lack of revolutionary fervor depressed Marx. He later observed wryly that if German revolutionaries ever stormed a railway station, they would buy a platform ticket. He hoped that the news of the June events in Paris would galvanize the German Revolution. Instead, it was the counter-revolutionaries who were emboldened. As the German governments cracked down, Marx became more radical. From early 1849, he emphasized purely proletarian demands for a socialist republic. As 1850 began, he took heart from deteriorating economic conditions. His spring 1850 essay on class struggles in France raised the prospect of the proletariat imbued with a new revolutionary consciousness, matured by its defeats, and ready to accelerate the historical process. The events of the previous year meant that different classes of French society had to count their epochs of development in weeks where they had previously counted them in half-centuries. The revolutionary process could create its own momentum, its ferocity shattering idealistic illusions and forging a sense of class interests and destiny in the face of the desperate measures of the ruling class. Prior to this time, Marx had backed demands for workers' rights. Now he mocked them for leaving capitalism in place. His optimism was premature. The mood was against more uprisings and bloodshed. Caution prevailed. The European economy recovered and the revolutionary moment slipped away. Marx and Engels were left politically isolated, with time to reflect on their disappointment. Then it got even worse. In December, Louis-Napoleon Bonaparte, nephew of the Emperor, managed to get himself elected as the first president of the new republic, on a vaguely progressive platform. As president, Bonaparte worked with the Conservative Assembly, but an impasse developed over his continuing interest in social reform. In November 1851, he mounted a coup d'etat, and a year later he abolished the Second Republic and established himself as emperor. Engels remarked to Marx how Louis Napoleon's coup d'etat was a travesty of the 18th Brumaire, the date in the French revolutionary calendar when the first Napoleon seized power in a coup. This was a reenactment, once as grand tragedy and the second time as rotten farce. Marx picked up on this theme in one of his most brilliant and sardonic pieces of historical writing, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon. The proletariat had allowed itself to be tempted by revolutionary activity, and so ran ahead of itself, positing solutions which, under the circumstances, degree of education and relations, could not be immediately realized. It had lost its way, abandoned by the fearful petite bourgeoisie while the peasantry was still besotted with the Napoleonic legend. Only the conservatives acted on their true interests. Prior to the uprisings, Marx and Engels had recognized the fear of disorder as the wedge that might divide the revolutionary working classes from the rest. But having broken with old-style social democracy, Marx was now inclined to blame the failure on the leadership of the radical movements. Men make their own history, he observed in a famous passage from the 18th Brumaire, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. This was a profound, though simple, strategic insight. Individuals work to shape their own destinies, but their choices were conditioned by the situations in which they found themselves, and the way that they thought about the situation. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. At the moment when men started to engage in revolution, creating something that did not exist before, they suffered from a failure of imagination, looking back rather than forward. They anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service, borrowing from them names, battle slogans, and costumes in order to present this new scene in world history in time-honored disguise and borrowed language. The original French Revolution appeared first in the image of the Roman Republic and then the Roman Empire, while the Revolution of 1848 could only parody that of 1789. Somehow Marx urged the social revolution of the 19th century to find its poetry from the future rather than the past. Marx himself was also guilty of this. As Maguire notes, it is difficult to escape the all-pervading influence of the French Revolution of 1789 on Marx's thought. It set a benchmark against which all else was judged. The drama of the storming of the Bastille, the subsequent revolutionary justice, and the readiness to rethink everything, including the calendar and forms of greeting. To reconceive the world from the bottom up rather than the top down. This was both the prototype and archetype for a contemporary revolution. While trying to lead Cologne workers in 1848, Marx called the Jacobin Convention the lighthouse of all revolutionary epochs. During this period, he constantly referred to the images and lessons of 1789, from the role of peasants to models of leadership and the likelihood of a European war. His strategy for the German Revolution in 1848 was encapsulated by the phrase, "The French Revolution radicalized." The 18th Brumaire itself depends on the comparison. Marx was also trapped by a theoretical construct developed prior to the revolution that turned out, at first test, to be a poor guide to political practice. His theory offered a compelling narrative with which to address the proletariat and explain its true interests and historical role on the ascendant and destined to outlast all others, but failed when considering the proletariat of 1848, small and politically immature, one class in a wider configuration, needing allies if it was to make any progress. There were 4 basic problems with his construct. First, class had to be more than a social or economic category, but an identity willingly accepted by its members. The proletariat had to be not just a class in itself, but also a self-aware political force, a class for itself. This was the problem of conscientiousness. The manifesto referred to the eventual moment of enthusiasm, in which this class fraternizes and fuses with society. But would this class identity develop purely as a result of shared experiences and suffering, or depend on constant prompting by communists, or be forged, as at times Marx seemed to think in 1848, through the actual experience of revolution? Second, consciousness-raising as a class required undermining the competing claims of nation and religion. Yet for many workers, there was no inconsistency with being a socialist, a patriot, and a Christian. Some of the most important revolutionary figures at the time, such as Mazzini and Kossuth, based their appeals first on nationalism. The cause of Polish emancipation from Russia was widely embraced, including by Marx. The manifesto insisted on the common interests of the proletariat independently of nationalism. But Marx was also well aware of national differences in terms of economic and political structures. Indeed, he could generalize about national character in ways that would now be considered outrageous. Engels was even more prone to ethnic stereotypes. Third, despite the manifesto's claim of a developing polarization, the class structure in 1848 was extremely complex. It contained groups who might be historically doomed, but for the moment were very much alive. They made possible a wide range of political configurations and outcomes. Marx assumed that the small manufacturers, merchants, and rentiers, the handicraftsmen and the peasants, all these classes fall into the proletariat. But these groups did not necessarily identify with the urban working classes and had their own interests. The petite bourgeoisie was exasperating to Engels, invariably full of bluster and loud protestations, at times even extreme as far as talking goes, but faint-hearted, cautious, and calculating, in the face of danger, and then aghast, alarmed, and wavering when matters became serious. The peasants were particularly hard to call. Were they as nostalgic as the aristocrats for the old feudal order that was now slipping away? Or were they being radicalized by new forms of rural ownership? The tension was evident in the manifesto, which presented the peasantry as reactionary and obsolete, but then called for an alliance between workers and peasants in Germany. The artisans, petite bourgeoisie, shopkeepers, and landlords were also all present in significant numbers, and with their own political views. Even the working classes in 1848 were a mixed grouping, far more likely to be found in small workshops than large factories, and so viewing mechanization as part of the problem, rather than a mark of progress, as a source of further misery, more than a necessary stage in economic development. After the failed revolutions, Marx blamed the degenerate lumpen proletariat for providing the militia to defeat the June uprising, although actually the Mobile Guard's social composition was representative of the wider working class. Fourth, the greatest confusion came from the manifesto's presumption that a bourgeoisie revolution must precede the proletarian. This would create the conditions for the growth of the proletariat and their consciousness of their capacity to take control of industrial society. But that was some way down the line. The immediate strategic implication was to urge the working classes back to the middle classes in their revolution. For the bourgeoisie, the course was clear. They could subvert and circumvent the established order through their entrepreneurial creativity. Eventually, political affairs would catch up and find space for this dynamic class. There might be gain in this for the proletariat in the form of greater democracy. The promise, however, was not of opportunities for an evolutionary working class advance, but, if the theory was correct, further exploitation and immiseration. As Gottschalk put it when accusing Marx of finding the misery of the workers and the hunger of the poor a matter of only scientific and doctrinaire interest, why should the men of the proletariat make a revolution and spill their blood to escape the hell of the Middle Ages by precipitating ourselves voluntarily into the purgatory of decrepit capitalist rule in order to arrive at the cloudy heaven of your communist credo? The strategy of insurrection. After the economic distress so eagerly anticipated in 1849 failed to materialize, Marx and Engels judged that uprisings were unlikely to succeed so long as the army remained loyal to the state. If one did succeed, possibly in France, then it could only survive if it triggered a response elsewhere, and most importantly, could put together a coalition of revolutionary countries to defeat the armies of the reactionaries. As Marx settled down to study political economy, Engels concentrated on military affairs in an effort to assess the potential balance of forces between revolutionary and counter-revolutionary countries. His approach was unsentimental and mechanical. The more I mug up on war, the greater my contempt for heroism. A fatuous expression, heroism, and never heard on the lips of a proper soldier. Engels doubted that a single country could produce Napoleon's early successes. The modern art of war, based on mobility and mass, was now universally known. Indeed, the French were no longer the preeminent bearers of this tradition. His conclusion was not encouraging. Superiority in strategy and tactics, Engels concluded, would not necessarily favor the revolution. A proletarian revolution would have its own military expression and give rise to new methods of warfare, reflecting the elimination of class distinctions. But this was likely, Engels assumed, to intensify rather than diminish the mass character and mobility of armies and was, at any rate, many years away. In the first instance, when it came to defending the revolution from internal enemies, the bulk of the army would still need to come from the mob and the peasants. In such a case, the revolution would adopt the means and methods of modern warfare, and so the big battalions would win. Marx respected Engels for his military knowledge, but was far less inclined to stress the military factor over others. This became apparent during the American Civil War. Although both were frustrated with the North, Marx was always more confident that its superior material strength would win out in the end, while Engels worried about the Confederacy's superior mastery of military arts. In the summer of 1862, Engels was convinced that it is all up. But Marx disagreed, observing that you let yourself be swayed a little too much by the military aspect of things. In June 1851, Engels wrote to Joseph Weidemeyer, a former military officer and close friend who later that year emigrated to the United States, explaining that he needed the elementary knowledge necessary to enable me to understand and correctly evaluate historical facts of a military nature. This included maps and manuals. He asked for an opinion of Clausewitz and also of Monsieur Jomini, of whom the French make such a fuss. He read Clausewitz, but found Jomini more reliable. In 1853, again writing to Weidemeyer, Engels prescribed Prussian military literature as positively the worst there is, noting in particular that, despite many fine things, I can't really bring myself to like that natural genius Clausewitz. By 1857 he had warmed to Clausewitz, despite his strange way of philosophizing, noting with approval Clausewitz's suggestion that fighting is to war what cash payment is to trade. The interest in military matters also reflected the split, which ended the short life of the Communist League. This came in 1850 as a result of Marx's doubts about the imminence of revolution. The opposition was led by August von Willich, a former military officer described by Engels as a brave, cold-blooded, skillful soldier, though a boring ideologist. In London, where the émigrés now congregated, Willich was more popular among exiles, sharing tavern life and optimistic talk of returning to liberate Germany. He presented himself as an impatient man of action, compared to the elitist and patronizing literary characters, like Marx and Engels, whereas they seemed more interested in reading than revolution, confining their work to education and propaganda, and were prepared to support a democratic push. Willich's followers had no interest in supporting bourgeois elements to power, but aimed immediately for supreme power. Preparations for Revolutionary War began with drills, shooting practice, and a hierarchical military-style organization. Marx was always hostile to the view, most associated with Blanc, that revolution was a matter of will and military skill as much as material conditions. There was no point urging people to fight against hopeless odds. While we say to the workers, you have 15 or 20 of 50 years of civil and national wars to go through, not just to alter conditions, but to alter yourselves and qualify for political power, Marx explained to Willich. You, on the contrary, say, we must obtain power at once or we might as well lay ourselves down to sleep. In September 1851, Marx wrote to Engels, reporting comments by Willich's colleague, Gustav Tschechau, on the lessons of the events of 1849. According to Tschechau, revolution could not work if confined to a single faction or even nation. It had to become general. Barricades could only signal popular resistance and test a government. Far more important was organization for proper war, which required a disciplined army. This alone makes an offensive possible, and it is only in the offensive that victory lies. National constituent assemblies could not take responsibility because of their internal divisions, arguing about matters that could only be truly decided after victory, and foolishly expecting an army to be democratic. Enthusiastic volunteers would stand little chance against disciplined and well-fed soldiers. The Revolutionary Army would need compulsion, iron rigor of discipline. In Engels' dismissive assessment, Tschechau was postponing the struggle between different classes and perspectives until after the war. A military dictator would suppress internal politics. Yet Tschechau had no idea about how to recruit such a large army. A revolution in 1852 would be stuck on the defensive, confined to empty proclamations, or doomed military expeditions. In September 1952, Engels looked back to the Frankfurt-based German National Assembly from May 1849, which, with leftists and Democrats largely in charge, had effectively challenged the three largest states of Austria, Prussia, and Bavaria. There was a strong movement for mass action, including insurrections in Dresden and Baden, in which Engels and Willich participated. The National Assembly might have called upon people to take up arms in its support. Instead, it allowed the insurrections to be suppressed. These events prompted Engels to observe, "Now insurrection is an art quite as much as war or any other, and subject to certain rules of proceeding, which when neglected, will produce the ruin of the party neglecting them, Firstly, never play with insurrection unless you are fully prepared to face the consequences of your play. Insurrection is a calculus with very indefinite magnitudes, the value of which may change every day. The forces opposed to you have all the advantage of organization, discipline, and habitual authority. Unless you bring strong odds against them, you are defeated and ruined. Secondly, the insurrectionary career once entered upon, act with the greatest determination, and on the offensive. The defensive is the death of every armed rising. It is lost before it measures itself with its enemies. Surprise your antagonists while their forces are scattering. Prepare new successes, however small, but daily. Keep up the moral ascendancy, which the first successful rising has given to you. Rally those vacillating elements to your side which always follow the strongest impulse, and which always look out for the safer side. Force your enemies to a retreat before they can collect their strength against you. In the words of Danton, the greatest master of revolutionary policy yet known, de l'audace, encore de l'audace. The message was that once a revolutionary process had begun, it had to be sustained. It needed momentum and to stay on the offensive. Hesitate, and all would be lost. The initial uprising would not be sufficient. The fight would have to be seen through to the complete defeat of the counter-revolution, which, of course, could require full-scale war with reactionary countries. Engels accepted the full logic of the war of annihilation should the military course be chosen. The question this raised, however, was what to do if this course led to certain defeat. If revolutionary strategy was a matter of cool calculation, this would argue for prudence and patience. But if revolutionary strategy was a matter of temperament, reflecting a deep commitment to transformational change as a matter of urgency, restraint could feel unbearable. Either way, as we shall see in the next chapter, radical politics could be intensely frustrating, either living with injustice while waiting for a moment when change might become possible, or else striking out against injustice, even when the cause was hopeless. Chapter 19. Herzen and Bakunin. People don't storm the Bastille because history proceeds by zigzags. History proceeds by zigzags because when people have had enough, they storm the Bastille. Alexander Herzen. Alexander Herzen was a rare combination of a commitment to radical change with a fear of the consequences of reckless action. He is the hero of playwright Tom Stoppard's remarkable trilogy, The Coast of Utopia, in which Stoppard portrays the circle of mainly Russian radical émigrés who moved in and out of Herzen's life during the middle of the 19th century. Herzen was born in 1812 in Moscow, just before Borodino. An illegitimate child of the aristocracy, he became a brilliant writer and conversationalist, a shrewd observer of the human condition, and, while in exile, an influential agitator for change in Russia. Stoppard's plays were held together by the interaction between the personal and public dramas of Herzen's life, including his wife's tempestuous affair with a German revolutionary. The intellectual meat came from the constant question about how to stimulate and direct radical political change. In Stoppard's plays, the great revolutionary figures of this time look forward with enthusiasm and without qualms to a coming revolution that in reality filled Herzen with deep foreboding. Stoppard draws on the philosopher Isaiah Berlin, also a fan of Herzen, in portraying a man who favored the individual over the collective, the actual over the theoretical, and could not accept that future bliss justified present sacrifice and bloodshed. For Herzen, according to Stoppard, there was no libretto or destination, and there was always as much in front as behind. When a radical spoke of the spirit of history, the ceaseless march of progress, Herzen exclaimed, "A curse on your capital letters! We're asking people to spill their blood. At least spare them the conceit that they are acting out the biography of an abstract noun." With his liberal skepticism and general distrust of intellectuals on a mission, Stoppard did not do full justice to Herzen's libertarian socialism. Until the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, Herzen was playing an important role in generating pressure for change in Russia. His paper, The Bell, was required reading among intellectual and elite circles in Russia. He produced this in conjunction with his close friend, the poet Nicholas Ogarev. Many readers, even from the elite, shared his sense of humiliation that Russia was the backward country of Europe, still mired in feudalism and unable to join in the economic, social, and political dynamism of the time. Herzen's method was to expose scandals, mock censorship, and reveal abuses, concentrating on the reasons why reform was necessary and not on how it should be achieved. He was even prepared to invest hopes in Tsar Alexander, to whom he made direct appeals. At first, this was politically astute, making it possible to condemn the government vigorously without appearing to call for revolution. This stance led to disputes with revolutionaries who could see no reason to trust the Tsar and accused him of lacking a program. He particularly quarreled with the Nihilists. This was a group described by another member of Herzen's circle, the novelist Ivan Turgenev, in his 1862 book, Fathers and Children. A nihilist does not bow down before any authority and accepts no principles on trust, however much respect they may enjoy. The nihilists were resolutely materialist, refusing to believe anything that could not be shown to be true. All abstract thought and aesthetics were decried. Their sole interest was to create a new society. One of their intellectual leaders was Nicholas Chernyshevsky. His novel, What Is to Be Done, written while in prison in 1862 and escaping the censor only by mistake, was generally given low marks as literature. It nonetheless became a handbook for young zealots, demonstrating how revolutionaries should steel themselves for the struggles ahead. Whatever Herzen's personal views, his press in London was responsible for the covert publication of many of the key nihilist texts. Stoppard staged his version of a real encounter between Herzen and Chernyshevsky in 1859. Chernyshevsky had once been an admirer but now found Herzen an irritating dilettante of revolutionary ideas. His wealth and social position allowed him a disengaged approach to the struggle and to embrace the delusion of reform, that authority might undermine itself. For Chernyshevsky, only the axe will do. Herzen considered such arguments divisive. He could not endorse a stance that would serve the government by driving the reformists into the arms of the conservatives. Are we ridding the people of the yoke so that they can live under a dictatorship of the intellectuals? Better to move forward by peaceful steps than have blood flowing in the gutters. The Tsar's emancipation of the serfs of March 1861 was the turning point. Herzen made this an occasion for a big party at his London home, but the celebration was soon muted. Not only were the details of the declaration a deep disappointment, revealing it to be something of a fraud, but it was followed almost immediately by a massacre in Warsaw by Russian troops. Herzen's sympathy was with the peasants and the Poles, and his anger ran deep. Having worked to hold together a reforming coalition, he could now no longer do so. The betrayal was too great. He broke with the liberals, who feared both restlessness at home and an uprising in Poland. He wrote in The Bell in November 1861 that a moan is growing, a murmur rising. It is the first roar of the ocean waves, which seethe, fraught by storms, after the terrible wearisome calm. To the people! To the people! This may have been more exasperation than a political program, but it was interpreted as a call to revolution. Momentarily, Herzen did wonder about whether to support revolution, but he could not bring himself to back leaders who claimed to speak for a people they so evidently disdained. He refused to accept talk of the backwardness of the peasants, and so moved toward populism, coming to trust more in the wisdom of ordinary people than that of the intelligentsia. Manna does not fall from heaven, he observed. It grows from the soil. unable to abandon either his radical beliefs or his reluctance to back a self-appointed revolutionary elite, despised by both moderates and extremists. He saw with great clarity and poignancy the gap between ends and means. Like knight-errants in the stories who have lost their way, we were hesitating at the crossroads. Go to the right, and you will lose your horse, but you will be safe yourself. Go to the left, and your horse will be safe, but you will perish. Go forward, and everyone will abandon you. Go back. That was impossible. Bakunin. In Stoppard's trilogy, Marx made a cameo appearance as rude and boorish. In a dream sequence, Marx was shown delivering choice epithets for the other leading revolutionaries of 1853. Flatulent bag of festering tripe, less use than the boil on my arse. Unctuous jackass, impudent windbag. Certainly at this time Marx and Engels had become disenchanted with many of their fellow revolutionaries. Late in his life, Engels described how, after a failed revolution, party groups of various shades are formed, which accuse each other of having driven the cart into the mud, of treason, and of all other possible mortal sins. Naturally, disappointment follows disappointment. Recriminations accumulate and result in general bickering. Looming larger in Stoppard's account, as in Herzen's life, was Mikhail Bakunin, appearing as a lovable rogue, a poseur full of contradictions, always asking for money, in a fantasy world of his own yet of undoubted charisma. Having been an insurrectionary tourist in 1848, Bakunin was imprisoned in Russia and then sent to exile, from which he escaped. Thereafter he moved from one promising revolutionary setting to another, elaborating a distinctive anarchist doctrine as he did so. He shared much with Marx. Rebels from comfortable backgrounds, drawn to Hegelian philosophy during their formative years, engaged with the stirrings of 1848, and enthusiasts for a working class neither knew well. They both studied philosophy in Berlin in 1840, but did not meet until 1844. Their paths crossed a number of times over the following years, including during the heady days of 1848. Bakunin distrusted German intellectuals and their tendency for pedantry, but not as much as Marx distrusted Russians, which is one reason he refused to have anything to do with Herzen. Bakunin could be an original and penetrating theorist, but he was impatient, often left work unfinished, and was prone to contradictory statements. When it came to political economy, he was a disciple of Marx's. He even contemplated, and received in advance for, a Russian translation of Capital. At times Marx appreciated Bakunin's energy and commitment, though Bakunin believed that Marx had denounced him in 1853 as a Russian agent. They patched over their differences. In the end, their effective political careers concluded as they rode furiously over the direction of the revolutionary movement. "He called me a sentimental idealist, and he was right," acknowledged Bakunin. "I called him vain, treacherous, and cunning, and I too was right." Herzen's most quoted description of Bakunin conveys a formidable physical impression. How his activity, his laziness, his appetite, and everything else, like his gigantic stature and everlasting sweat he was in, everything, in fact, was on a superhuman scale, a giant with his leonine head and tousled mane. In a telling description of the professional revolutionary of the time, Herzen refers to a passion for propaganda, for agitation, for demagogy, if you like, to incessant activity in founding and organizing plots and conspiracies, and establishing relations and in ascribing immense significance to them, but also to a readiness to risk his life and recklessness in accepting all the consequences. His supporters objected, both then and now, to the idea that he was borderline deranged, and attributed his wild, destructive urges to his curious upbringing as an aristocratic idol. Herzen, who liked and admired Bakunin, pointed to a different sort of tension, an intense version of one facing all revolutionaries caught between ambitious ends and meager means. The stage was far too small for the role Bakunin wanted to play, and he filled it too easily. "His nature was a heroic one," observed Herzen, "left out of work by the course of history. Bakunin incubated the germ of a colossal activity for which there is no demand. He admitted to a love for the fantastic, for unusual, unheard-of adventures, for undertakings that open up a boundless horizon, and whose end no one can foresee." Opposing all states and believing in the wholesome spontaneity of the unfettered masses, he could still concoct plans for clandestine societies organized on hierarchical lines. In practice, a poor conspirator, he could still imagine himself as a secret director, working upon the masses and then on post-revolutionary society as an invisible force. The First International and the Paris Commune. Neither Marx nor Bakunin was responsible for the formation of the International Working Men's Association, IWA, which eventually became known as the First International. It was set up in 1864 to encourage cooperation among workers' associations, with the aim of promoting the protection, the rise, and the complete emancipation of the working class. It was non-sectarian and broad-based, drawing on the numerous refugees based in London and the kaleidoscope of philosophies prevalent at the time, including Democrats and anarchists, internationalists and nationalists, idealists and materialists, moderates and extremists. For Marx, this was an opportunity to return to actual politics. He approved of the international links and the focus on the proletariat. This created opportunities to develop a more acute class consciousness, and meant that it was worth putting to one side misgivings about the IWA's narrow popular base and ideologically suspect comrades. Marx soon became the International's wordsmith, managing to stay sensitive to its diverse currents of opinion. He observed to Engels how he had to phrase matters so as to incorporate his opinion in a form acceptable to the present point of view of the labor movement. It would take time before the reawakened movement will be in a position to use the bold language of yore. When drafting the association's address to the working classes, he even used phrases about duty and right, or truth, morality, and justice, though they were placed in such a way that they can do little harm. The final product was therefore measured and cautious, quite different from the assertiveness of the manifesto. His natural inclination to collectivism and centralization was toned down. Rather than lead from the front, for the moment he was pushing from behind. Bakunin's years of prison and exile meant that he was unaffected by the post-1848 gloom among émigrés, and he did not really engage with the IWA for 4 years after its foundation. Over this time, his position became more explicitly anarchist. He made his entry into the association at a congress in Basel, with Marx absent. The powerful impression he created led Marx to see him not so much as an errant comrade, but as a dangerous rival. Marx had been arguing with anarchists since the 1840s when he took to Proudhon, thereby ensuring a rift between two wings of the same movement that was never healed. Proudhon's strength lay in his writings, as his strategic judgment was always problematic. He had thrown himself into the uprisings in Paris in 1848 as a writer and speaker, but also briefly entered the National Assembly. This unhappy experience, after which he complained about the isolation and fear of the people that marked his fellow representatives, left him more enthusiastic about economic than political progress. In 1852 he had decided that Louis Napoleon could lead France down a revolutionary road, a position he later abandoned. Although he retained a following in France, Proudhon drifted to the right in his views, becoming increasingly xenophobic, loathing direct action while recoiling from strikes and elections. Rather than wrestle with how to mobilize the masses to topple the state, he urged withdrawal from organized politics of all forms to concentrate on educating people in the ways of mutual support among free men. The workers, organized among themselves without the assistance of the capitalist, and marching by work to the conquest of the world, will at no time need a brusque uprising, but will become all, by invading all, through the force of principle. So he dealt with the problem of strategy by not advocating any course that needed one. Bakunin represented a quite different strand of anarchism. He rejected all forms of collectivism, but enthusiastically embraced revolution, asserting the creativity of destruction. Only life itself, freed from all governmental and doctrinaire fetters and given the full liberty of spontaneous action, is capable of creation. A compelling orator, he has a much more charismatic figure than Proudhon. He also had his own international network of activists. Marx accused Bakunin of maintaining a clandestine organization independent of the IWA. There was some truth to the charge. Bakunin was maintaining his network in order to give the movement as a whole a surreptitious push in the preferred direction. At the same time, Marx's campaign was tendentious and spiteful. The net result was to finish off the IWA. Eventually, in 1872, Marx was able to get both Bakunin expelled and the seat of the association's General Council moved to the United States, which effectively led to its demise. Their differences were brought to a head by the Paris Commune of 1871, a defining event for revolutionaries, comparable in significance to 1848 and just as unsuccessful. It followed the Franco-Prussian War. As Louis Napoleon was defeated, radicals took over in France, declaring the Third Republic, and continued to resist. After 5 months, Paris fell in January 1871. The drama was still not over. The city was in a fevered state. The people were well armed and the radicals took control. Prime Minister Adolphe Thiers from the centre-right government fled to Versailles, where he regrouped with those of his troops, police, and administrators who had not gone over to the radicals. In Paris, a central committee arranged elections for a commune. Sundry radicals and socialists stepped forward, some looking back to the glories of 1789, while others looked forward to the new communist utopia. Louis Blanc's election as president was largely symbolic, as the government had already arrested him. The red flag was flown, the old Republican calendar reinstated, church and state separated, and modest social reforms introduced. Feminist and socialist ideas were actively canvassed. In the leadership, anarchists, revolutionary socialists, and sundry Republicans worked reasonably well together. It did not last. Thiers' new army eventually found a way into the city and overwhelmed a brave but hopeless defense, conducted with little central coordination and direction. Paris was retaken and reprisals began, with estimates of initial executions as high as 20,000. Neither Marxists nor Bakunists played a major role in the Commune. They owed more to the Commune than the Commune owed to either of them. Marx's The Civil War in France claimed the Commune as a prototype for a revolutionary government, the dictatorship of the proletariat, a term that later acquired more sinister overtones. The Commune demonstrated that the working class could hold power, but also the difficulty of using the established state machinery for its own purposes. The communards had lost precious moments, organizing democratic elections rather than instantly finishing off the Versailles government once and for all. This, Marx thought, might have been achieved by conscripting the able-bodied and having a centralized command. Bakunin's view was quite different. The whole meaning of the Commune lay in its spontaneity and decentralization to workers' councils. Marx's idea of a hard state under strong central direction appalled him. He warned of the ruling of the majority by the minority in the name of the alleged superior intelligence of the second. In retrospect, Bakunin's warnings about the rise of a new elite and the oppressive role of the state under socialism looked prescient. They flowed naturally from his conviction that the state was the root of all evil, and from his opposition to anybody setting themselves up as a power over others. Marx denied that he considered a strong coercive state necessary for the indefinite future. It would eventually, as Engels put it, wither away. According to the theory, the emancipation of the proletariat would be the emancipation of all humanity. As a means of class domination, the state would become redundant. The theory offered comfort, but Marx was never sentimental about the exercise of political power, or under any illusions about how vicious class struggle could become. The bourgeoisie would not hand over power willingly, and they would fight to get it back if it was taken from them. That could and probably would involve war with reactionary states. So, in the short term, Marx did not doubt for 1 minute that the proletariat would have to fight to hold on to power. This was the lesson of the Commune. To believe that the revolution could survive without central direction and coercive capacity was naive. For Engels, revolution was certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. For his part, Bakunin considered Marx naive to believe that a state so forged would ever wither away. States could be expressions of any sectional interests, and not just classes. Even well-intentioned revolutionary elites were capable of authoritarianism and deploying state power to maintain and develop their own position. "I am not a communist," he explained, "because communism concentrates and absorbs all the powers of society in the state. It necessarily ends with the concentration of property in the hands of the state." Instead, Bakunin argued for the abolition of the state, the radical elimination of the principle of authority in the tutelage of the state. He sought free association from the bottom up, not by authority from the top down. The challenge was not to those who wielded political power, but to the very idea of political power. He acknowledged that the revolution must contend with a military force that now respects nothing, is armed with the most terrible weapons of destruction. Against such a wild beast, another beast was needed, also wild but more just. An organized uprising of the people, a social revolution which, like the military reaction, spares nothing and stops at nothing. Though this approach allowed power to be studied in its own right, it assumed that revolutions could be conducted in a way that abolished political power, rather than transferred it. Power to Bakunin was an artificial construct, an unnecessary and therefore immoral imposition on humanity. Without power, humanity would be in a more authentic state, with laws reflecting its essentially harmonious nature. Only the optimism could deny anarchy its connotations of chaos and disorder, with less potential fulfilling liberation and more chronic insecurity. But if the revolution was against power, how could it succeed? Bakunin solved the problem for himself by describing a restricted role for a professional revolutionary, though he still left himself open to charges of hypocrisy. Though objecting to power in principle, he seemed to fancy it for himself, as he was always at the heart of these conspiracies. In 1870, for example, he contemplated the creation of a secret organization of up to 70 members, who would aid the revolution in Russia and form the collective dictatorship of the secret organization. This organization would direct the people's revolution through an invisible force, recognized by no one, imposed by no one, through which the collective dictatorship of our organization will be all the mightier. The more it remains invisible and unacknowledged, the more it remains without any official legality and significance. Bakunin was, of course, operating in a milieu infested by government agents, where survival depended on concealing intentions and networks. The conspiracies were also largely products of Bakunin's lively imagination. Few of his plans came close to serious implementation. Nevertheless, Bakunin put some effort into defining the special role of professional revolutionaries. True, they must be exceptional, constituting a sort of revolutionary general staff composed of individuals who are devoted, energetic, intelligent, and most important, sincere and lacking ambition and vanity, capable of serving as intermediaries between the revolutionary idea and popular instinct. The metaphor of the General Staff was revealing in itself. This was, after all, the strategy-making body of a conventional army. Moreover, Bakunin's critique of orthodox political activity always warned how the best, the purest, the most intelligent, the most disinterested, the most generous will always and certainly be corrupted by this profession of government. This is why he opposed participation in elections. Good people were not enough. The way out of the logical morass was to stress how limited a role professional revolutionaries could play, whatever their intentions. For Marx, revolutions were positive, constructive events, arising naturally out of shifts in underlying economic conditions. Bakunin described them as supremely unpredictable affairs, with deep causes that could neither be manipulated nor necessarily recognized by those encouraging or opposing them. Revolutions make themselves produced by the force of affairs, by the movement of the masses. Then they burst out, instigating by what often appear to be frivolous causes. They emerged out of historical currents which continuously and usually flow underground and unseen, within the popular strata, increasingly embracing, penetrating, and undermining them, until they emerge from the ground and their turbulent waters break all barriers and destroy everything that impedes their course. In this respect, they were not set in motion by individuals or organizations. Instead, they occur independently of all volition and conspiracy, and are always brought about by the force of circumstances. It is interesting to note how close this view of history was to Tolstoy's. Both conveyed a sense of events emerging out of the individual responses of many people to their circumstances, in ways that could neither be predicted nor manipulated. The influence was quite possible. Tolstoy's War and Peace was written during the 1860s, appearing first in a serialized form and then in its final version in 1869. Both men were influenced by Proudhon. Proudhon showed Tolstoy his own new book, War and Peace, when the two met in Brussels in 1861. Tolstoy borrowed the title as an act of homage. His own brand of Christian anarchism, which took inspiration from the simple faith of the peasantry, was close to Proudhon's vision of a new society developing from the bottom up. Unlike Tolstoy or Proudhon, Bakunin did see even modest scope for human agency in providing direction to revolutions. There was a role for bringing together the popular instinct. The people were socialist without realizing it, with revolutionary thought. If they did not, then they might be taken in by those who sought a dictatorship, using the people as a stepping stone for their own glory. As one biographer put it, the intellectual should play the junior role in this process, acting at best as helpful editor, while the writing of the script was the work of the people themselves. This was a comforting hypothesis, but as much of a fudge as Marx's claims that the proletarian dictatorship would be no more than a transitional phase. The idea that there were forms of authority and influence so pure and natural that they could be distinguished from artificial and oppressive forms depended on an extremely simplistic view of power. Politicians always claimed to be no more than servants of the people, listening as much as leading, but in practice, as Bakunin observed, things often turned out differently. A contrast between the two approaches can be found in their responses to the events of September 1870, as Prussia occupied France. Marx, writing for the IWA, used contemptuous language, but his analysis was tight, well-informed, and subtle, describing the maneuvers which led to the end of the Second Empire and the German War of Conquest. He wanted the German working class, which had supported the war, to insist on an honorable peace with France, while the French working class must escape their fascination with the past. He noted presciently that if the working classes stayed passive, the present tremendous war will be but the harbinger of still deadlier international feuds. The overall perspective was that of a caring spectator. Bakunin's letter to a Frenchman on the present crisis, addressed to no one in particular, was long and rambling, but deeply engaged. One core theme was that the German army could be defeated, and another was that this required an alliance between the working class and the peasants. Together, the French people could not be conquered by an army in the world, however powerful, however well organized and equipped with the most extraordinary weapons. If the bourgeoisie had not been so pathetic, there could already have been a formidable insurrection by guerrillas, or, if necessary, by brigands, against the Germans. Much now depended on the peasants. Though they could be ignorant, egoistic, and reactionary, they retained their native energy and simple, unsophisticated folk ways, and would react badly to the ideas of propaganda, which are enthusiastically accepted by the city workers. Yet the gulf between the two was really only a misunderstanding. The peasants could be educated away from their religion, devotion to the emperor, and support for private property, if only the workers made the effort. As the actual moment of revolution had arrived, it was too late for organization building or the pretentious scholastic vocabulary of doctrinaire socialism. Instead, this was a time to embark on stormy revolutionary seas, and from this very moment, we must spread our principles, not with words but with deeds, for this is the most popular, the most potent, and the most irresistible form of propaganda. Once stirred up, the peasants could be incited to destroy by direct action every political, judicial, civil, and military institution, and to establish and organize anarchy through the whole countryside. At such times, it is as though an electric current was galvanizing the whole society, uniting the feeling of temperamentally different individuals into one common sentiment, forging totally different minds and wills into one. Alternatively, it might be one of those somber, disheartening, disastrous epochs, when everything reeks of decadence, exhaustion, and death, presaging the exhaustion of public and private conscience. These are the ebb tides following historic catastrophes. Propaganda of the deed. This notion of the propaganda of the deed reflected Bakunin's growing impatience with theory and a conviction that only dramatic action could penetrate the dim consciousness of the befuddled masses. Here the aim was to show how the peasants could be rid of their shackles. If only they could see the vulnerability of the existing order, their best instincts would kick in and the uprising would follow. Because the sort of deeds chosen by anarchists to stir up the masses often involved assassination, Bakunin came to be viewed as the intellectual father of radical terrorism. A key part of Marx's indictment against Bakunin was his association with Sergei Nechayev, bitter, ascetic, and militant. Nechayev took nihilism to destructive extremes, claiming the right and obligation to do anything in the name of the cause, a conclusion he did not solely reserve for revolutionary business. On meeting Bakunin in Switzerland in late 1868, he claimed to have escaped from prison and to represent a Russian Revolutionary Committee. This led Bakunin to proclaim him a member of the Russian section of the World Revolutionary Alliance, number 2771. The next few months were disastrous for Bakunin. Later he rejected Nechayev's brutal philosophy. Despite allegations to the contrary, he probably did not co-author some of Nechayev's starker publications, which celebrated the role of poison, the knife, the noose, and spoke of the purifying effects of fire and sword. The massacre of personages in high places, Nechayev claimed, would create a panic among the ruling classes. The more the mighty were shown to be vulnerable, the more others would be emboldened, leading eventually to a general revolution. Nechayev's most notorious publication was The Catechism of a Revolutionary, which opened, "The revolutionary is a doomed man. He has no interest of his own, no affairs, no feelings, no attachments, no belongings, not even a name. Everything in him is absorbed by a single exclusive interest, a single thought, a single passion: the revolution. It was the revolution alone which distinguished between good and evil. In the end, Bakunin, beguiled by a young man whose energy and militancy offered hope for the future, did not break with Nechayev because of his philosophy, but because of an abuse of hospitality. Nechayev took off with his money, issued gruesome threats to a publisher on his behalf, attempted to seduce Herzen's daughter, and murdered a fellow student to protect his own reputation. Bakunin died in 1875, exhausted and disillusioned, his revolutionary energy sapped, and his dreams dashed. Though he left behind substantial movements in Italy and Spain as well as Russia, the immediate legacy lay in the pursuit of the propaganda of the deed. This focus on deeds as a spur to revolt demoted words, and resulted in even less attention being paid to the arts of persuasion. For example, the Italian Enrico Malatesta, who discovered the writings of Bakunin in 1871, was explaining 5 years later how the revolution consists more in deeds than in words, each time a spontaneous movement of the people erupts. It is the duty of every revolutionary socialist to declare his solidarity with the movement in the making. Although Malatesta later argued against anarchist terror, at the time the language was forceful. A river of blood separated the movement from the future, as they sought to destroy all existing institutions. Having urged an insurrectional approach on the Anarchist International, he then went off to make his propaganda through deeds, turning up in villages and Campania with an armed band, burning tax registers, and declaring the end of the monarchy. Malatesta and his followers were soon arrested. Yet Malatesta was noted for his analytical and debating skills, evident when it came to influencing juries in political trials. A police informer described him as seeking to persuade with calm and never with violent language. He deliberately avoided the pseudo-scientific phraseology, violent and paradoxical turns of phrase, or verbal abuse that were the stock in trade of so many of his fellow anarchists and socialists. Thereafter he moved around Europe as well as Argentina, Egypt, and the United States, fomenting rebellion where he could, and debating the character of the good society and how to overthrow the old order without using power, or creating a new power in its place. Later in his long life, he deplored indiscriminate terror, insisting that only justifiable violence would support liberation. "One thing is certain," he wrote in 1894, "that with a number of blows of the knife a society like bourgeois society cannot be overthrown, being built as it is on an enormous mass of private interests and prejudices, and sustained, more than it is by force of arms, by the inertia of the masses and their habits of submission." The heated language of revolution, however, never encouraged a sense of limitation when it came to force. The International Anarchist Congress, held in London in 1881, urged exploring all means for the annihilation of all rulers, ministers of state, nobility, the clergy, the most prominent capitalists, and other exploiters, with special attention being paid to the study of chemistry and the preparation of explosives. The German anarchist Johann Most argued in the spirit of the Jacobins for the extermination of the possessing classes. In his pamphlet entitled The Science of Revolutionary Warfare, a manual of instruction in the use and preparation of nitroglycerin, dynamite, gun cotton, fulminating mercury, bombs, fuses, poisons, etc., etc., he wrote, "In giving dynamite to the downtrodden millions of the globe, science has done its best work. A pound of this stuff beats a bushel of ballots all hollow." Assassinations became regular. Starting with Tsar Alexander II in 1881, the assassins took out a French president, a Spanish prime minister, an Italian king, and a U.S. president, McKinley. failing with the German Kaiser. The murder of Archduke Ferdinand of Austria in August 1914 provided the trigger for the First World War. An association between anarchism and terror was established and endures to this day, despite the best efforts of its adherents to stress its gentler and more humane aspects. The novelist Joseph Conrad wrote perceptively about the anarchists and the circles in which they operated. In his note to Under Western Eyes, he commented on how the ferocity and imbecility of autocratic rule provoked the no less imbecile and atrocious answer of a purely utopian revolutionism, encompassing destruction by the first means to hand, in the strange conviction that a fundamental change of hearts must follow the downfall of any given human institution. His most famous characterization of the feudal revolutionaries of his time was in The Secret Agent, published in 1907. The most notorious character was the bomb maker known as the Professor, in fact a reject technician from a chemistry department, who lusted after the perfect detonator. By wiring himself up to explode, the Professor concluded that he had rendered himself untouchable by the police. Yet behind his sinister loneliness was a haunting fear that the people were too feeble to overthrow the established order. He was frustrated by the resisting power of numbers, the unattackable stolidity of a great multitude. He bemoaned the fact that the social spirit of this people is wrapped up in scrupulous prejudices, and that is fatal to our work. To break the worship of legality, he sought to trigger repression. The most sinister figure in the book agreed. This was not an anarchist, but Vladimir, from an unnamed embassy clearly meant to be Russia's. To Vladimir, England was a weak link to the fight against terror. This country, he complained, is absurd with its sentimental regard for individual liberty. What was needed, he concluded, was a jolly good scare, for which this was the psychological moment. What would be the best sort of scare? Attempts on monarchs or presidents were no longer so sensational, while attacks on churches, restaurants, and theaters could easily be explained away. He wanted an act of destructive ferocity so absurd as to be incomprehensible, inexplicable, most unthinkable, in fact, mad? Madness alone is truly terrifying. And so by this reasoning he identified his target as the first meridian. The hapless Adolf Ehrlich was told to blow up the Greenwich Observatory. The book was based on a real incident of 1894, in which the building was not touched, but the bomber was blown to pieces. Conrad described this episode as a blood-stained inanity of so fatuous a kind that it was impossible to fathom its origin by any reasonable or even unreasonable process of thought. In his book, neither the Professor nor Vladimir are able to trigger the repression they sought, and the story becomes one of individual tragedy. Anarchism was not solely about individual terror. Notably, a genuinely popular mass movement was developed in Spain during the first decades of the 20th century. Anarchism was a formidable presence on the left in Spain, more so than communism. It came in a variety of forms, including strong syndicalist tendencies among the workforce. The Confederación Nacional de Trabajo, CNT, was formed in 1911, and a decade later it had over 1 million members. It shunned politics and committed itself to direct action in the economic sphere, denouncing all forms of power. Politics was never far away, however. There was sufficient organization to have all members agreeing that after the appropriate branch discussion, they were bound by the majority view. Unsurprisingly for a movement of such a size, it soon had an extremist wing, ready to engage in violent insurrection, and a moderate wing, prepared to do deals with employers and the state. In the early 1930s, the extremists, having organized themselves into an effective Bakunin-type conspiracy within the CNT, supplanted the moderates. This was a time of growing social unrest, and the movement began to face real choices. The consequences of their actions were evident and not merely theoretical. Having abstained in the 1933 election and let in a right-wing government, many members voted in 1936 in support of the leftist Popular Front. Then came General Franco's coup against the Republic. The resistance was led by the CNT, with its members to the fore in running areas on collectivist principles controlled by the Republic. The harsh realities of power began to intrude. The first choice was whether to dissolve the local government in Catalonia and set up what would be in effect an anarchist dictatorship, or work with the sort of institutions they had always denounced. The leadership chose collaboration. As Franco's forces gained ground, the CNT leadership accepted the need for a united front with the socialists, and was soon requiring its members to follow a party line. On entering government, the CNT paper observed that because anarchists were now ministers, the state was no longer oppressive. There were conscription and demands for strict military discipline, while the social experiments, some of which had been successful, were halted. In practice, an army composed of militias, each with their own political sponsor, was always likely to lead to factional infighting. As the more disciplined force, and with the Republic increasingly reliant upon Soviet support, communists soon dominated the officer corps. Eventually, the communists, with Soviet backing, turned on the anarchists, and a civil war within the civil war began. To anarchism's association with terror, the experience of Spain added an association with futility and ineffectuality. Anarchists might see with great clarity the temptations and perversions of power, as well as its incompatibility with their ideal society, but they were unable to demonstrate how to function effectively without it. When an opportunity came to exert influence over human affairs, they either had to forget their past strictures against accepting positions of power, or let others who were less squeamish about power take their chance. The anarchists understood how the means employed shaped the ends achieved, but by ruling out all effective means as potentially corrupting, they were left waiting for the people to take an initiative that they could support. There was, as Carl Levy has noted, something paradoxical about this reluctance to take power because the anarchists, more than most, relied on its leaders, local, national, and international, to help preserve institutional continuity. But leaders who had to pretend that they were not leading could not provide strategic direction. Indeed, a refusal to address directly the possibilities of power precluded the possibility of a serious strategy, leaving them only the role of angry critics. The question of leadership thereafter continued to divide the left, with two extremes on offer. On the one hand were the purists who dared do little more than nudge the masses in the right direction. At the other extreme were those who put themselves firmly in the vanguard of change and insisted that there was no other way forward than the one which they set. Chapter 20. Revisionists and Vanguards. The time of surprise attacks, of revolutions carried through by small conscious minorities at the head of masses lacking consciousness, is past. Friedrich Engels, 1895. Engels' last published work, which appeared a few months before his death in 1895, is sometimes known as his Testament. That was not how he viewed it, but it was nonetheless a reflective piece, using the republication of Marx's 1850 Class Struggles in France to comment on the changing fortunes of the working-class movement during the second half of the century. The political significance of the piece was that it was used by the leadership of the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, to justify the parliamentary strategy they had been following with some success and to warn against violent revolution. Because of Engels' singular authority, those who continued to yearn for a more militant approach to revolution found it troubling. They could argue with some justice that Engels had been put under pressure by the SPD hierarchy to tone down his language because a new anti-subversion law was under consideration. Yet despite insisting that he was not ruling out force and that the more optimistic aspects of his analysis only truly applied to Germany, he acknowledged that his views on socialist strategy had changed significantly since 1848. Then revolution was seen as a great decisive battle that once commenced would continue, no doubt at length, and with many vicissitudes until it concluded with the final victory of the proletariat. Almost 50 years on, however, a street-fighting insurrectionary victory over a regular army could only be envisaged as a rare exception. The influence of the military debates of the past decades was evident as he tried to think of ways in which insurrectionists could operate as a successful army. The only way the balance of forces could be tilted in favor of the revolution was by playing on the doubts of troops about the cause for which they were fighting, and encouraging them not to fire on their own people. In all other circumstances, the superior equipment and discipline of the regulars would prevail. It was always likely that poorly armed demonstrators would be outnumbered, but now army reserves could use the railways to rush to any trouble spot. Their arms would also be more effective. Even city planners had been working against the revolution. Cities were now laid out in long, straight, broad streets, tailor-made to give full effect to the new cannons and rifles. It would be difficult for the revolution to defend a single borough, never mind a whole town. Concentration of the military forces at a decisive point is, of course, out of the question here. Hence, passive defense is the predominant form of struggle. An attack will be mounted here and there by way of exception in the form of occasional thrusts and assaults on the flanks. As a rule, however, it will be limited to the occupation of positions abandoned by retreating troops. The only value of the barricade was in its moral rather than material effect, as a means of shaking the steadfastness of the military. This was another reason why revolutions could not be undertaken by small conscious minorities at the head of masses lacking consciousness. If the masses were not directly involved, there was no chance. By contrast, universal male suffrage had created real opportunities, and the working classes, via the SPD, had taken full advantage. If the steady rise in the party's vote continued, we shall grow into the decisive power in the land, before which all other powers will have to bow, whether they like it or not. The risk to the rise of socialism in Germany, therefore, would be a clash on a grand scale with the military, a bloodletting like that of 1871 in Paris. To avoid that, resources should be conserved. So Engels saw it as ironic that the revolutionaries and overthrowers were thriving far better on legal methods. It was the parties of order that were perishing under the legal conditions created by themselves. If the movement was not so crazy as to let ourselves be driven to street fighting in order to please them, it would be their opponents who would have to contemplate illegal action. Engels privately was adamant that he could not advocate complete abstinence from force. He was annoyed at being presented as a peaceful worshipper of legality at any price. He was of the view that when socialists acquired the sort of electoral strength that would justify them taking power, the government would clamp down. It might then be necessary to take to the streets. A couple of passages in his testament, which the party hierarchy feared were too inflammatory, referred to the need to avoid frittering away strength in vanguard skirmishes, but to keep it intact until the decisive day. Rather than start the revolutionary process on the streets as a way of stimulating support, his view was that it would only be taken when the masses were fully behind the revolution, for this would be the time when the resolve of the government troops would be at its lowest. A few years earlier he had explained that he doubted that the SPD would be allowed to take power as a majority party. He gave 10-to-1 odds that well before that point, our rulers would use violence against us, and this would shift us from the terrain of majority to the terrain of revolution. Revisionism. Marx's theory implied economic determinism, but as an activist, he never denied the possibility of consequential action within the political sphere. Work such as The 18th Brumaire made little sense, unless it was recognized that the links between class interests and political action could be diffuse and distorted, and that poor choices caused revolutionary opportunities to be lost. Marx could not dismiss any setting, including parliamentary elections, where the cause of the working class might be promoted. His political judgments could be quite pragmatic, even while he remained dogmatic in his underlying theory. By insisting on the scientific basis of socialism, not a mere act of imagination but a causal theory, everything had to turn on how the working classes came to understand their situation and struggle against it. The key moment would come when the proletariat moved from being a class in itself to one for itself, grasping their full power and potential. One reading of Marx was that this should, somehow, happen naturally, almost spontaneously, as collective eyes were opened to the reason of their misery and how all could be transformed. But what role did this leave for the party? Surges of popular anger and yearnings for a better life so often resulted in dashed hopes and more persecution and misery. Radical movements either petered out or suddenly took a turn toward respectability, becoming part of the system rather than a means to its overthrow. This was the curse of Marx, from which he personally suffered. A theory of inevitable progressive change, but one that could doom the activist to frustration. If the politics could never be right without the correct material base, what was the revolutionary politician to do? One answer was to wait until the conditions were right, building up strength until the moment eventually arrived and the working class was ready. The alternative was to find a way of accelerating the pace of change, creating conditions in which class consciousness could develop faster. The SPD, as the most substantial and confident of all Marxist parties, presented itself as having found the happy medium. The rise in class consciousness could be measured in the growth of party membership and steady successes in elections. There would be no mystery about when the moment of transition to socialism would come. The party would have majority support among the electorate. The risk was that successes in achieving improvements in workers' conditions would drain the movement of its revolutionary fervor, while the party would develop a stake in the system. Marx and Engels had always put a far greater stress on a correct socialist program rather than a particular strategy. When the SPD was founded in 1875, they were furious with their acolytes, August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht, for merging with Ferdinand Lassalle's General German Workers' Association, which they disapproved of as reformist and unscientific. Marx accepted cooperation between the two parties, but not the joint program, which he saw as an attempt to find common ground with the bourgeoisie, as if conflict was based on an unfortunate misunderstanding. It was vital not to expunge the class struggle from the movement, or even hint at the possibility that workers were too uneducated to emancipate themselves and could only be freed by the bourgeoisie. 3 years later, Engels published a critique of the gradualist notions of the blind socialist philosopher, Eugen Dühring, who argued against the determinism of Marx and Engels and for self-governing cooperatives. This tract, known as Anti-Dühring, played a significant role in transmitting Marxism in an accessible form to a new generation of socialists. It urged the working class not to settle for second best, not to rely on philanthropy when they deserved power. In 1891, following the repeal of an anti-socialist law, the SPD adopted the Erfurt program, written by Karl Kautsky and Eduard Bernstein. This still anticipated the end of capitalism, but was prepared to pursue socialism through peaceful means. After Engels died, it was Bernstein, his literary executor, who began the process of adjusting revolutionary theory to reformist practice. He noted, contrary to Marx's predictions, that working-class conditions were not declining, but improving. In 1898, he published Evolutionary Socialism, which, as the title suggested, concluded that revolution was unnecessary and that combinations of cooperatives, unions, and parliamentary representation allowed the progressive and benign transformation of society. He contrasted an intelligent, methodical, but slow process of historical development, depending on legislative activity. While revolutionary activity offered faster progress, it was based on feeling and depended on spontaneity. For Bernstein, the movement was everything, the goal nothing. His erstwhile collaborator, Karl Kautsky, disagreed, presenting himself as a keeper of the true faith. As the leading exponent of Marxism in the leading party which embraced Marx, Kautsky was extraordinarily influential in shaping views about scientific socialism. His approach was plodding and unreflective, betraying no doubts about the essential correctness of Marxism and its broad application. Even after the turmoil of the Great War and the Bolshevik Revolution, he never deviated from a set of views acquired at an early age. The science told Kautsky that socialism would develop as capitalism matured and classes polarized. He argued against Bernstein that the issue was not so much the increasing poverty of the workers, but the sharpening of class antagonism. Eventually, capitalism would be ripe for destruction, and the proletariat could take power. Premature action could not lead to the destruction of capitalism. Exactly how the right moment could be properly recognized, he never quite explained, nor how the seizure of power would actually occur. It would be a revolution, but its form was hard to judge in advance. His hope was that the more the working class prepared during the pre-revolutionary struggles, the more likely the great event would pass peacefully. This left him claiming that SPD was a revolutionary party that saw no point in actually making a revolution. In principle, this made little sense. A party preparing for a long haul of gradual acquisition of power had educational and organizational tasks quite different from the one geared to a once-and-for-all act of violence. Yet in terms of political strategy, it made perfect sense. As the party's chief theoretician, Kautsky had hit upon a formula that followed Engels: dogmatic Marxism combined with cautious politics. It kept the revolutionaries in the fold, but gave the authorities no excuse for repression. It was hard to argue with success. From 10% in the 1887 Reichstag elections, the Social Democrats polled almost double in 1890, getting up to over 30% by 1903. To understand the maturity of the class consciousness of the proletariat, one only had to observe the SPD's developing support. Rosa Luxemburg was a ferocious critic of the revisionists, but she was also wary about the complete identification of the workers' cause with the party. Though born in Russian-ruled Poland, she moved to Zurich after her radical politics got her into early trouble. There she gained a doctorate and then moved to Germany, soon establishing a reputation as brilliant but extreme in her views. She provided a unique link between the Russian and German parties, and at different times was active in both, although that meant she also could be an outsider in both. She described herself as thrice stigmatized, as a woman, as a Jew, and as a cripple. As an intellectual, she introduced a complex proof of why capitalism was doomed economically. Her main impact, though, was as a theorist of socialist strategy and tactics. She was a lively writer, with a vivid turn of phrase, reflecting her conviction that readers must be enthused and inspired, and her despair at the language of party articles. The style is conventional, wooden, stereotypical, just a colorless, dull sound like that of a running engine. Luxemburg's starting point was that the workers would become increasingly socialist through struggle and experience. The task for a party was to help draw this out, but there was no need to impose the ideology from above. She was opposed to the very idea of a centralized bureaucratic party. The real tactical innovations were not the organizational inventions of party leaders, but the spontaneous product of the movement in ferment. Where there had been upsurges, The initiative and conscious leadership of the social democratic organizations played an insignificant role. She was aware of the potentially troubling implications of Engels' preface to The Class Struggles in France. This supported the legal struggle and rejected a rush to the barricades. She insisted, however, that Engels was referring to how the proletariat would struggle while confined by the capitalist state, not to the actual seizure of power. He had been giving directions to the proletariat oppressed, and not to the proletariat victorious. When the moment came, the proletariat would do whatever was necessary to secure the future of socialism. Only by falling for Blanchism, or a coup d'etat, was there a risk of a premature seizure of power. So long as reliance was placed on the great conscious popular mass, then the moment would be right for power because, by definition, this could only have come about as a result of the decomposition of bourgeois society. It was impossible to believe that a transformation as formidable as the passage from capitalist society to socialist society can be realized in one happy act. The struggle would be a long one, no doubt with setbacks. What she found difficult to imagine was how the struggle could proceed, or the point of victory be identified, without attacks on state power. She hit upon the idea of the mass strike as the best way to avoid the pitfalls of parliamentary reformism, without risking all in a premature insurrection. Her inspiration came not from Germany, but from Russia. In January 1905, there began in Russia the first serious uprising in a European country since the 1971 Commune. Against the backdrop of Russia's defeat in the war with Japan, and with the shooting of unarmed workers marching on the Winter Palace to deliver a petition to the Tsar as the trigger, years of economic and political anger spilled over onto the streets. Numerous organizations, from workers' committees to trade unions, sprang up, reflecting the unrest and giving it expression. Soldiers and sailors mutinied, peasants seized land, the workers put up barricades. Luxembourg returned to Warsaw to play her part and emerged convinced that the true revolutionary method was the strike. This would be the spontaneous expression of an objective revolutionary condition, a deeply radicalizing process from which appropriate organizations could emerge. Class feeling would be awoken, as if by an electric shock. Once a real, earnest period of mass strikes began, all calculations of cost would become merely projects for exhausting the ocean with a tumbler. There was nothing particularly new in the idea of the mass strike, but it was not normally associated with Marxists. Its potential had been demonstrated by the general strike in Britain in 1842, which involved some 500,000 workers. This was a response to wage cuts during tough economic times, but then picked up on the political demands associated with the Chartists. Even when the Chartist leadership was equivocal about the connection, and in Britain, as elsewhere in Europe, strikes had come to be associated with trade unions and economic demands. Only anarchists adopted the idea of political strikes as a reflection of the sort of mass spontaneity celebrated by Bakunin. For that reason alone, the tactic was treated skeptically by Marxists. In 1873, Engels had mocked the Bakunist idea that one fine morning all the workers in all the industries of a country, or even of the whole world, stop work, thus forcing the propertied classes either humbly to submit within 4 weeks at the most, or to attack the workers, who would then have the right to defend themselves and use this opportunity to pull down the entire society. According to Engels, a mass strike required a well-formed organization of the working class and plentiful funds. Before that was achieved, the workers would have achieved power by other means. And if they did have the organization and the funds, there would be no need to use the roundabout way of a general strike to achieve its goal. Luxembourg therefore needed to explain how her idea met Engels' objections. She argued that 1905 had demonstrated something new about the tactic, and that it had nothing to do with anarchism. However, her enthusiasm for the idea of change coming about as a natural organic response of the working classes to their conditions, rather than as a device of party strategy, was not far away from Bakunin. In her treatise, she thus went out of her way to demonstrate her contempt for anarchism. Still, her distrust for party bureaucrats was evident in the polemics against those who treated tactics as if a board of directors could decide on them for an appointed day, and against those who respected only orderly and well-disciplined struggles that ran according to plan and scheme. In Russia in 1905 there was no predetermined plan, no organized action. The parties were almost left behind by the spontaneous risings of the masses. Here she was careful to argue that the events were not wholly spontaneous, but reflected years of agitation by social democrats. Nor did she agree with those, such as the German trade unions, who saw strikes in a separate category of economic actions. The economic and political spheres could not be separated. One fed off the other. The advantage of the mass strike was that this was where they came together. The strikes could start with economic demands, and then the combination of socialist agitation and government responses would turn them into something more political. Above all, they would be consciousness-raising events. The most precious lasting thing in the rapid ebb and flow of the wave is its mental sediment, the intellectual cultural growth of the proletariat which proceeds by fits and starts, and which offers an inviolable guarantee of their further irresistible progress in the economic as in the political struggle. Her aim was to assert the role of the mass strike in Germany as the first natural, impulsive form of every great revolutionary struggle. The more developed the antagonism between capital and labor, the more effective the mass strikes. They would not replace brutal street fights, for at some culminating point the armed power of the state would have to be faced. This would be no more than a moment in the long period of political struggle. In his memoir, Leon Trotsky described being present at an encounter between Luxemburg and Kautsky in 1907. The two had been close friends, but since 1905 had diverged. Trotsky described Luxemburg as small and frail, but intelligent and courageous, with a precise, intense, and merciless style. Kautsky, by contrast, Trotsky found charming, but with an angular and dry mind, lacking in nimbleness and psychological insight. He was caught up in the reality of reform. Revolution was just a misty historical prospect. Together they went to a demonstration, and the exchanges between the two intensified. Kautsky wanted to remain an onlooker, whereas Rosa was anxious to join the demonstration. The antagonism between the two came out in 1910 over Luxemburg's continued advocacy of the mass strike. We noted in the last section the influential distinction introduced by the military historian Hans Delbrück between a strategy of annihilation, which demanded a decisive battle to eliminate the enemy's army, and a strategy of exhaustion, which drew on a range of alternative means to wear down the enemy. These could also be understood respectively as strategies of overthrow or attrition, terms that might be more helpful in the context of political strategy. In 1910, responding to Luxemburg, Kautsky drew explicitly on Delbrück's work. While overthrow depended on drawing forces rapidly together in order to go to meet the enemy and to deal decisive blows by means of which the enemy is overthrown and rendered incapable of struggle. With attrition, the commander-in-chief initially avoids any decisive battle. He aims to keep the opposing army on the move by all sorts of maneuvers, without giving it the opportunity of raising the morale of its troops by gaining victories. He strives to gradually wear them out by continual exhaustion, and threats to consistently reduce their resistance and paralyze them. Kautsky was all in favor of attrition. Luxemburg's mass strike was an attempt at overthrow, imprudent because it would provoke the state repression and anti-socialist legislation he was so anxious to avoid. What if a mass strike was called and few turned up? All the gains from the parliamentary strategy would be lost. Lenin. Kautsky's distinction between overthrow and attrition was also adopted by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the leader of the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democrats. He was arguing about the meaning of 1905 with the opposing Menshevik faction, who had used Kautsky's formulation. Later, Kautsky and Lenin would fall out, but for the moment, Kautsky was the leader of European socialists, and Lenin had his own disagreements with Luxemburg. Lenin's extraordinary appetite for factional struggle reflected his top priority, which was to get the right form of party organization, with him in control. It was for this reason that while the 1905 revolution was getting started, he was locked in battle in a party congress in London, vying for control of the party newspaper. His approach to all revolutionary matters betrayed a single-mindedness acquired at an early age. Lenin's formative political experiences included his brother, Alexander, being executed for an attempted assassination attempt against the Tsar, and expulsion from university for participation in demonstrations. In 1891, having spent 2 years studying Marx, he was drawn into more active politics, as were others of his generation, by the terrible famine that overtook the country that year, which was only aggravated by government action. He began to identify himself as a socialist revolutionary, true to the word of Marx. He had followed the familiar Russian path of imprisonment and exile, traveling around Europe, attending meetings with other revolutionaries, attempting to establish clandestine organizations that could escape police scrutiny, and editing a revolutionary paper, Iskra, while in Zurich. If Lenin had a model, it was Rakhmetov, the new man of Chernyshevsky's novel, What is to be Done? He shared the ascetic lifestyle, neither smoking nor drinking, and had a total devotion to the cause, for which he was prepared to sacrifice all. He also borrowed Chernyshevsky's title for his first major statement of strategy, published in March 1902 when he was 33. The character he deliberately cultivated was hard, tough, disciplined, and uncompromising, prepared to break with old comrades over points of doctrine and tactics, blistering in his polemics. There was little attempt at empathy with those of different views. He could not admit to error. Into his own What is to be Done, Lenin poured all that he had studied in theory and learned in practice. He intended it as a landmark statement. It took broadly accepted positions in socialist circles to ruthlessly logical conclusions. Even those who deplored revisionism recoiled at the starkness of Lenin's message. If moving quickly to a revolution meant accelerating the pace of historical development, in the case of Russia, there was an awful lot of history to be passed through in short order. Russia was backward in its material development, straining to leave feudal times. At the time, it was forever showing symptoms of mass discontent and militancy. Lenin's energies were geared to making revolution. His pamphlet explained why alternative approaches led to dead ends, and why his own might succeed, but only if it was conducted relentlessly by a tightly controlled and disciplined party. For much of What is to be Done, Lenin's main target was economism. The economists in question derided doctrinaire Marxists for filling workers' heads with unrealizable demands. Better to concentrate on practical proposals that could show real and early results. In the context of the oppressive conditions prevailing in Russia, economic demands were less risky than political demands, which could be left to the bourgeoisie who were still waiting for their revolution. Lenin derided this approach as tailism, following rather than leading the proletarian movement. He pointed to the German SPD as demonstrating how effective organizations could encourage workers to embrace socialism as the best explanation for their everyday struggles. Because socialism was the best explanation, it must not be diluted. The philosophy of Marxism was cast from a single block of steel. It was impossible to eliminate a single substantial premise, a single essential part, without deviating from objective truth, without falling into the arms of the bourgeois reactionary falsehood. As his critics pointed out, This assumed that workers could not be trusted with their own struggle, and so must be guided by those with the education to grasp socialist theory. Social democratic consciousness, Lenin wrote, had to be brought to the workers from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness. As there were only two forms of political consciousness, bourgeois and socialist, failure to adopt one inevitably meant being part of the other. Lenin did not seem, however, to have worried about this part of the equation. He was optimistic about the natural instincts of workers. So he was not suggesting that the efforts of a vanguard of professional revolutionaries could substitute for those of the working class. His main concern was with the defects of Russian socialism. With its limited political development and poor organization, it was unable to give the struggle the necessary coherence and purpose and steer it away from bourgeois consciousness. This required professional revolutionaries. He was not against a democratic party in principle, but in practice revolutionaries were bound to act conspiratorially. Otherwise they could not survive. One of Lenin's closest associates turned out to be a police agent. None of this was particularly controversial among mainstream European Marxists, other than the sharpness of his bifurcation between bourgeois and socialist consciousness resulting in the odd conclusion that purely working-class movements were almost bound to be bourgeois unless they were led by professionals, versed in the theory, who were invariably from the bourgeoisie. Nor was Lenin expecting leadership from intellectuals, a group far too dreamy, individualistic, and impervious to party discipline for his taste. What mattered was the party, which needed proletarian roots and support, but which had to set the objectives and the associated strategy for the movement as a whole. The anarchists had warned how the party could become an end in itself, but the Marxists had insisted that any supreme role would be a momentary function of the exigencies of the revolutionary process, rather than reflecting the self-interest of the leadership. Lenin insisted that the party was no more than a means to an end. Yet he lavished care and attention on matters of organization and leadership in a quite unique way. If the revolution was to succeed, then endless disputes about small points of theory and form of internal democracy designed to give everyone their say, whether or not they were truly committed to the cause, were luxuries that could not be afforded. Essential political work required organization, and in the face of police agents and a dispersed leadership, often in exile, this was bound to take on conspiratorial aspects. In addition, many other energetic alternatives were competing in the same political space. The Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party was in a fragile state. Lenin's ideas were therefore aspirational, looking forward to a party that could serve as the instrument of a decisive leadership, sure in theory and determined in practice. Lenin's capacity for organization and drive was at first turned against critics within his party, rather than the system he was trying to overthrow. The Second Party Congress met in Brussels in July 1903, with Lenin's group associated with Iskra, the party paper that he edited. The outcome was two parties rather than one, although it took another Congress in 1905 for the split to be confirmed. The argument between Lenin's Bolsheviks, majority, and the Mensheviks, minority, came over control of the paper. This became linked to claims that Lenin was determined to create an all-powerful central committee, and was in turn connected to the question of whether membership should be confined to those wholly committed to the party program and prepared to work for it, or opened up to those who were only prepared to give some support. One route turned the party into a focused elite group. The other created the basis for a mass party, with some expectation of democratic control of the leadership by the party. In addition, there were wider differences over strategy. The Mensheviks were inclined to ally with the liberals and use parliamentary means. Lenin would place little reliance on parliament and saw peasants as more natural allies. In all these radical groups, there was tendency for disagreements to be naturally elevated to core issues of principle and theory. Lenin aggravated the situation even more. The Mensheviks, who bizarrely embraced a name that diminished their standing, were also not particularly good at compromises, largely as a result of inner disagreements. Their leadership was not united and their discipline was poor. Lenin was a polarizing influence, making no claim to an open mind and showing scant patience with trimmers and compromisers. He would rather control a small group than share power with a larger one. He recorded an argument with a party member who deplored this fierce fighting, this agitation one against the other, these sharp polemics, this uncomradely attitude. Lenin retorted that this was good. Opportunity for open fighting, opinions expressed, tendencies revealed, groups defined, hands raised, a decision taken, a stage passed through, forward. That is what I like. It is something different from the endless, wearying intellectual discussions which finish not because people have solved the problems, but simply because they have got tired of talking. Far from finding splits in the party depressing, he relished them, even if they meant estrangement from old colleagues. His critics accused Lenin of being a Blankist, aiming to achieve power through a coup d'etat. Lenin denied this. The masses must be there, but they would need direction. Revolution was bound to be an authoritarian event, needing a coercive dictatorship inspired by a Jacobin mentality. Rosa Luxemburg was appalled at these organizational proposals, undoubtedly with her own experience of the German SPD bureaucracy in mind. She saw them strengthening the forces of conservatism and undermining creativity, denying all sections of the party and the wider movement the ability to use their initiative. Lenin's ultra-centralism was full of the sterile spirit of the overseer. It was all about control, binding the movement, rather than unifying it. Yet social democracy in Russia stood on the eve of decisive battles against Tsarism. Surrounding the party with a network of barbed wire is to render it incapable of accomplishing the tremendous task of the hour. The question of the moment, she argued, was how to set in motion a large proletarian organization. No constitutional project can claim infallibility. It must prove itself in fire. One step forward, 2 steps back. The events of 1905 could be taken as a vindication for Luxemburg. Despite all the failures, she emerged with a vision for the future and a grand strategic project. For Lenin, by contrast, it was the start of a difficult period. Even as the year's revolution got underway, the infighting continued through into February 1905, and yet another Congress. This time the Mensheviks got the upper hand, largely because the party's elder statesman, Plekhanov, swung away from Lenin. The title of Lenin's assessment of the Congress, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, conveyed his gloom at the setbacks. His opponents were accused of being opportunistic. Now in charge of Iskra, they countered by lambasting his intolerance and elitist centralism. Both factions claimed to be acting in the interests of the proletariat. For the Mensheviks, this meant supporting the developing workers' movement. For the Bolsheviks, this meant ensuring the supremacy of a true proletarian ideology, whatever the current beliefs expressed by actual workers. So as the divided party leadership squabbled and exchanged polemics in exile, a real revolutionary situation which they were unable to lead appeared to be developing at home. Their contribution to the events was tiny, part of a wide range of political tendencies, including those of liberals and disgruntled junior officers who all sought the end of the monarchy. The focal points were the local workers' councils, the Soviets, that emerged in St. Petersburg and Moscow. The Bolsheviks viewed them with suspicion, but they had to make some accommodation. Their evident limitations confirmed Lenin's misgivings about the consequences of a lack of organization. After the authorities broke up the Soviets, there was a desperate uprising in Moscow. In the face of the army, the inadequately armed revolutionaries were slaughtered. It was November before a general amnesty made it safe for Lenin to return to Russia from Geneva. By this time, the revolution had peaked. An all-Russian strike had begun in October, and the Tsar had promised constitutional changes which helped diffuse the immediate crisis, and then the authorities persecuted the revolutionaries. All options seemed poor for socialists, and they argued among themselves on where and how to position themselves in the narrow political space available. The experience clearly left Lenin unsettled. So long as there was general sympathy for the broad political movement, there was no need to distract it through terrorism and random violence. Once it had been defeated, he became more militant, demanding more direct action. Like Engels after 1849, Lenin concluded after 1905 that he must study military strategy. Great historical struggles can only be resolved by force, and in modern struggles, the organization of force means military organization. He enthused about army militants building barricades, with a revolver, a knife, a rag soaked in kerosene for starting fires. He complained about his comrades having talked for 6 months about bombs, without a single one being manufactured. This appears to have reflected frustration more than strategy. He toyed with the methods of the terrorists, including expropriation of funds from banks. This action, for action's sake, confirmed Lenin's reputation as a hard man, but it also made him appear reckless. War and Revolution. On the eve of the Great War, the socialist parties of Europe had confidence in their future. In France and Germany in particular, they were becoming formidable electoral forces. They met together in the Second International, founded in 1889 to mark the centenary of the French Revolution, and with anarchists safely excluded to avoid the fate of the First International. The ideological arguments were strong, but the different factions were generally on speaking terms, which is why Lenin's behavior was considered so outlandish. Issues of revisionism and mass strikes were divisive, but rarely caused comrades to fall out completely. There was one issue, however, that was potentially more divisive than the ideology, and that was war. War involved nationalism, which was in principle threatening to class solidarity. While Marxists were not pacifists, they had been assumed to be anti-militarist and anti-war, for war would do nothing for the working classes. They were well aware of the great power tensions of the time and the risk that this could turn into a major conflict. There were earnest debates about what socialists could do to stop such a catastrophe, including use of strikes and demonstrations. None of this got very far, in part because there was a disbelief that anything so awful would ever come to pass, whatever the bellicosity evident in a number of countries, and a pacifist action could be easily presented as unpatriotic, providing an excuse for repression and the loss of public support. The only agreed position was that workers should hinder the outbreak of war, but if it occurred, they should bring it to a rapid conclusion. Here Luxemburg and Lenin came to a similar discordant view. If war came, it should be used to hasten the revolution. As the crisis developed during July 1914, the mainstream socialist parties lacked urgency. They did not appreciate how serious it was this time compared with previous crises. There was not necessarily much the Second International could do. Among socialists, views of war had been shaped by theories of imperialism and a stock image of territorial acquisitiveness generated by economic competition. They were unprepared for popular wars justified as self-defense. A formal position had been adopted by the Second International, designed to maintain unity. This stressed the danger of peacetime militarism, but treated the threat of a European war as being sufficiently remote that it need not expose the latent nationalist splits in its own body. Thus they were caught out by the sudden rush to war. The Second International collapsed. Each party went its separate way as patriotic fervor overcame their members. Lenin saw the danger that was posed for the Tsar and argued from the start that it would be for the best if Russia was defeated. So it proved. The monarchy collapsed in February 1917, following bread riots, strikes, and street demonstrations. Tsar Nicholas II abdicated. At the time, with their leaders still in exile, the Bolsheviks were in no position to take advantage. Those that were in Russia initially gave their support to the liberal constitutionalists who were trying to run the government. When Lenin returned in April from his Swiss exile, he immediately called for a worldwide socialist revolution and made it clear that there should be no support for the new government. The risks were high. His party was isolated. But that meant it had no responsibility for the dire conditions. Meanwhile, the government was struggling, divided, and postponing hard issues until a constitutional assembly could be put in place. The economy deteriorated while the war continued. Amid accusations of pro-German treachery, Lenin fled to Finland. Despite Lenin's strictures on the need for an elite vanguard party, in the fevered atmosphere of the time, Bolsheviks were becoming a mass party, with a membership not fully indoctrinated into scientific socialism. Lenin was the party's leader, but he was on its extreme wing, while others were ready to compromise. Lenin's success was not the result of painstaking organization or ideological purity, but of his unique grasp of the dynamics of the situation. He understood the desperation of the people, and how they were ahead of all the parties in their complete frustration with the existing order. This was not a time for the propagandist, who gave many ideas to a few, but rather the agitator, who gave a few ideas to many. He led the Bolsheviks to campaign on the slogan, "Peace, Bread, Land," and to distinguish themselves by their unrelenting opposition to the war. As fresh military offensives brought fresh disasters, the credibility of the Bolsheviks grew. A misjudged insurrectionary push in the summer almost cost everything. A crackdown by the authorities could have forced the Bolshevik leadership to scatter, but they survived. By August, popular support for the provisional government had collapsed. Should the Bolsheviks go for a broad-based government or a revolution which risked civil war? By September, Lenin had concluded that the country was so polarized that there was going to be a dictatorship of either the left or right. In October, Lenin returned from Finland. The slogan was now, "All power to the Soviets." This meant no power to the government. He gained the assent of the Bolshevik Central Committee for an armed uprising. With his former antagonist, Leon Trotsky, now a close ally, the two worked together to use the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet as their instrument for seizing power. Troops loyal to the Soviets began to seize key buildings. Nobody was prepared to resist on behalf of the provisional government, not the liberals, nor the military, nor the right. Lenin won in 1917 because he survived. A couple of times he could have been lynched or incarcerated, or he could have thrown in his lot with the provisional government and then been as culpable as everybody else. The isolation that had left him apparently irrelevant before now turned out to be his greatest advantage. He did not need a coalition from the top down when his numbers were growing from the bottom up. The Bolshevik Revolution changed forever strategic discourse on the left. This had always been lively and often vituperative, but until 1914 was also inclusive, fluid, and responsive to events. In the meetings of the Second International before the war, socialists of all persuasions rubbed shoulders and argued. With Lenin's success, a progressive rigidity was introduced. The center of the movement shifted from Berlin to Moscow. Lenin, who judged ideas and arguments in terms of their political effects, could now be the arbiter of Marxist interpretation. In State and Revolution, a pamphlet written in 1917 but only published in 1918, Lenin asserted an extreme and uncompromising view of Marx, calling him to aid when explaining why Russia should bypass a bourgeois revolution on a quick road to communism. Much of the pamphlet was devoted to denouncing Karl Kautsky, previously recognized, even by Lenin, as the most authoritative interpreter of Marx and Engels, but now forever labeled as a renegade. If Lenin had fallen during his revolutionary exertions, this pamphlet would be long forgotten. But as the thoughts of a man on the verge of achieving a revolutionary victory, the first professional in his field to do so, it achieved a canonical status. Lenin and his successor, Joseph Stalin, were to be the popes of a movement in which doctrinal orthodoxy was rigidly enforced, with excommunication or worse consequences facing dissenters. The official position was not merely the better view, it was the correct and scientifically based view. The incorrect were not just wrong, but class traitors. The new Third International, established by Lenin in 1919, insisted that communist parties should be centralized, prepared for violent revolution and then dictatorship. They split away from the established socialist parties, stressing their differences more than shared values and objectives. At the time, Lenin and Trotsky believed themselves to be the vanguard of a revolutionary surge and looked expectantly for others to follow their example. In the post-war tumult, the expectation was not unreasonable, and some of the attempted revolutions of 1919 made progress. In the end, except for the Soviet Union, this was a period of disappointment comparable to 1848. This was particularly so in Germany. With the sudden defeat in November 1918, the monarchy fell and a new government led by Social Democrats was formed. The radical Spartacist League, which had already broken with the Social Democrats over their support for the war, assumed the moment had come. Led by Karl Liebknecht and a wary Rosa Luxemburg, an uprising was called for New Year's Day 1919. It was a disaster, and soon both were murdered by rightists. More progress was made in Bavaria, where there was a brief Soviet republic, but it was soon crushed. In Hungary, communists did seize power for a while, but the regime was inept and soon collapsed under worsening economic conditions and international isolation. There were stirrings in Italy, especially in the factories of Turin, but the authorities were able to cope. While all this was going on, the Bolsheviks fought their own civil war, unable to help their European comrades. The nearest they got to exporting revolution was a skirmish with Poland, which ended in failure as the Polish workers and peasants responded more to national than class solidarity. Later attempts from Moscow in 1921 and 1923 to reignite the revolutionary flame in Germany ended in farcical failures. Alone and beleaguered, the Bolsheviks managed to cope with civil war, external intervention, and famine. All this confirmed their need to retain a firm grip on the levers of power. The grip was further tightened by Stalin, who maneuvered to become Lenin's successor. He achieved his position by mastering party organization, and then excluded all potential opponents, using show trials and mass purges. Leon Trotsky, Lenin's close lieutenant, was forced into exile. As an eloquent intellectual who could trade insults with the best, Trotsky had credentials which were hard to dismiss and ensured, especially as Stalinist methods became more transparent and despised, a persistent challenge to the Moscow line, at least until he was assassinated by one of Stalin's agents in Mexico in 1940. Although Trotsky denounced Stalin's methods, he was in no position to question an uncompromising dictatorship of the proletariat, nor did he try. He had been complicit in the ruthless methods of the revolution's early days and would not accept that the original Soviet concept was an error. He insisted that the Soviet Union had been undermined by its leadership, but was still a workers' state and could recover from the bureaucratic degeneracy under which it temporarily suffered. Stalin's paranoia, which attributed everything bad to Trotsky, fed Trotsky's own egomania. He retained a delusional view of himself as the leader of an effective left opposition in the Soviet Union and an international mission still destined to perform its historic mission. His writings undoubtedly were more stylish than those of the turgid Stalin, but he was as dogmatic and tended to fall out with his supporters over deviations. He played his own role in ensuring that the discourse on the left became arid and unreflective, focused entirely on the legacy of 1917. Left-wing politics outside of the Soviet Union was marked by a bitter sectarianism, highlighting the gap between capacities and its resources, and between political forms and democratic ideals. Moscow demanded support against its external and internal enemies as the first priority for the mainstream communist parties. Responses to local conditions and issues were smothered by the need to fit in with the latest stage of Soviet foreign policy and to deny any succor to anti-party elements, even if in practice this made life easier for the capitalist classes. This stultifying atmosphere turned idealists into party hacks and forced intellectuals into agonizing choices between loyalty to the working class movement and to their own integrity. European Marxism as a source of strategic innovation never recovered. Chapter 21. Bureaucrats, Democrats, and Elites. And having answered so, I turn once more to those who sneer at this my city, and I give them back the sneer and say to them, "Come and show me another city with lifted heads singing, so proud to be alive and coarse and strong and cunning, flinging magnetic curses amid the toil of piling job on job. Here is a tall, bold slugger, set vivid against the little soft cities." Carl Sandburg, Chicago. Any student of society, at least in Europe, during the last decades of the 19th century was unavoidably engaged with Marx as the most substantial as well as the most inflammatory figure in the field. However doubtful one may have been of his conclusions, let alone the revolutionary agitation undertaken in his name, the strength and range of his analysis commanded attention. Sociology developed as a discipline in response to Marx. One of its founders, Emil Durkheim, planned a study of Marx, although it was never undertaken. His motives were both intellectual and political. He had begun to study pre-Marxian socialism, according to his colleague Marcel Mauss, from a purely scientific point of view, as a fact which the scholar should look upon coldly, without prejudice, and without taking sides. While rebutting Marx, sociology also served as a source of the general form of social consciousness of the bourgeois intelligentsia, and the reformulation of liberal ideology. Liberalism lacked a dominant doctrinal source and contained many different strands. There was nonetheless a clear political project, which was to find a way to avoid divisive class wars, which meant providing a credible basis for a program of reform to be implemented by an enlightened state. To those, particularly in the United States, who despaired of unconstrained capitalists or corrupt and manipulative party bosses as a source of wise policy, scientific research offered the possibility of real progress. In Marx's schema, questions of power and interest were central. A more positivist science suggested something apolitical, disinterested, and dispassionate, as if investigating natural phenomena. When so much was at stake politically, could they really follow the evidence wherever it took them and be indifferent to the implications of the powerful and those who challenged them? In practice, mainstream social science was not politically innocent. Some supported conservative arguments by demonstrating the resilience of established social structures, and in the face of democratic optimism, the persistence of hierarchy. On the whole, however, the practitioners placed themselves on the side of progressive force, representing the assertion of reason in human affairs, challenging myth and superstition. A Marxist had no trouble recognizing in such claims the ideology of a ruling group, professing a truth that happened to suit the interests of the bourgeoisie. The test of this ideology was whether it could provide a compelling account of economic and social change, and in the process, a guide to purposive action. Max Weber. Max Weber exemplified both the problems and potential of social science. Born in 1864, he was the son of a minor liberal politician with whom he had a distant relationship. Weber's reputation and influence grew after his death from pneumonia in 1920, not least because, like Clausewitz, His devoted widow ensured that his writings were properly organized for posthumous publication. Her biography, published after the Second World War, presented him as moderate liberal, representing the best of Germany that had been suppressed by the Nazis. His views, along with his personal life, are now acknowledged to have been much more complex, certainly liberal, always evident in his readiness to speak up for the right of individuals to voice their opinions, but also imperialist and committed to a strong German state. He would not naturally appear on a list of strategic theorists, yet his influence was considerable. First, he sought to make the case for a value-free social science. Second, in his most famous work, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, he offered an alternative to Marx, demonstrating the role of cultural factors in the development of capitalism. Third, he described the spread of the rationalism of science into all aspects of life, turning him into an unenthusiastic prophet of bureaucratization. Fourth, he offered a view of politics that accepted it as part of a constant drama. Lastly, from this came a way of describing strategic choices that demanded attention to consequences as much as a yearning for an ideal. The Protestant Ethic was notable for its concluding note of despair at the progressive rationalism of Western culture, with its celebration of routines, the calculable, predictable, and instrumental, so that nature was subordinate to science, and society to bureaucracy. The progressive complexity of organization, the specialism of knowledge, and the need for professional staffs all ensured bureaucracy's ascent. His conclusion warned of a coming iron cage in which a rational civil service administration, whose true value was only technical, would be viewed as the ultimate and single value in reference to which the organization of all affairs ought to be decided. Those who lived in this cage would be specialists without spirit, sensualists without heart. Bureaucracy was soulless and insensitive, staffed by pliant men with a narrow vision, competent but lacking in creativity, without any sense of a deeper purpose. Bureaucracy played the same sort of a role in Weber's world view as capitalism did in Marx's. He understood its growing strength and irresistibility, for in his own work he sought to be a professional and competent technician, but he was unable to cheer. And while Marx had confidence that history would overturn capitalism, Weber held no such hope with regard to bureaucracy. Science had encouraged disenchantment in the loss of an unquestioning religious belief, but could not offer a new enchantment. Weber valued freedom and openness, and could not object in principle to legal codes, sound administration, and responsible officials. Life might be drained of a deeper meaning and stuck with the mundane, but at least the system worked. Bureaucracy was formally the most rational known means of carrying out imperative control over human beings. It is superior to any other form in precision, in stability, in the stringency of its discipline, and in its reliability. Likewise, politics was a permanent condition, unavoidable yet vexing, for nothing of permanence could result, whether peace, justice, or redemption. The sphere of politics was one of power and constant struggle. Power was about the ability to impose one's will in the face of resistance, which pointed to matters governed by force or the potential use of force. Politics was therefore bound up with the state. Politicians had to persuade others to follow. But this could no longer be done on the basis of custom and religion, and the bureaucratic method could not in itself be a source of values. This created the challenge of legitimacy, a test Weber posed in terms of acceptability rather than inherent worth. The nature of political belief was a central puzzle for Weber, although one he tended to address in terms of types of belief rather than their substantive content. During and just after the Great War, Weber delivered 2 lectures in Munich at the invitation of the Free Student Youth. The first, in November 1917, considered science as a vocation, and the second, in January 1919, politics as a vocation. Both are now considered landmark events in the history of social science. Weber had personally followed each vocation, or calling, but science most successfully. Part of his challenge was to work out what one could do for the other. The objectivity of science and the partisanship of politics had to be kept separate. The professor, he insisted, should not demand the right to carry the marshal's baton of the statesman or reformer in his knapsack. This had an important consequence. Once values were excluded, social science could not generate a political theory on its own. Though his own views were strongly held, Weber avoided claiming that they were founded on science. By the end of the war, the strain of holding strong views while resisting the temptation to insist that they were scientifically based was evident. One of the audience at the 1919 lecture has described how this gaunt-bearded man looked now like a prophet tormented by visions of disaster, now like a medieval warrior before leaving for battle. For different reasons, he did not make either the scientific or political vocations particularly appealing. Social science came over as especially forbidding, combining a highly disciplined work ethic with ascetic self-denial. As Weber stressed practical difficulties and the need for specialist expertise, he adopted conceptual formulations that were not always accessible. While the importance of science as a vocation came to be seen in Weber's emphasis on the fact-value distinction, he went beyond discussing the limits of scientific knowledge as a source of political values to how it might be employed to clarify the existence of facts and value in the world, and to aid thereby the selection of the means through which values should be pursued. In this way, science could serve strategy, by identifying the means necessary to achieve goals. Then it might be discovered that when faced with the appropriate means, they are such that you believe you must reject them. Then you simply must choose between the end and the inevitable means. Does the end justify the means, or does it not? Science could not be a source of strategy because ends had to be identified by means of values which were outside its purview. But it could be of great strategic value by explaining why certain means might work or why certain ends were out of reach. The choice could be between the lesser evil or of the relatively best. The interaction between science and values, effectively between means and ends, pointed not to their essential harmony, but to constant tension. In numerous instances, Weber observed, the attainment of good ends is bound to the fact that one must be willing to pay the price of using morally dubious means, or at least dangerous ones, and facing the possibility or even probability of evil ramifications. These dilemmas may now seem commonplace, but none before and few since have expressed them with such clarity, such an underlying conviction, that no political system could ever resolve them definitively. This theme was picked up in the second lecture. The context was even darker. Now the war was over, but Germany was still reeling from the surrender to Allied armies of the previous November and subsequent revolutionary and counter-revolutionary activity. While there was no doubt about his personal vocation as a scientist, at this, his period of most active engagement, he displayed no special aptitude for politics. During the war, he had worried about over-ambitious and aggressive war aims and was unhappy that his country was fighting the United States. When the war historian Hans Delbruck organized a petition to counter one organized by more extreme academic nationalists, Weber signed up. In 1918, he returned to Germany from Vienna, where he had a visiting professorship and seemed ready to take on a leading political role. It did not happen. He was involved in the committee on the new constitution and played some part in the formation of the new centrist German Democratic Party, but he was given no senior role in its leadership. A biographer observed that his political understanding was not always the best, and his tiresome tendency to get bogged down in unnecessary and unproductive controversies is not exactly evidence of a born politician. As an active campaigner for the party, his tendency to lambast left and right alike in his speeches did not make him a natural coalition maker, just when a coalition was needed. After it became apparent in 1920 that he was not going to be a major player, he withdrew from the party leadership, observing, "The politician should and must make compromises, but I am a scholar by profession. The scholar does not need to make compromises or to cover folly." The political vocation was not for him. Sentimentally, he remained attached to the notion of a strong German state, was hostile to pacifism, and was angered by the sudden surge of revolutionary activity, despite the involvement of a number of his friends. He feared the demilitarization of the country, which would leave it powerless, and was annoyed at the disorder fomented by the revolutionaries. When he spoke in Munich, it was not long after the murder of the Spartacist leaders Luxemburg and Liebknecht, an action that he deplored, though he had also recently expressed his irritation with the two theorists. Liebknecht belongs in the madhouse, and Rosa Luxemburg in the zoo. He had only agreed to give the lecture because he feared that if he did not, the lectern would be taken instead by Karl Eisner, the radical head of what Weber considered to be an incompetent Bavarian government. This was a time when the dilemmas of political life were thrown into sharp relief. Defeat in war and convulsive revolutions illuminated how imperfect could be the fit between ends and means. It led Weber to present an analysis that went to the heart of the tensions in strategic thinking, insisting on the pointlessness of lofty goals if there was no means of achieving them. He continued to stress the need to analyze means by reference to their consequences. Weber opened his lecture with his customary refusal to take a position on actual problems of the day. This was followed with compelling definitions of politics and the state. Politics was about the leadership, or the influencing of the leadership, of a political association, hence today, of a state. As the state could not be defined by its ends, for there were many possibilities, it had to be defined by its means, namely the use of physical force. By this he was not saying that force was the normal or only means available to the state, just that it was specific to the state. The state was therefore defined as a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Only the state could legitimize violence. Once that monopoly was threatened, as it was both externally and internally at that time, then the state was in trouble. The state's authority would come from one of three sources: tradition, bureaucracy, or charisma. As tradition was no longer available and bureaucracy was too narrow, Weber looked to charisma, by which he meant a certain quality of political leadership, the ability to gain authority through sanctity, heroism, or exemplary character. Charisma was a political quality defining a leader's separate role from a civil servant. The politician must be prepared to take a stand, to be passionate, while the civil servant must execute conscientiously the order of the superior authorities, exactly as if the order agreed with his own conviction. The issue was how would power best be exercised. What kind of a man must one be if he is to be allowed to put his hand on the wheel of history? The choice was between an ethic based on convictions, ultimate ends, and one based on responsibility, between acting according to underlying principle, even if this was detrimental to the cause, and acting according to the likely outcome. The lecture challenged those who refused to compromise on principle, the intellectuals in this carnival we decorate with the proud name of revolution, for their empty romanticism, devoid of all feeling of objective responsibility. Refusing to think about outcomes gave evil its opportunities. He scorned the revolutionaries whose actions favored the forces of reaction and oppression, yet blamed others. Pure motives were not enough if they led to bad consequences. Those who at the time in Germany sought to establish absolute justice on earth by force, a number of whom were presumably in his student audience, should think about what this would mean. Could they be sure that their followers shared the same agenda? Might not this really be about the emotions of hatred, revenge, resentment, and the need for pseudo-ethical self-righteousness, or else about a desire for adventure, victory, booty, power, and spoils? Could such followers be kept sufficiently rewarded and motivated? Would doing so contradict the original motives and objectives of the leaders? Would not this emotional revolutionism therefore eventually give way, probably quite soon, to the traditionalist routine of everyday life? If the revolutionaries really thought the problem was the stupidity and baseness of the world, how did they think they were going to eradicate it? He challenged the pacifism of the Sermon on the Mount. The politician, he insisted, must take the opposite view, for without resistance, he was responsible for the evil winning out. So Weber was speaking up for an ethic of responsibility, which recognized from the start the deficiencies of others and evaluated actions in terms of likely consequences. Yet he also worried about a politics focused purely on immediate effects without an underlying cause to give it meaning. His ideal was one in which the ethic of ultimate ends and responsibility come together. In a genuine man, a man who can have the calling for politics. Here he was looking for the charismatic figure, a hero as well as a leader, who would not crumble when the world from his point of view is too stupid or too base for what he wants to offer. He was not optimistic. Not summer's bloom lies ahead of us, but rather a polar night of icy darkness and hardness, no matter which group may triumph externally now. He urged a politics based on both passion and perspective, for man would not have attained the possible unless time and again he had reached out for the impossible. Weber's distrust of actions based on purity of motive rather than assessment of consequences reflected confidence in the ability to assess consequences and the role of scientific research in facilitating such assessments. Social action might always remain something of a gamble, but the odds could be shortened by formulating a reasonable hypothesis on what might be expected from alternative courses of action. Without this confidence, how was one proposed course of action to be assessed against another? Tolstoy. If Weber had one figure in mind as representative of the ethic of ultimate ends, it was Count Leo Tolstoy. The author was addressing all the issues connected with science, bureaucracy, and modernism that bothered him, but from a completely different perspective. At one point, Weber even thought about writing a book on Tolstoy as the great idealist of his time. Tolstoy, Weber allowed, was at least consistent, if nothing else, in opposing both war and revolution, but that left him irreconcilable not only with war, but with the world and the benefits of culture. The preoccupation with Tolstoy was evident when Weber took aim at Tolstoy's anti-rationalist and anti-scientific views in Science as a Vocation. In Politics as a Vocation, Weber picked on Tolstoy's favorite text, the Sermon on the Mount, when mocking the ethic of love which said, "Resist not him that is evil with force." This was Tolstoy's creed. Through a series of spiritual crises, he had come to reject the pomp and privilege of the Orthodox Church and devise his own unique form of Christianity. The Sermon on the Mount and the principle of turning the other cheek was at its core. This led to a set of rules revolving around living in peace, not hating, not resisting evil, renouncing violence in all circumstances, and avoiding lust and swearing. If only these rules could be embraced universally, there would be no more wars nor armies, nor indeed police and courts. He challenged established ecclesiastical and secular power, but was also against violent revolution as immoral and futile. He rejected the urban for the rural, and the generation of wealth for communion with nature. We have already met Tolstoy in his role as an anti-strategist. The wellsprings are the same. He was deeply skeptical about the ease with which deliberate causes could be linked with specific effects, and therefore disdained those who claimed this as their expertise. He despised most of all, noted Berlin, experts, professionals, men who claim special authority over other men. In War and Peace, he had mocked the presumption of those who claimed that a great general's act of will, expressed through orders delivered down the chain of command, could affect the actions of large numbers of men and so turn history. Generals and revolutionary intellectuals could claim to be following a scientific strategy, but they were deluded because they had become separated from and did not understand the ordinary people upon whom their schemes depended. Change, for better or worse, was the result of countless decisions of individuals caught up in events. Unfortunately, ordinary people were ignorant and uneducated, connected perhaps through their common feelings and values, but unable to make sufficient sense of their plight or come together to create a new world. Tolstoy might be of the Enlightenment when it came to his search for truth and an intense gnawing belief that with a determined enough search it could be found. But he was also of the counter-Enlightenment in so many key respects, horrified by modernization and an exaggerated confidence in science, by efforts at political reform that lost sight of what he saw to be the fundamentals of the good life. He could not be fitted into the public movements of his own or indeed any other age. The only company to which he belongs is the subversive one of questioners to whom no answer has been nor is likely to be given. Galli observed with understatement that organized action was not Tolstoy's forte, and that he was distressingly weak on the practical side. Even his own family was far from convinced about his new way of life. What he offered, and in his case this was not trivial, was the power of example and many books and articles. His uncompromising pacifism, challenge to Tsarism, and exposés of the sufferings of the poor meant that his core messages were received loud and clear, and his effectiveness as a propagandist for his own views was enhanced by not only the way he lived, but his literary gifts. His polemics included vivid descriptions of the struggles for existence in the city slums, the routine cruelties of army life, and the aristocracy's capacity for self-deception. His analyses of the inequities of militarism and myopic patriotism were laced with sardonic wit and at times prophetic insight. He described the war fever of the future as priests pray on behalf of murder and newspaper editors set to work to arouse hatred and murder, and described how thousands of simple, kindly folk will be torn from peaceful toil and trudge off to war until these poor souls, without knowing why, will murder thousands of others whom they had never seen before and who had done nor could do them any wrong. In this respect, war for Tolstoy was an extreme version of a much more general malaise, of unnatural divisions within humanity, which is both reflected and aggravated. And to explain how men could allow this to happen to them, he deployed his own version of false consciousness. Men had been hypnotized, not only by their governments, but, most tragically of all, by each other. Only by exposing the myth of patriotism could the spell be broken. At the heart of his anti-strategic vision was the belief that divisions within human society were unnatural, and so if they were healed, there would be no need for struggle and conflict. In 1882, Tolstoy participated in the census of Moscow. He wrote an article that year, asking the "what is to be done" question that Russians often seemed to ask themselves at this time. Moscow had experienced a period of fast growth, swelled by immigration from the countryside, with all the associated problems of overcrowding, poverty, crime, disease, and exploitation. The census, he explained, was a sociological investigation. He added that, uniquely for a science, sociology's object was the happiness of the people. Unfortunately, despite this objective, whatever laws might be elucidated by gathering information, and whatever long-term benefits came through following these laws, little would happen of immediate benefit to the poor people whose lives were being reported. A compelling description of a wretched state of affairs could be an essential first step to action. All the wounds of society, the wounds of poverty, of vice, of ignorance, all will be laid bare. But it was not enough. When encountering someone hungry and in rags, insisted Tolstoy, it was more moment to succor him than to make all possible investigations. Instead of scientific detachment and a hurried moving on from one sad case to another, he urged forming relations with the poor and needy. The true aim should be to break down the barriers which men have erected between themselves. This meant rejecting charity, which did no more than assuage the guilty consciences of the elite while enforcing divisions. All should work together to heal the wounds of society. His call was to community and fraternity, which required like-minded people to reach out to the poor and oppressed. The benefits would be both material and spiritual. The alternative, he warned, was class warfare. It need not be thus, and it should not, for this is contrary to our reason and our heart, and it cannot be if we are living people. Unfortunately, as he soon discovered, where he led, few followed. Furthermore, as he explored the underlife of the city, the more he concluded that have-nots were as corrupted by city life as the haves. The issue was not just the scale of the problem, but the sort of society Moscow had become. He still could find some nobility among the poor, but when it came to drinkers and prostitutes, he could make as much sense of them as they could of him. This was an alien culture, resistant to his overtures, surviving in ways that he found disagreeable. The more he explored city life, the more his previous hopes appeared naive. Eventually, one night, he stopped researching. He felt foolish and impracticable, like a physician who has uncovered the sore of a sick man but must recognize that his remedy is good for nothing. He stopped taking notes. I asked no questions, knowing that nothing would come of this. The answer to what is to be done appeared to be nothing. While he still blamed the excesses of his class for social divisions, he now saw urban life as the problem. Cities were venal and corrupt places, beyond reform. The cause went even deeper. The fault lay in the whole path humankind had taken in pursuit of economic development. Money had been allowed to get in the way of proper human relations. They could only be restored on the land where money could be irrelevant, and people need not be alienated from each other and the beauty of nature. He set an example, returning to his estate in Yasnaya Polyana, where he sought to create his own rural utopia, with but one garment, no money, and fulfillment through manual labor. With this complete retreat from modernity, Tolstoy insisted that he was living the only life that could be true to his faith. His stance was passive and uncooperative. But there was no direct action, for that would have involved both a degree of organization and a presumption of human agency. "The anarchists are right in everything," he wrote in 1890, "in the negation of the existing order and in the assertion that, without authority, there could be no worse violence than that of authority under existing conditions. Their one mistake," he continued, "was to think that this could come about through a revolution. It would only come about by there being more and more people who do not require the protection of governmental power. There can be only one permanent revolution, a moral one, the regeneration of the inner man." Jane Addams. In May 1896, Tolstoy received a visitor at Yasnaya Polyana, Miss Jane Addams of Chicago. The daughter of a wealthy Illinois farmer, Addams was then in her mid-30s and on her way to becoming one of the most admired and influential women in America. Her fame rested on the Hull House settlement, founded in Chicago in 1889. This was modeled on the Toynbee settlement in the East End of London, which she had visited a few years earlier. The underlying concept was that the educated and privileged should settle among the poor and deprived, to the benefit of both. At Hull House, which at its peak was composed of 13 buildings, could be found shelter, facilities for bathing, and a playground. In addition to opportunities to learn about and enjoy the so-called high culture of art, literature, and music, there were guest speakers and opportunities for debate, research, and campaigning. Adams had read many of Tolstoy's books. She described What to Do, published in the United States in 1887, as the source of her view that only he who literally shares his own shelter and food with the poor can claim to have served them. The influence was evident, to the point of the great man being depicted in a mural in the Hull House dining room. As a strong pacifist and Christian with doubts about organized religion, she also explicitly embraced Tolstoy's commitment not to resist evil. She declared herself philosophically convinced of the futility of opposition, who believe that evil can only be overcome with good and cannot be opposed. Poverty, disease, and exploitation were a challenge for society as a whole, and must be resolved through forms of reconciliation before they led to conflicts that could tear society apart. She described the gospel as an outward symbol of fellowship, some bond of peace, some blessed spot where the unity of the Spirit might claim right of way over all differences. Nonetheless, her encounter with Tolstoy was disappointing. He paid little attention to her description of Hull House while glancing distrustfully at the sleeves of my traveling gown. The amount of cloth this involved, he declared, was sufficient to clothe many young girls. Was this not a barrier to the people? And then discovering that she had a farm in Illinois, was she not an absentee landlord? He suggested she would do more use tilling her own soil than by adding to the crowded city. The charges were unjust, but bothered her sufficiently to determine to spend 2 hours each day at the bakery on her return to Chicago. She tried, but failed. This was not the best use of her time. This small incident revealed why she could not be a true follower of Tolstoy. Tolstoy found the division of labor a crime against nature. Adams accepted that it was unavoidable. Her whole project was about getting people to accept the logic of interdependence. Whereas Tolstoy gave up on the city because it forced divisions among humanity, Adams believed that the city could and must be made to work for all its inhabitants. The fundamental point of principle Adams and other progressives shared with Tolstoy was a belief that social divisions were unnatural and could and must be transcended. But whereas Tolstoy believed in a world in which men, the land, and the spirit joined in unity, Adams sought to create a world without struggle in one of the least likely cities of the world, Chicago. Chicago was then the world's 5th largest, after London, New York, Paris, and Berlin. It had taken shape far more recently than the others. The combined effects of the railroads, the city's position as the commercial and business center of the Midwest, and massive immigration had resulted in the population doubling from 500,000 in 1880 to over 1 million in 1890, and to double again to well over 2 million by 1910. Some 60% of the population had been born abroad, and all but 20% were of recent immigrant stock. Germans, Poles, Russians, Italians, and Irish all formed distinctive and self-conscious communities, often in uneasy relationships with each other. After a great fire in 1871 destroyed the old wooden buildings, the city was largely rebuilt in stone and steel. Chicago invented the skyscraper. Money went into the arts, parks, and a brand new university, paid for by John D. Rockefeller. Life in the city was tough, and conditions were dire. "The first in violence," wrote radical journalist Lincoln Steffens in 1904, "deepest in dirt, loud, lawless, unlovely, ill-smelling, new. An overgrown gawk of a village, the teeming tough among cities. Criminally it was wide open, commercially it was brazen, and socially it was thoughtless and raw. For his novel, The Jungle, Upton Sinclair went undercover in the stockyards to expose the awful circumstances of immigrant workers in the meatpacking industry. Max Weber visited Chicago in the fall of 1904 en route to a major scientific congress in St. Louis. He described it in a striking metaphor, as being like a human being with its skin peeled off and whose intestines are seen at work. He toured the stockyards, watching the automated process whereby an unsuspecting bovine entered the slaughtering area, was hit by a hammer and collapsed, gripped by an iron clamp, hoisted up and started on a journey which saw workers eviscerate and skin it. It was possible, he observed, to follow a pig from the sty to the sausage in the can. At the time of his visit, the Amalgamated Meat Cutters and Butcher Workmen's Union were smarting after a defeat in a strike aimed at getting the stockyards unionized. Weber, apparently with a degree of exaggeration, described the aftermath. Masses of Italians and Negroes as strikebreakers, daily shootings with dozens of dead on both sides. A streetcar was overturned and a dozen women were squashed because a non-union man had sat in it. Dynamite threats against the elevated railway, and one of its cars was actually derailed and plunged into the river. He also visited the Hull House settlement, about which his wife Mary Ann wrote in glowing terms. It includes a day nursery, accommodation for 30 women workers, a sports facility for young people, a large concert hall with a stage, an instructional kitchen, a kindergarten, rooms for all kinds of instruction in needlework and manual tasks, etc. During the winter, 15,000 people of both sexes come here to receive instruction, inspiration, counsel, and enjoy themselves. Adams had inserted herself and Hull House into a maelstrom of urban divisions, a result of the persistent issue of race and the treatment of blacks, agrarian decline and urban rise, inter-ethnic tensions, and constant clashes between capital and labor. She attached herself to progressivism, the major liberal project in the United States at the time. The progressives saw the social problems of the time as the core challenge for government and feared that without urgent action they would lead to fractures that would be impossible to heal. Government must be a unifying force, above sectional interests, on behalf of society as a whole. In this, Adams was a democratic optimist, convinced of the capacity of ordinary people to play constructive roles in civic affairs, with their own ideas on how to bring order and decency into their lives. She contrasted this to what she considered the naive view, attributed to the English Fabians, that somewhere in church or state are a body of authoritative people who will put things to rights as soon as they really know what is wrong. By making great art and big ideas available to ordinary people, she believed that they would be better able to develop themselves and make informed choices in their lives. As a formidable social and political critic, she castigated the failure of the city government to clean the streets, educate the children, and regulate the workplace. She was a feminist, believed in racial equality, and backed labor unions. Yet her deepest conviction was that no conflict need be pursued to the point of violence, and that ways could be found to reconcile the apparently irreconcilable. While she associated with socialists, she rejected economic determinism, class consciousness, and all preparations for a violent confrontation. While supporting unions, she wished they would make more of an effort to reach out to those they saw as their enemies. Hull House, she insisted, was soberly opened on the theory that the dependence of classes on each other is reciprocal. She understood why people were driven to extreme ends, but could not approve. She was at the same time appalled by a city apparently out of control, failing to ensure a decent way of life for its inhabitants, and desperate for an alternative to class warfare as a source of change. Somehow she wanted to get all the sections of the community, capitalist and worker, conservative and agitator, meeting under one roof. Then they would see through their differences to let the bemused immigrant, coping daily with the unscrupulous and exploitive, meet a better type of American. Her philosophy was set out in an essay prompted by a bitter dispute in Chicago involving the Pullman Company. The origins of this dispute did not lie simply in crude business practices, but Pullman's paternalism in providing their workers with their own township. A recession led to cuts in workers' wages, but not the rents for their homes. The workers' reaction was intense, leading to a dispute that lasted for months, considerable violence, 13 deaths, and martial law. In her essay, Adams likened the conflict to that between King Lear and his daughter Cordelia, a conflict that both lost because of their failure to appreciate the other's position. "We are all practically agreed that the social passion of the age is directed toward the emancipation of the wage worker," she wrote. But just as Cordelia failed to include her father in the scope of her salvation and selfishly took it for herself alone, so working men in the dawn of the vision are inclined to claim it for themselves, putting out of their thoughts the old relationships. And just as surely as Cordelia's conscience developed in the new life and later drove her back to her father, where she perished, drawn into the cruelty and wrath which had now become objective and tragic, so the emancipation of working people will have to be inclusive of the employer from the first, or it will encounter many failures, cruelties, and reactions. Adams recognized the existence of conflicts, acknowledged that they were not wholly artificial, and accepted that groups might frustrate and irritate each other. But she also believed that it must be possible to prevent these conflicts from descending into violence. The problem, as Elshton observed, was that she was committed to a best-case scenario of the cosmopolitan future, which played down the pugnacity of the various ethnic groups. Her own ability to navigate the complex ethnic politics of Chicago and identify shared interests turned this into her core mission. She saw sufficient examples of people putting aside their prejudices and traditional antagonisms as a result of the exigencies of the daily struggle for survival to make her optimistic about what could be achieved with any conflict, including one between states. Given the chance to express itself, the inherent goodness of people could overcome difference and even render war irrelevant. Presenting herself as spokesperson for all peace-loving women of the world, she risked her popularity by opposing the U.S. entry into war in 1917. After the war, she devoted her energies to promoting peace, to the point of winning the Nobel Prize in 1931. She assumed that the reconciliations resulting from the imperatives of city life could be replicated at an international level, and was convinced that any concern for defense and security was tantamount to accepting militarism and authoritarianism. John Dewey. Adams shared Tolstoy's wariness about detached academic research that did little for the subjects. Nonetheless, largely at the instigation of Florence Kelley, who had a doctorate from Zurich and past dealings with Engels, Hull House was the center of a series of studies of the neighborhood, providing a compelling description of urban life at the turn of the century. It reflected progressive optimism that if the facts could be made known about social conditions, then measures might be taken to address them. At the University of Chicago, the idea that social research and action should go together was taken as almost a given. Albion Small was the founding head of the university's sociology department, the first in the United States, and until the start of the Second World War, the discipline's American capital. Small was an ordained minister who saw little incompatibility between his Christianity and social inquiry, and promoted sociology as charting a way forward between the forces of reaction and revolution. It was a tool for democratic change. Conventionality is the thesis, socialism the antithesis, sociology is the synthesis. In an article tellingly entitled Scholarship and Social Agitation, he provided a robust defense of the progressive creed. American scholars, he wrote, should advance from knowledge of facts to knowledge of forces, and from knowledge of forces to control of forces in the interest of more complete social and personal life. He lacked either sympathy with or confidence in any conception of sociology, which is satisfied with abstractions, or which does not keep well in mind the relation of all research to the living interests of living men. For these purposes, Chicago provided an exceptional base. It was a vast sociological laboratory. This experimental aspect excited John Dewey, who joined the University of Chicago in 1894 with an established reputation in psychology and philosophy. By the time he arrived, he was moving into more radical political and intellectual positions, encouraged by his wife, Alice. The university itself was not a comfortable place for radicals. Men had been fired for giving too vocal support of labor. But Dewey also saw Chicago as filled with problems, holding out their hands and asking somebody to please solve them. He found his outlet at Hull House, where he became a friend of Adams and lectured regularly. His arrival coincided with the Pullman strike,